Mollystars. OMG Menelazuli, hi. Lazuli. I hate mollystars. I have like 3 of my friends in the chat right now, so hello. Ooh. I'm giving it a few more minutes before everyone joins and before I do everything, and I'm also easing up a bit more still, but hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Sadly, I can't stay since I'm at work for one more hour. You're good, Bootleg Zone, but it's nice to see you join for a little bit. Molly is a Balkan child named Zizek. True! Alright. Your voice is coming in a bit quiet compared to the music. I did notice that. I could just try to raise up the voice a little bit. Alright. I should probably just keep it on at this point. Oh. Molly, do you read any manga by chance? At the moment, no, but there are a few that I would like to get into eventually if I could find the free time. Alright.
I will do my hardest to fuck your mind back to its original state.
Thank me later.
Machina girl.
Alright, hello. Okay, I'm hoping the music and my voice aren't too messed up in audio levels. I'm not sure why. I feel like it's really more difficult for the music to be quiet, but it might just be because of the music that's playing compared to last time. Alright. Do you play Doom, Molly? I did play a lot of Doom a few years ago. I played a lot of the classic games, and I played the 2016 and Eternal. I haven't played it in a while, though. I need to get to... I gotta play the... what was it, like the DLC for Eternal? I haven't played that yet. It's been a while since I've been in that bag. Currently, I'm ultra-pilled, if anything. Do you play Celeste? You would think I do play Celeste, but I haven't. But I should play that at some point. Okay, this is kind of an obvious question, but are you trans? I am a thing. I'm not saying that I'm not trans, but I'm not saying that I am either. I'm some kind of secret third thing that just can't be explained. It's inscrutable. Have you played Xenoblade Chronicles? No, I haven't. Though I have heard a lot about it. Molly is a creature? Yeah. I figured it was pretty obvious. Alright. Molly is confessing being Gaster? I'm not quite Gaster. Oh. Do you know Off? I haven't quite beat that game. I haven't played it. But I do want to get to it at some point. I have seen someone play it though. It is very cool. Pepper steak. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I wanted something a little bit more chill. Molly Mars. Green light spotted on Jupiter. Okay. I should probably start to actually talk about the stream now that it's been like a good few... It's been like, what, 10 minutes now? But... Hello, everyone. I'll respond to chat a bit more, but I'd like to just do a quick introduction now. But hello, everyone. It's been a few weeks since the last stream. This is just going to be me continuing right from where I left off last time. Long story short, this stream is me just going to be responding to all the comments from part 1. I got through quite a lot of them. Last time we left off at Yellow Snake's comment, though we still have quite a lot left to go through. And I would like to hopefully finish this. I'd like to take this stream to hopefully finish them. Did you get to my comment? I missed it. I have no idea. If I don't see your comment in this stream, then I probably did already get to it. If I do see it, then I didn't. So I guess it depends if I get to your comment in this stream, because I intend to finish them today. Alright. Seems like comments any percent is going good. Yeah, we got through like roughly about, I don't know, like what, half of them? So, like pretty far, and although quite a few have been added since the last stream, so I'm not sure how long it'll take. Okay. Molly, how many crazy jump scare memes do you have ready to flash that you can barely contain yourself to use? Honestly, not that many, but I should add more. Did you see Andrew's video on Gaster's theme? It's a very good video. I watched it. I have a comment on there. I'm sure Andrew will probably respond to it in his stream, like, I don't know, like, I'm gonna see probably in like a few days. But yeah, I do plan to include that in my analysis for sure. I'm gonna respond to a comment about that like eventually, I think near the end of it, but it is a very good video, and it definitely kind of relates to my analysis. I'll probably just be like, hey, watch this if you want a more informed take on Gaster's theme. The Patreon's been pretty successful, huh? Yeah, I do want to get to that eventually, but it's been going shockingly well. I'm kind of baffled at how much support I've already gotten from it. I think Gaster's theme is whatever you want it to be. True. Andrew rocks. He showed skeletons in the video. If you show skeletons in the video, you're immediately very cool. Molly, what extension are you using? I think it is. I believe it is called. Oh, it is called YouTube Redux. If you're talking about the YouTube theme itself, it's called mollystars. Yeah, but the extension is YouTube Redux. It's what makes the site look a little bit more boxy. I remember you mentioned that you didn't get footage of the Windows title changing when the Deltarune logo appears in Chapter 1. Did you ever get footage for that, or still want it? I didn't, but I feel like it's probably not necessary since Part 1 is all said and done at this point. Alright. Oh, Steve's acting up, hang on. Okay. There you go. Ooh. I'm using up a little bit more, but now I think the issue is I'm trying to find a good way to segue into comments. I should probably just do it at some point, but I also just want to take a bit to kind of just chill out with y'all first. Yeah, how are we doing tonight? I'm not sure how long this one's gonna be. It probably will be like another 5 hours, probably, but I'm not quite sure. Alright. I'm doing awful, so better than usual, Lamel. I feel that. Sometimes even doing not as bad counts for something. Just popping in to say hi, heading to bed now. Have fun, Molly. Thank you, Maddie. Have a good one. Alright. It's going fairly right. Good. Good. 4:3 aspect ratio, true. Not questioning the nature of my existence and spiraling into manic self-hatred and popping off that we get some more Deltarune brain death, true. Yeah, as long as they're not having existential crises, it definitely counts for something. Have fun, bye. I have burnt myself out this week and gotta catch up on some sleep soon, but hope you guys have fun. Yeah, take it easy. I definitely feel that. 4:3 aspect ratio is probably an aesthetic thing. Yeah, it is. I just like the funny box. It's just a nice little stylistic choice. Alright. Yeah, no, literally, funny box lol. It's literally just, that's literally my reasoning. I guess it's partially also like, you know, like I imagine, I guess it's also partially like, hey, I don't see this ratio used a lot for like just normal YouTube videos. Hey Molly, are you open to being sent theories? Hang on. Are you open to being sent theories? I saw a cool one on Tumblr that I think could have some interesting implications. You can probably just like DM me somewhere. I'm like, honestly, I'm all for like just kind of like theorizing and just rambling to other people about it. I am just a theorizing nerd at the core of it, so sure, if you think it's something cool that would relate to it, why not? So question, your model here, is it a VRC? I'm not sure. What model? That's her, this is a live cam. True moist. I mean, yeah, no, this is a model, it's not literally me. But, like, this is the best approximation I can make of my real vessel. It's just one of the many vessels that I possess. I might make another one at some point, but for now this will do pretty well. I finished Twin Peaks The Return since last time. Yeah, Twin Peaks The Return is so fucking surreal. But I really like it. I haven't played it in a while. Vessel? Hollow Knight reference? No, what? True! Molly, what about Easter eggs having... I'm not sure what to make of this one. What about Easter eggs having 2 G's banned being gaster eggs, and 2 coming up almost never in the game? I'm not sure what to make of that. Well, in that case, you look like a bundle of hugs, and I'm loving this music. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Holy shit, Everhood. How? Alright. Maybe Gaster just wants to be hugged? Yeah, probably. If he can even, if he can make a fitting enough physical form, considering his shattered and everything. Maybe he does just need a hug, honestly. Alright. Hello, hello. I think Deltarune is going to be extremely divisive. Yeah, I think... Okay, yes, gotta go over it. Take care, Moist. I do feel like the main route of the game, at least, is gonna be, like, good enough for people to enjoy on its own. But, honestly... I think Deltarune is gonna be kind of one of those things where the main route will be enjoyable for some people, but there'll be something as well for people who just want to, like, dig as deep as possible into this game. I think Toby's trying to make sure there's, like, something for everyone. But at the core of it, it's absolutely, like, kind of hinging on secrets and diving deep into it. I think it's encouraged. I hope your momentum continues after Deltarune. Thank you. I kind of hope so, too. I mean, it kind of depends what I cover, really. I think at the moment I'm trying to balance, like, covering stuff that I want to cover, while also making sure that it's, like, something that would be easily digestible for people. Like, something that could be like, oh yeah, that thing, I've heard of that, let me see this video about it. But without, like, just doing the thing that's popular all the time, I guess. I think the Toby Fox game genre is called The Beach. You can enjoy it on a surface level, but once you bring 20 shovels, yeah, that is a really good way to put it, actually. The Better J, that's a really good way to put it, I like that. Also, never hold back on making music on Molly M. I'll make more eventually. Hello, it is midnight. Hello, Shadow of Roserade. I did not know this was happening. I feel like I should probably do a better job of promoting my streams, but I'm not sure how. Maybe just, like, doing more notice, like, in advance or something, or making an announcement closer to the stream itself, I'm not sure. Yeah. Time zones moment. Well, that too, yeah. Alright. You could post it in the Illuminati. True, we do have that place. Molly, do you have a community Discord server? I don't at the moment, Mana. And I've been thinking about it, but also I definitely need to get, like, mods and stuff on there at this point. I feel like I'm gonna need, like, mods and people to kind of look after it, because I'm not sure how much time I have to look after a whole server. So I'm trying to kind of work that out, if anything. Twitter and community posts, I guess. I did do one for this stream and the last one. It could just be YouTube being cringe. I'm not really sure. Does anyone here play Roblox? I haven't played Roblox in forever. But I used to like fuck up those obbies, dude. I fucking loved obbies. I have a Discord server, it has like 12 people and no rules. But yeah, like I think the main thing is I think especially after part 2 is done, I'll have to mention that in a bit too actually, but I think especially after part 2 is all said and done, I might try making a Discord, honestly, because it'll be easier for people to be notified more directly. But again, I've been a mod for like a Discord server for a while before, and it like, especially for bigger servers, I'm gonna need like a lot of mods, and to be like, I need to look into the security aspect of things, because I know how, like, if you keep a Discord server unchecked, it's gonna be a fucking mess. So that's something that I'm trying to figure out. Molly Sims uniting on the Patreon. The Patreon is just me basically saying, hey, if you trust me with your money, I can trust you with confidential secrets. If you leak them, you die. You go to hell immediately. Yeah, there are so many scandals, etc. that start in Discords. Yeah. Molly, how does it feel to have simps? I'm not really sure how to feel about it. I'm just making things, man. Then again, I mean... you know. Oh shit, it's Mulfer Mulswell Mullinson, the YouTuber of all time. Who the fuck simps for anyone? Honestly, yeah. You have simps? You're a real VTuber now. Truthfully, I don't even know if I have like actual simps. I just know people... I mean, no. I don't think I have any simps as far as I know. Like simps. Any slightly feminine being on the internet is gonna have simps. True. I mean, truthfully, I don't really care. Even if that were the case, I'm not bothered at all. I just find it really funny. Just as long as people aren't being fucking weird, because the thing is, like, at the end of the day, Molly is a character, so it's just like, if you're simping for Molly, you're just simping for the character, so it's nothing personal to me. I don't really care. To me, it feels kind of predatory. It gets predatory when people start trying to figure out personal information about you and your address and your like specific zip code and shit, and trying to talk to you like you're like a close friend of theirs or something when you're not. Like people who are just like, hey, like I appreciate you being nice and all, but we've only known each other for like, I don't know, like 2 days, so like maybe back off a little. Question, I want to make a video. What editing software do you use? I use Adobe Premiere Pro, specifically 2019, because I don't want to update mine, and I feel like if I update it, it's going to make my PC explode, but I use Premiere Pro generally. I don't usually do Patreons because most creators have a big enough audience for it to perpetuate itself. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Like, unless if I really like their content, and I want to like really kind of have more of a part in it, then sure, but otherwise, like, I don't really feel too, yeah, like, it takes a lot for me to really just be out where, like, yeah, I want to give you money. But if I'm able to, then, like, if I'm able to and I really enjoy their content, then, like, why not? It wouldn't hurt. Your VTuber model is so cute. Just curious, what's your favorite really out there Deltarune theory that would be wild if it were true? I like the... Woody theory kind of had me enthralled. I think that's one of the more unhinged ones that I'm just kind of like, I almost hope it's true. Because the thought of Toby just fucking with people for the cowboy segment is really funny to me. What else is there? Do you call boy and girl simps the same thing? It's like... they have a bit of overlap, but they wouldn't call them identical. What are your opinions on the Penumbra Phantasm conspiracy? I've listened to the song. I don't know about there being a conspiracy surrounding it, so I have no idea what's up with that. Wait, what the fuck is Woody Theory? Basically, it's a theory that Spooky Dude made as an attempt at just making something completely unhinged after the last newsletter. Because the last newsletter, there was a segment that was like, hey, the cowboy segment is like, it's like under threat of being canceled or something, Toby said. And like, oh, that's how like cowboy shows go, I guess. And then Spooky Dude was just like, okay, but what if there is something to it? Like, there probably isn't, but what if there is? Maybe Toby's doing this to kind of fuck with people and be like, hey, like, what if the next secret boss is actually like some kind of like canceled cowboy show boss? Spooky Dude feels like a stern big brother in the community, constantly keeping everyone grounded while encouraging speculation. Yeah, I do really appreciate Spooky Dude being a lot more grounded and being able to just be like, yeah, hey, there's a lot of holes in these theories and there's reasons to kind of doubt a lot of stuff, and I think it's one of those things that the community definitely needs. Oh god, don't mention Penumbra Phantasm, I won't stop talking about it. The Holy and that song fit together so well, it's eerie. It wouldn't shock me if Toby meant for there to be some kind of connection between the two. Really. It would not shock me at all. Toby said something in 2012 in some Cypher pseudo-ARG shit that says something like, at the edge of the shadow where dreams meet reality, shatter the twilight reverie. That does sound like that one tweet that he made when he, it's like the first tweet on his Twitter account, his earliest one. It does sound like a kind of extension of that, which is really weird. That is really interesting. I doubt the cowboy section will be cancelled. Well, there's always a chance. I mean, knowing Toby, from what I can understand, there's a good chance that Chapter 3 might be one of those things where, like, so much stuff got made for it that now they have to actually cut down on stuff. Because even on the previous newsletter, like the winter one, I think he mentioned, like, how he tried to, like, make a something less something-like. So, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, maybe Chapter 3 just kind of grew to be a little bit more than they could chew on. But honestly, who knows? Okay. It's weird. I feel weirdly, like, naturally back into it. It's like I kind of exactly where I left off. I should get to comments soon, but also, like, I'm just Bing chilling right now. I just realized that Molly Loki gives me Vib Ribbon vibes. That makes me really happy to hear that. I fucking love Vib Ribbon. I love Vib Ribbon so much. There could be a bit of potential inspiration there. Maybe not here, but elsewhere, but I can't say much more than that. But I'm very glad that even this Sona kind of gives off those vibes. I'm glad you're having fun. You definitely seem comfortable this time. Yeah. Maybe I'm just, like, a little bit too comfortable, if anything. I think Deltarune is not just different, but also kind of a passion project, for sure. Deltarune is literally Toby's dream game. He got the game from a fever dream. It's literally his dream game. It's the game that he didn't make first, but he has been wanting to make probably, like, for a very long time, since before Undertale. Chapter 2 was really long. It's even hard to summarize, in my opinion. Yeah, it's really... That's kind of why Part 2 especially is taking so much, because aside from everything else in Chapter 2 as is, that chapter has the weird route, so it's just like, there is so much to go over with that chapter alone, so that's why Part 2 especially is taking a while, which, speaking up, I was going to mention this minutes ago, now that everyone's in here. I want to give a little update on Part 2. I don't have too much edited, but I have about, I don't know, like, 4 minutes of the video edited, and the intro is done. It's not a lot. The video's still going to be just shy over 2 hours, but I have started editing it, and I would like to kind of make more progress on it within the coming weeks. I can't give a proper date on it yet. I'm not anywhere near, like, the point where I can, like, announce anything, but I have started to, I have kind of started to kind of get into editing it. So we're going to see how that goes. Thinking about how I made a shitpost that was just me and the chipmunk. Holy Deltarune. It's giving analog horror. I also saw someone saying, what was it that you said? Your VTuber's head feels very squeezable like a dog's chew toy. I'm very happy to hear that. Holy mollystars! Molly, don't let the autism take over this early. I can't help it. Alright. What if Gaster was gay? Wouldn't that be crazy? I mean, it's called Another Him. You know, I'm just... Another him? Come on. There's no way. Molly should start ranting about Project Moon and/or Everhood and/or Crosscode and/or... It's about like 3 hours too early for me to start rambling about those. Surely you just... I mean, you can't spell specimen. I can't really... I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Frunzel and Terraria? Here with the controversy, Gaster is actually a homophobe, which is why the gays will defeat him. You might be onto something there. Holy Prunzelrune! Holy... No, Gaster is not homophobic, he... And eggs too, like, come on. Molly, what was that? What was what? Alright. Right, chat is getting a little bit unhinged, so I should probably... So this is probably my cue to start actually reading comments, but... It's been a good while now, it's been like... Oh god, 33 minutes. Okay. But I'm gonna assume everyone's already in, comfortable now. I'm gonna finish the comments now, this stream. That should be my priority, but... Remember, please come back when you get to mine. I'll make sure to keep yours in mind next early. But yeah, alright. Welcome everyone. I'm just continuing right from the last stream. If you want to have any context, just watch the first one after this. Or if it's a VOD, then just watch the first one before this one for any context on this stream and everything, but I'm continuing right from where I left off last time in terms of the comments. Where we left off, we finished with Yellowsnake's comment, their Bible of a comment, which is very cool. Oh. Yeah, but yeah. I'm gonna try to just focus for a while on finishing the comments now, so I'm gonna let y'all do your thing, and I might check on chat every now and then, but I'm gonna try to just focus on finishing them, so... Molly, quick question, what's the view count like right now? On the video, let me check. Right now, the video has like 71,000 views, if you're talking about part 1. Oh, hang on, let me find the... But if we're talking about the stream, we got 65 concurrent viewers, apparently. So, it seems about right. Yeah, the video's still growing pretty well. It's pretty fucking surreal to me. Thank you, Shadow of Resurrect. At least 1 view, so true. Alright. Okay. I love your VTuber avatar. Thank you. Alright. But I'm gonna start getting into comments now. So you're saying Molly has Riz? Well, yeah. I guess that is what Nexter is saying, huh? No, actually. Oh, okay. So it's not what Nexter is saying. What's the best flavor of Lego, plastic or rubber? Rubber is the best flavor, plastic is the best weapon. Plastic is good for laying traps around to eliminate your foes, but rubber is a good snack. But yeah, I should actually get to comments now, so if you'll excuse me, I'm going to finish them. Isn't rubber toxic? I love chemicals! But yeah, comments. I'm going to finish them this stream. I don't know how long it'll take, but however long it takes, I will finish them. I have chat covered, so for now I'm gonna assume that the mods are gonna handle it, and you know that everything will turn out. But I will check every now and then after I check enough, you know, periodically. But right now we still have quite a lot to go through, so let's finish the comments, starting with Rigi1461. And after I finish the comments for this video, I'm gonna look through the comments after this and a few community posts and the first stream's comments. But otherwise, yeah, I've given it an update on part 2. It's coming along. I'll hopefully make more progress in the coming weeks and kind of speed it up in that regard. But otherwise, let's just get started. Got chills when the survey program section started. I remember that day was like it was yesterday. Yeah, thank you. I remember still, like, I really wanted the end of the Undertale section, the beginning of the survey program section, to really kind of, like, encapsulate how surreal that event was. Because even if I wasn't, like, a fan of the games yet, like, I really was only a fan, like, in November of that year. But, yeah, from then onward. But, I remember, I still kind of look back on it and I'm just like, man, it must have been so fucking insane. And just, like, out of the blue for people who, like, were fans of Undertale and seeing that. So I really did want to kind of, like, encapsulate that feeling with that section. Of course, it was, like, you know, like, a little bit spooky, but, like, you know, that's kind of the intent. And I'm really glad that I kind of got to evoke that. From Link and a bunch of numbers. God, this was so good. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Fiction inside a fiction inside a fiction. Surrounded by another fiction. It's kind of like what the roaring possibly is, all these worlds collapsing into each other. Yeah, I do kind of agree with that, honestly. It's... like, I feel like the roaring is kind of one of those things where... I think in the meta scheme, in the meta standpoint, it probably is one of those things where it's like, the roaring is meant to symbolize, like, detaching yourself from reality completely. Like, you've made so many abstractions of reality to the point that you don't even know, like the line's, like, completely non-existent. I think that's what the roaring probably is going to end up being from, like, a meta standpoint in terms of the game's message, which I think is definitely concerning. But I do feel like that's, like, probably our best guess for what the roaring, like, is from that angle. Just saying, Toby is a big Off fan, and in Off there's a puzzle that uses 3 save files. I hippity hoppity beta papyrus based on Dedan Wodority. I'm not sure what you were saying at the end here, but I am pretty aware of Toby being a big Off fan, and I do recall there being a puzzle with the 3 save files in Off, so I wouldn't be really surprised too much if it kind of took inspiration from that. Again, I have to play it myself. I watched a friend play it, like, a while ago, but I definitely do... I wouldn't be surprised if there was, like, some kind of inspiration there, and whatever Off did there, it probably could be, like, a bit of a potential reference point for how DELTARUNE's gonna handle it. Neat that we got Asgore some free eggs. Guy probably needs them. Yeah. Dude had, like, what, like a fucking pickle in there? Like, man, Asgore's... Someone's got... People... We gotta give Asgore more, like, food. Give that dude, like, I don't know, like a burger or something. Guy is struggling. But yeah, I do think Off definitely could play, like, a good bit of inspiration there. So I'm curious to see how that'll turn out in Deltarune. This is your second video? Well, on the channel, yeah. It is the second video, like, on this channel, but I have been editing videos for a very long time. This is just the second time that I've, like, made a proper, like, YouTube-friendly video, I guess, so to speak, for the channel. But I'm very happy with how it's turned out and how people have received it. Beautiful video. This itches my brain so good. Thank you, thank you. Just want to say that I really like your videos, but having all the walls of text that could probably be boiled down to a sentence or two pop up every other minute is pretty exhausting. I do agree. I did respond to this comment when it first popped up, because I tend to respond to criticisms especially. Yeah, it is something that I'm trying to already cut down on in part 2, where I'm kind of just being very sparse with my like just text additions, or otherwise just making new audio, because like I may as well just do that instead. It's easier for people to listen to someone talking rather than having to read like a whole wall of text. So that is something that I want to practice like a little bit more restraint on, even if like being concise isn't exactly my forte. But I did get a few comments about this, so it is something that I want to work on for sure. Hi, I'm so sorry to immediately be off topic, but is your bracelet intentionally the game gender colors, or am I just seeing the flag in every CMYK pattern I see? I am not game gender, but nor is the bracelet intended to be game gender, but I did read up on that when I got this comment at first. It was pretty much completely unintentional, but I do find it very funny that it kind of just lined up like that. But I mean, hey, if people want to read that from it, then I'm not going to stop you. I don't know if anyone has pointed this out, but the character name could change to Kara or Frisk. 7 characters long. I mean, neither one of those are 7 characters long. So I'm not really sure to make that. Deltarune is fictional within Undertale sounds wonderful. I have gotten a few comments that kind of make the assumption that I'm saying that Deltarune is fictional within Undertale. And I mean, it is certainly an interpretation, but it's not quite how I see it. I think there's separate universes and separate kind of bubbles. But Deltarune has like a weird thing going on where it's making bubbles within those bubbles somehow. And it's kind of like abstracting itself as you go into each bubble. So that's kind of how I think Deltarune is going about it, where Undertale is more just the one bubble, and that's like about all it really needs. They're both equally real, but the characters might not see it that way. Yeah, no, again, like, it could be, maybe, but I kind of doubt that Deltarune is, like, within Undertale as a bubble. I've seen people, like, I think saying that, like, oh, oh, maybe the machine in the lab is Deltarune's, like, way of connecting to it or whatever, but I don't really think that's necessarily the case. But I do think it does relate to it for sure. I'm kind of shocked if it wasn't related to Deltarune whatsoever. Just not in the way that some people might be thinking. I had never heard about Undertale's weird menus or saves being different, and Chris possibly having all or the Dark World being larger than life, or... Thank you for watching the video, but yeah, there are a lot of... I am very glad that, like, some of the info in the video has been, like, stuff that I guess, like, people haven't learned about, which, like, was the intention. Like, some stuff in the game, even if it has been discussed, or even if it hasn't, I kind of wanted to kind of just put it all into one thing altogether. In one, like, thing that can be, like, presented as, like, its own sort of bubble, to kind of, like, examine everything and compile all that information. So I'm very glad that people have been kind of, like, more well-informed, I suppose, in that regard. This is one of the comments I made when the video was starting to blow up. Damn, you're really doing what Andrew did. Okay, nothing of note here. Actually, Gaster's theme is definitely intentionally in song that might play when you fight Sans because it specifically only plays on one side. I do vaguely remember that, yeah, actually. Yeah, like, I haven't looked too much into Undertale's applications of Gaster's theme because, I mean, it's a Deltarune-focused series, not Undertale, but I do vaguely remember, I do remember that song that might play kind of, I think, has it somewhere, because it only plays on one side, so that is definitely worth noting for sure. And, you know, another potential thing connecting Sans to Gaster, because there's already a lot of that. Comment for the algorithm. So much information. I kind of took the sheer amount of puzzle pieces for granted and just had them on the back of my head, but seeing all of them in one video together is really, really interesting. And too much. Really makes you think what kind of fever dream Toby had gone through. After all, everything started from this one fever dream that is an ending to the game. Just what could the ending be? I should have recalled Toby said in the interview, I have to make what I saw in my dream. I don't even know if it's particularly good. Yeah, that's what makes me go insane too about the ending is, and it's why I think it's like gonna be impossible to predict, is that like not even Toby knows if it's like a particularly good ending. Like I think people are too like focused on like, oh, what's like the most narratively satisfying thing. Toby doesn't even know like if it'll be like a particularly good ending. He just knows he wants to make a game with that ending. So we have no way of knowing for sure, honestly, like what the hell will happen. It just makes my mind go places. What crazy ending could this be with this 7-chapter long lead up? Would it even be a conventional ending if this is a literal fever dream? Yeah, like it could literally go anywhere. I think it's completely like unpredictable. Also, your voice is cool, thank you. But yeah, like I'm really just like Portal. But yeah, I do honestly feel like I think there's just no way to predict it. We might be able to get the general elements of an ending, but how it'll happen is I think it's completely like I think it's completely off the table. We have no clue. This is effects of people not getting their grubby hands on this game, huh? Yeah. I think naturally, if we only have demos, we're gonna just like start chewing at like even the smallest details eventually if we're waiting long enough. The 4:3 aspect ratio is very fitting, thank you. Yo, I didn't know you did videos, thank you, Maddie. Deltarune sure is a machine, huh? True. You could call it a device, maybe. Ooh. This video is amazing. Thank you, thank you. The dedication that went into creating this content is nothing if not outstanding. Deltarune has been one of my main interests since it came out. There's just so many great things to talk about this game. The characters, new and old faces are all great, the humor has this endearing but weird charm to it. Yeah. I really like the humor of the game and just the personality of it in general. I think if it weren't for that, like everything else wouldn't be as interesting to delve into. So like no matter what happens, I'm just really happy to see more of that, like, of the vibe of the game, really. And yeah, I go into the meta stuff and the lore a lot, but I really just like the characters especially. I get really attached to them really easily, and yeah, it's really cool. As someone who tends to look at the clues hidden in the game itself sometimes, I'm not really looking into the code of the game. Not for like I'm trying, it's just not really my thing. My brain big dum-dum when dealing with coding and stuff. Yeah, that's fair. So I really appreciate videos like this that I really look into all the details that make the game what it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I really am glad that, yeah, again, that was the intention. I just wanted this series to be basically compiling a bunch of info and then making my own, potentially completely unhinged take on that info, so to see that it's working and that people are enjoying it does mean a lot, so thank you. Thank you very much. With so much effort put into keeping the audience focused, explaining consistently, and then being careful not to be as objective as you can, I would say this is the best video explaining the messages lore of this universe. Thank you. I didn't even know the threat shed. I didn't know either until Brett told me about it all those months ago, and I'm still reeling from it. Like, what the fuck does that mean? And I have to thank you for your incredibly good diction or the way you pronounce the words. Thank you. I am very glad that the way that I pronounce stuff is fairly understandable. I am very glad that like it's not too difficult for people to listen. It's something that I try to pay attention to a lot in the audio because it's like I imagine people put on especially longer videos, like they might just want to listen to it at least. So if it doesn't sound good, then everything else kind of crumbles. So I put a lot of focus into the audio especially. But yeah, thank you very much. The underground is related to the save and load mechanics, so that could be part of the reason why you can't save in Light World. That is also true. Like, if I recall, I think in Undertale, only one entity can really have that feature to save at a time. So yeah, like only one character at a time has that ability to save and load. It could just be that Chris just doesn't have that ability in the Light World if saving exists, or the rules in saving in the Light World are completely different in Deltarune. But it is definitely that is a very notable thing too, that the underground is related to that mechanic, and that like we kind of overpowered Flowey's ability to do it. So I think that is definitely worth noting for sure, as like a maybe a way to clue us in on how the hell saving might work in the Light World if it exists. Thank you. I eagerly wait the next installment. Eventually. I had an idea that the music here is different because of a specific reason. What is... The music here is different. Let me do something actually for comfort's sake. I'm gonna put this on another tab. Just so that I can find the specific, I don't know why I stopped the music. Yeah, I have 111.30. Okay, so talking about man.ogg, maybe the music in this room is somehow a switched around version of Gaster's theme? Potentially. I can kind of see that being the case. I think, because my initial theory was that, like, perhaps they're not literally, you know, full out copying Gaster's theme, but that they are kind of inspired by it. So it's like different takes on the same idea. So it's meant to get across the same sort of feeling, even if it's not, like, copying it outright. That is kind of how I feel about it, potentially. Let me get some water real quick. Alright. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel at this point about man.ogg, is that, it's probably, it's just, like, meant to kind of get across that it's, like, Gaster adjacent, if anything, or that it's in that same kind of ballpark, potentially. Commenting for the algorithm as well, thank you. I guess Smimpton isn't the only character that uses brackets in their dialogue. 3213. Oh yeah! That was a very nice catch, actually. Let me see. It's somewhere around Rootbuster. But yeah, they're talking about this. Return here in brackets 24 hours. Though I kind of just assumed that this is because, my assumption really was just that this was because, like, Toby probably wrote this well in advance and didn't know when exactly he was gonna release it, so the 24 hours is just like, oh, you know, like, okay, I decided on this, so it's gonna be in this amount of time. But the fact that it is in brackets is very notable for sure. It could potentially mean something, honestly. So we'll have to see if, like, Gaster uses brackets more often in the future. Thank you for bringing up the unseen secrets of Deltarune. I never knew about the threat value until now. Thank you. I'm very glad that people are informed about it. Everything about this video is right up my alley, from the music and humor to your art style and the ridiculously long and in-depth analysis. I love it. Thank you. I suppose I'm glad that me being super verbose is a bit of a strength for some people. It might not be for everyone, but I am really glad that it appeals to some people. Because I cannot help it. though I do try to be more concise when I feel it's when I feel it warrants it. Really love this video, and I'm so in love with the way you edit. Open bunker image is a tad spooky. Thank you. Honestly, because I'm more of a current in-game lore person over meta lore person, I can't say much, but this vid was fascinating and helped me understand why some people are more into the potential meta aspect of Deltarune. That was exactly the intention, and thank you. I'm really glad that that got across well. I'm really glad that I kind of managed to communicate that stuff very well through the video for some people, and that does really mean a lot, so thank you, thank you, thank you. 3950. 3950. What did I say at 3950? Oh. Something I think of. Okay, you're probably just talking about this general thing. I know Jar did talk about it as well, so I think this is the case. For how much Undertale played with meta concepts, it was never hard meta. But it's not it's a world that works like a video game, but it's not literally a video game in-universe. There is no in-universe player. There are characters that are metaphors for the player, like Flowey and Kara. And I think Deltarune will be the same in this regard. The Red Soul that we play as, the one we keep calling the player, may very well be its... Let me check something quick. Yeah, we seem good for now. May very well be its own character in the story. Maybe it's a dead human whose soul found its way in Chris somehow, or whatever. The point is that it doesn't have to literally be us. I do kind of agree with this. Just how we were advised to give Kara her own name in Undertale, despite the fact Kara was a character with their own backstory, not literally the player. As a true name marker, that is a very interesting point, but it relies on the assumption that we will learn the name of this hypothetical character at one point. If it is, for example, an artificial human soul created by Gaster as part of an experiment, it may not even have a name. That is also true. Or again, it may be a dead human and we just never learned their name. After all, we learned the name Kara from the code. There is no line of dialogue in Undertale itself that confirms it. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. That's kind of how the conclusion I've come to as well, is I think when people hear oh, they're the player isn't literally us in Deltarune, that they think oh, then we're just playing as some other character that is its own separate thing entirely. I think it's more so we might not have an equivalent to Kara in Deltarune in terms of a character that we kind of control or have direct influence on, who kind of has this deep backstory, but we might have a character who is a stand-in. It's a perfect slot for us to fit into, so it doesn't have to literally acknowledge us as the real actual person, but still acknowledges our very real role in the story. So I can get behind that, honestly. That it might not be hard meta, and that the universe itself in both of those games, it works like a video game, but the characters don't know that it's literally a game. So I think these games just have the concept of a player that is present that we fit into. But that doesn't mean that it acknowledges the player's literal physical existence as an actual person. I think those two things can be kind of separated for sure. And it is a conclusion that I come to after thinking a little harder about it. So, and I think it raises a lot of very fair points, honestly, in terms of are we literally playing as ourselves or a Kara equivalent or what? But I do think it's basically just there probably is just a very convenient slot that was made for the player, which is in the form of the Red Soul. Which could be its own character, but regardless is kind of meant to be embodying just the concept of the player, not the actual person. So I can get behind that, honestly. Enjoy this, joy. Thank you for the algorithm. Thank you. Anyone got a clue what the thing in the outro bunker is? I thought it was the chair due to how it's moving, but it doesn't line up. I will tell you, it's definitely not the chair. I'm not sure what that is myself, but it's not the chair. Doesn't quite look like it. You had me when you mentioned that not only were we creating fiction within fiction, but also when you pointed out the dark world. Yeah, I was similarly wait a minute, there might be something to this. Again, it's obviously for the aesthetic purposes and for the presentation and everything and convenience, but I do think there definitely is something to that. The dark and light worlds especially, they kind of have different playstyles to them, and I do feel like it is worth calling attention to. Very, very interesting. Mildly peculiar, if you will. Do you have a link to the full drawing here? It's very cute. They're talking about the... Where is it? Somewhere around here. I think it is... Yeah, I was talking about this one. This is the desktop background that I use. The full drawing is by this artist on Twitter. I don't know if their account is open or not, but that is where I got the drawing from. Very good art. But it's just my desktop background, so there's that. This reminds me of what Toby said about the Halloween hack where your only choice is to continue playing or not to. I do remember there being a parallel in that the Halloween hack also kind of played with the whole idea of how even your ideas with I think I do remember the Halloween hack also mentioned the concept of even the routes that are kind of considered to be going off the beaten path, even those are laid out by somebody, they're railroaded regardless, so it doesn't really matter at all at the end of the day. I don't think Deltarune is going with that same angle, but it's playing in the kind of ballpark, because I do think the Halloween hack, from what I can gather, it definitely had a more I don't know, perhaps pessimistic approach to it. which I feel like Deltarune isn't really trying to go for. Because, I mean, keep in mind, Halloween Hack was made like when Toby was way younger, and probably a lot edgier, so really, fucking who knows. But I do think it could be playing with similar themes, potentially. Alright, we'll get more water. Alright. Such a great video. I do wonder how this ties into the larger narrative. Gaster in Undertale was more of an Easter egg than a character, unless so deep into lore you don't know that exists. That is true. He is a bit more obvious in Deltarune, but casual fans don't even know his name, only that he's the spooky intro dude. I can see this going in two ways. Either the game becomes a lot more meta, one-shot style, and Gaster's narrative becomes a lot more clear without needing to delve into the code. Alternatively, he stays hidden from casual fans, it becomes an RGS-style puzzle for dedicated fans, while casual fans still have his enjoyable narrative without delving into the deeper layers. I would say that would make the story less satisfying since the Gaster mystery is quite obvious, but when I forced my BF to play Undertale, he got the neutral ending with Mettaton as king and was completely satisfied and didn't want to see the true ending. So there might be a large audience of casual fans who will be satisfied with the potential meta-less ending. I can also see it going both ways, really. You're right, because either at this point, either Gaster is so important that he has to have like an actual info dump, like, you know, like actual, like, you know, like an outright straightforward like lore dump about him in the game eventually, or he stays hidden and just kind of becomes like a thing for fans to find if they dig really deep. It's gotta be one of those two at this point, and I don't know which one it is, though I'm willing to wager it'll be kind of like the former, where you can still enjoy the mean route, you know, like you could still enjoy the main route as is, but that isn't the ending that Toby might be talking about when he says that there's only one ending. Or rather, that might be the ending that he's talking about, but when he says that there's something more important than reaching the end, he's talking about everything with Gaster and that, like, you'll be eventually encouraged to kind of go beyond the surface eventually. Like inevitably, like, the game will encourage you more to go through the secret bosses, or maybe the weird route, or what have you, but I think the game, I think a lot of the game's intention is for it to be basically, like, leaving a lot of the secret stuff not addressed, so that people can find that shit on their own. Which I think, you know, which, like, the weird route was like that. People didn't even believe that it was, like, real at first. So, like, people just found that stuff on their own, so, like, I think it'll be more stuff like that, really. Where people can enjoy the game as is, but then they start seeing more really weird stuff in the game, and then they realize, like, oh, this is what the game really is. That's kind of how I feel. Like, it's one of those games that's supposed to look very simple on the surface, but it's not. And it kind of becomes like a sort of fractal of just kind of becoming more and more complex over time. That's kind of how I feel about it, ultimately. But, you know, we'll have to see, really. But that's kind of the vibe I'm getting, honestly, with the game so far. Among Us. Sus. Among Us in real life. Sus. Off topic, but your character looks so huggable. Thank you. I'm very glad that she does. As a longtime Undertale Deltarune fan, this is probably one of the coolest things I've ever consumed from a fan theorist, from its adherence to the games in terms of speculation and evidence to its interesting and obscure bits that I've never heard of. This was definitely an hour 40 minutes I wouldn't want back. Yeah, again, the text on the screen, I do plan to work on that. Again, like, in part 2, I'm gonna try to cut down on that and just keep it like if I have to add text, I'm gonna keep it either like, yeah, like 3 to 5 sentences at most with each, like, text at this point. So it's not like an entire wall that you have to read, like, every few minutes. Well, not every few, but, like, occasionally. So for sure that is something that I do want to work on, going into part 2. Which I think I already am, actually, but, you know, I'm gonna try to keep that in mind going forward. This project seems very, very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Because this is actually something I don't struggle with, but it's partially detrimental since I'm constantly shooting. Oh yeah, I was just talking with this person for a while. Yeah, I think I noted their Discord a while ago, so yeah, there's that. Just had a little convo with them, but I do appreciate the criticism and thank you very much, and I'm very glad that you enjoyed it. Something interesting is Gaster's name is WD Gaster, and that stands for Windings Gaster, but something else is that Gaster also alludes to the font Aster. That I did forget to note this, and I think it was mostly just because I'm not really sure what to make of the info, but I do know the thing alluding to the font Aster. So it could definitely work either way. I think the fact that it kind of alludes to that font definitely does kind of add to the idea that it probably is, his name probably is alluding to fonts. Maybe it is more fuel for him to be like a skeleton, but honestly, who knows? But I might like mention it offhand in part 2 potentially, because I mean, in part 2 right now, I'm just up to the part where I'm going over basically all the corrections from part 1, and then I'm gonna go into like, you know, everything in chapter 2 properly. So maybe in there I'll throw like a little thing of text in here that's just like, oh yeah, there's also this about him. So I'll definitely try to keep that in mind potentially. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, this comment, this one's really fucking funny. I argue there's one more evidence for Mystery Man being Gaster. The first Mystery Man room is an alternate to a room that has a bird and a bell. A bird with wings and a bell who emits the sound of a ding. A wing and a ding. Wing ding. And frankly, given how random that room feels, that can't be a coincidence. I can feel Toby giggling to himself while making a room with such a stupid hint. You're right. It's such a dumb hint, but it wouldn't even shock me if that was what Toby meant by it. That is such a good fucking... like, I don't even know if that was the intention, but it could be. It's so out of the way that, like, I wouldn't even be surprised, but I never noticed it, and I'm shocked that I never did. God. That's a really good comment. Oh yeah, I got a few DMs from this person, because they mentioned that they found a few, like, sources of information and, like, weird, like, unused dialogue that seemed weird. I don't think there was anything all that out there. I could check my Twitter DMs with them real quick and see what was up with that. Yeah, there was, like, one bit here that I know was like kind of out there. It was, I think, from rlly. Yeah, like there wasn't too much that was like a bit like, oh shit, but I did find a few things kind of interesting, mainly like some rlly dialogue that went like, oh, I'll be your subject, or well, there would be if I had any. They would if I had any. Oh, don't worry about me, Chris. I'm starting to find a subject someday. But if you insist, Chris is your prince and authority, I order you to. Please let me know what to do. Thank you, Chris, I will. Yeah, so it's a bunch of unused rlly dialogue, but I did notice that like it never really appeared in the game, which I found kind of notable. But other than that, there wasn't anything too groundbreaking, but it was definitely interesting that to have like a bit of a conversation with them there. This is amazing video. Subscribed. What is the device? Well, what's the rest of the series? So you'll probably know. Also, we've got Tajaru's comment, and this is where I'll probably drink some more water. Jaru jump scare. But yeah, this is another one of the ones I was definitely anticipating. Azrael's Dust Pog. I'm of course referring to Jaru. Anyway, good video. I do think I disagree with some of the assumptions though, namely the idea that the true name is the name for the fallen child. Kara being called the true name is just as liable to be a meta-reference to the Kara variable in the code rather than literally being the name of the fallen child. Their canon name is whatever we choose to call them. They don't have a name beyond that, canonically speaking, and from a meta-narrative standpoint, the true Kara we encounter in the Baden is meant to be a metaphor for the player. And thus them being called the true Kara can very validly be interpreted as them being the true representation of the player, rather than that being evidence of Kara being the fallen child's true name. Similarly, as folks in this community love to point out, the true Kara we see in the Baden is distinct from the fallen child. for a variety of clear and not so clear reasons. So even if we accept that Geno Kara is the true representation of the player, that doesn't necessarily mean that the original Fall Child was also Kara within the confines of this extremely meta-narrative. I do agree with all this, generally, yeah, because we only really knew of Kara from the code, and because it's just called the true name. So it could really just be more so reference to that Kara is just a shorthand way of referring to the fallen child in the code. So that they don't have to write the fallen child every single time in the code. Kara is probably just easier to write. So yeah, like, I guess technically speaking, yeah, it does kind of make sense there. Like, they don't really have a name beyond that. And yeah, and again, I do agree. Like, the true Kara at the bad ending is meant to be a metaphor for the player, for sure. Like, it's meant to, like, that is a case where I think it's more so being like, this is what the player always has been and is used to being. It's a reflection of them in a way, even if Kara is still also their own character with their own backstory and all that. Yeah, the fallen child is also kind of distinct from that true Kara. Yeah, so there's like some degrees of like distinction there. I do agree with this generally, and that is kind of something I overlooked. But it's still something that I felt was worth bringing up. That like we don't really have a true name in Deltarune. It's not a given that the entity that became known as the fallen child is synonymous with the whole Kara true name Easter egg. It could very well just be something the community headcanoned so hard that we forget it was just a theory. Yeah, it could be potentially another fandom Mandela effect, potentially. So, but there's like a lot of things from Undertale that I think people definitely just kind of ran with, and I don't really blame them, but it is definitely worth noting that like there is a chance that maybe like we generalize things a little bit too hard sometimes. Plus, if the Fallen Child still exists in Deltarune, but we have nothing to do with them, then we have no reason to name them, so there'd be no true name shenanigans involving them. That is also true. Furthermore, we do name something. We named the vessel, but since the vessel wasn't a real person the way the Fallen Child was, they have no true name. Yeah, that is one of the other things I kind of overlooked, was that I think the main reason we don't have a true name in Deltarune is because we make the vessel right then and there. So we know that the vessel doesn't have a backstory to speak of. The vessel doesn't have like a distinct thing or like a baggage. Like, it was made for us, for like our use right then and there. It could very well be that there's no true name Easter egg. Yeah, as it was created right then and there. Long story short, there's plenty of ways to interpret all this so as not to require the Gaster tweets to be canon. Yeah, no, I don't think Toby would want like the tweets to be canon or necessary to understand the meta-narrative. I think they're more so supplementary and just more so fitting for while the game isn't complete yet. But I think when it's complete especially, I think Toby just wants that to be able to stand on its own without needing to like go to all these different like websites and different places to like understand it fully. Like, you should be able to get a good grasp of the meta-narrative through the game itself. I do definitely I can get behind that notion. And thank you, Jaru. I'm very glad that Jaru enjoyed the video. From my PV, the Fallen Child isn't like inherently the player, but there are a lot of parallels that sort of make them like. Yeah, I already responded to this, so. Like, we'll see some of their memories wake up when we do, i.e. when Frisk falls down, but they still have enough autonomy to be kind of up in the air as to how exactly they and us are related. In my opinion, the best way to think of it is that the Fallen Child represents us rather than being us. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. I can get behind a lot of the notions with this comment, honestly. And that kind of bit where I brought up, like, oh, we don't have a true name in Deltarune. I only overlooked the fact that, like, the vessel doesn't have a true name because it was made for us, so why would it have a true name? And yeah, there's, like, a lot of fair points here. Like, the true name isn't necessarily the name for the Fallen Child, it's just, like, a shorthand way of referring to, like, Kara in the code and everything. So I think it's still good. It has a lot more nuance than I initially thought, which is kind of what I took away from this comment. So so that is something that I could definitely like see a lot more conversation on And yeah, I don't have much more to say other than that, but I did find it a very interesting response from him, and it does kind of clear up like what I think his stance on the whole thing is. Because I remember people like, there's still so much debate is the thing about like the player, like how canon the player is to Deltarune, like if it's literally yes and all that. It's one of those things that like that's what makes the meta narrative so kind of difficult to solve, in my opinion. Is like we don't know how canon the player is, or how literally the player is represented in Deltarune. If we could get like some clarification on that, it would definitely narrow things down quite a bit. But yeah, really, really neat response, and I'm really glad that I got a comment from him as well. And it's still baffling that I got so many like comments and got to talk with like plenty of other theorists in the community. It's still surreal even after like what, practically a month and a half now. But yeah, I think I'll take the moment to check on chat real quick. How are we doing? Now that I've read Jar's comment. How are we doing? Alright. Blop. Can't wait for your appearance in the next Delta cast when the theorists whenever the next chapters come out. I have no idea if I'll be in a Delta cast. That would be fucking insane. But if it ever does happen, I mean, who knows? I can't say anything on that regard. I guess it depends what if Mystic would want me to come onto that. Gaster's just a nickname where his name is Windingsgaster. True. Pineapples. The Mollycast. I like to imagine the second speaker being Gaster trying his darndest to speak like a normal person, like sweating, putting 110% effort into it. You know what? I can get behind that. Like fucking like it is Gaster, but he's like trying really hard to just speak normally. If it's like that, then I find that funny. I think that's the one case where the second voice being Gaster is like I can, that's fine with me, because I find that really funny, if anything. What is this timing? I recently finished watching 2 videos and loved them a lot. Your Deltarune video put all my thoughts into very well presented words and elaborate on them. Thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. And welcome to the stream. What else is there? Just looking through all the chat from earlier. Alright, do you think the author from One Shot and Gaster would be friends? I feel like they would have disagreements often, potentially, but I think they would be friends. How late am I, OMG? Just shy of an hour and 20, Patry, but you're good. We've still got quite a lot to go through. How much do you play TF2? I haven't played it in a while, but I do. I have been thinking of maybe getting back into it someday. There's just a lot of other games on my current rotation that I want to get through. Gaster seems like he would be very rude. I think he'd be the kind of person who's like rude without intending to be. Like a very matter-of-fact individual. Like he's very bad with tone, probably. The closest one I could put under the genre could be that's where I repulse him, honestly. That's true. Like Whiteface never gets enough love. I love Whiteface. He tries to compliment and makes people insecure. Yeah. There are so many people who play or have played TF2 in the past. It's insane to me. I mean, TF2 is like a free game. It's very easy to get a hold of it, so it's like one of those games where it doesn't shock me if like a lot of people have played it. It's very easy to like get a hold of. I'm sure like most people have like at least tried it at some point. When you get into TF2, you start to see references everywhere. Yeah. It's like once you've played it, it's like you get all the context. Trust me when I say that TF2 has already taken most of my childhood. Yeah, that's also true. I feel that, like, TF2 is one of those things, like, even in the time that I never played it, I at least knew it because of Gmod animations. It's just kind of iconic. It's very, like, easily recognizable. Gaster is my oomphy and lived to cat face, but is forced to wingdings. I'm in a very stimmy Twin Peaks mood right now. I'm always in a very stimmy Twin Peaks mood. What is the most obscure game you recommend? Crosscode. I don't know how obscure the game is, but I feel like nobody fucking talks about it. Crosscode is a very good game. Also, if you can stomach very fucked up lore and very heavy settings, any of Project Moon's games would be neat to try. Maybe not Lobotomy Corporation, that's very hard to get into. Very difficult to beat as well, but Library of Ruin at least. Or Lippis Company. Either of those are good. For real, Crosscode is the most obscure polished game out there. Yeah, it's like... I feel like the way people talk about my videos, it's how I talk about Crosscode. It's like, how is this game not big? Molly, do your best, Don Quixote. Lippis Company! I love Don Quixote. She's a fucking gremlin in that game. My obscure game recommendation would be Eastward. Yeah, actually, Eastward's another good one. I actually wanted to make a video on Eastward since, like, forever ago, because I find the story of that game very kind of fascinating and how it turned out. Because I remember a lot of people complained about the story of that game. And I definitely would like to kind of, like, give a crack at it at some point. Have you watched Mandela Catalog? I haven't caught up on it. I've watched, I think, like, the first few volumes, but I haven't caught up on it in a while. I recommend the Surrealist RPG Space Funeral. I have played Space Funeral. I have played a lot of the RPG Maker stuff. I've kind of I will say I'm kind of like an RPG Maker kick right now. I've been playing a lot of like Yuminiki Online stuff lately. Mainly .flow currently, but I want to get into Yumituki at some point as well. Yeah, Eastward looks so good. It's a very good game. My video game recommendation is Yearwalk. I played that game on the iPad when I was a kid. That game was very good. It's very fucking surreal. I love it. Inscription is a great card game. Yeah, I also play Inscription. It is a very good game. A very good card game especially. But it's one of those games I can't really say too much about. I'm also gonna pull a Night Margin. Outer Wilds. Do play Outer Wilds. One of those games that I can't say anything about at all, but please play it. It's very good. Inscription mentioned. I don't think I'm ready to be obsessed with a new cast of characters, so that's also fair. A lot of the games I mentioned, they have their own kind of cast, and it's easy to get attached and all that. You have to be ready to kind of get yourself attached to like a new cast of characters. I want to play a Twin Peaks game. I'd love to have a Twin Peaks game. But the game itself has to be directed by David Lynch, and it has to be for the PS2. The Twin Peaks game can only be for the PlayStation 2. Only. It has to have the graphics of that system, or else it doesn't count. That's the only way I can see a Twin Peaks game working. It's just got that vibe to it. Hypnospace Outlaw. I've heard a lot of stuff about Hypnospace Outlaw. I gotta play it at some point. It's one of those games I've been kind of eyeing. I've seen a lot of people playing it in the past. It seems very cool. But I somehow have not played it yet. Driving a car into the waiting room in Twin Peaks would be epic. So true. Alright everyone, time to be boring and get back to comments. I think y'all can continue on with the obscure game recommendations, but I'll get back to comments in the meantime. At least I'll read a few more before I take a little break. Sounds like an AO3 title. I don't blame you, Yasuhiro. Alright. Alright. Okay, back to comments though, it's been a little bit. Finally finished it, OMG, so good. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so calm down a bit. I worry that this whole thing is leading him to it's all a simulation theory, which admittedly would make some sense. I will say the device theory is not like a simulation theory. I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's all a dream, it's all a simulation. I'd argue even the opposite. I think there is a sense of groundedness and reality to the light world, especially that I can't call it like all a simulation. I don't think Gaster has that level of control over Deltarune's world. He has a lot of control over the program, not necessarily the world though. Like in terms of being able to like delete it or whatever, or like control it. I don't think it's that kind of control necessarily. I agree with basically everything you said about the narrative, but it all makes me question about the nature of the deaths and the roaring. Because like an apocalypse being caused by too much escapism is kind of weird, right? I don't think this means that the Titans are unreal or whatever, although honestly I'd be kind of down for that type of twist because not everything has to have a meta meaning. Because if, like in Undertale, souls represent dominant player influence in saving and loading and such, why can only they shatter the barrier? That is also a fair point, yeah. It's because that's how it works in fiction. Why do Dark Browns cause the apocalypse from their metaphors for escapism? Because that's how they function in the world. That is also true. Like, to an extent, there's probably just some things that are just good for the lore, and they don't necessarily need to have a meta application. There's always that possibility. I can get behind that. I think there's still a lot we haven't learned about the non-meta narrative stuff, like the Dark Fountains and the nature of rousing and stuff, and I don't think it's all related to Gaster, although it will definitely tie in. That is also true. Yeah, like, I think even if not everything is directly related to him, it'll, like, tie back to him, like, through some way, even if very indirectly or subtly. Anyway, regardless, my interpretation of the evidence as presented so far, as well as the conclusions I've drawn from stuff Netta covered. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's how I feel, is Deltarune is a separate universe. There might be elements of artificiality to the program, because of how that kind of thing was designed and separated from the core game, but I think the universe itself, the literal world that the characters in that game live in, I think that universe is able to exist on its own for sure. And that Gaster was talking with Sans and Papyrus when they were back in Deltarune, so you can learn how to do Dark Fountains. Well, he succeeded. Oops fell in, gets shadowed across space and time and fragments, especially within the Deltarune Dark Worlds, hence why he speaks to us in the depths at the beginning, why his influence is primarily over the Dark World. Yeah, I'm kind of in a similar field too. Like, I think he definitely fell into a Dark Fountain. That's kind of how I feel when they talk about him falling into his creation. It would be the most literal application of that too, because Dark Fountains are, in my opinion, like, you know, meant to symbolize the act of creating fiction. So literally he fell into his creation in the most, like, literal sense possible. Yeah, like, it would explain why he has more influence over the Dark World, if anything, and why, like, in the Light World everything is still, like, you know, relatively grounded. The awkward wording of Entry 17's last line makes me more sense of it being sent as a message across dimensions rather than being addressed to people who Gaster could just talk with IRL. Maybe, yeah, I could see it working that way too, where maybe it was something he said after the fact. I can get behind that, honestly, yeah, like, I generally agree with the notion in this comment. Like, I don't think it's a simulation, I think it is a separate universe. The program was made by Gaster, at least. I can say that with some confidence, but the world itself existed on its own well before then. The program just connects us to that world. That is like pretty much like what my theory is, really. Oops, fell in. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I like this comment a lot. I've gone through the general. Oh, did the conclusions about Gaster's role perhaps lean towards Gaster was the architect of the Dark World and the devs are kind of crucible of creation? Yeah, that is how I feel about it too. Like he might have had a role in the Dark World's creation, maybe. Yeah, like it could perhaps not be he constructed the Dark Worlds because I think his role could be much less of a puppeteer, more like a scientist, possibly. Yes, that is how I feel about it too. He's not like a puppeteer, he's always been a scientist. And I think he still is playing into that role at the end of the day. Like, I have loads of very different ideas about what his motives could be, and one I think might work is that he is attempting to defy fate. You know, as a scientist does. Obviously that ties into the whole choices thing, or perhaps is what he showed Jevlin Smampton. Was less the whole world being game or whatever, and more the ultimate futility other lies in the face of an inevitable apocalypse. Yeah, it could be something in that ballpark too. Like, I go over this in part 3, but I do think there is something very important. There's attention to be called to like what did Gaster tell them? If Gaster was the one who like delivered the news there to both of those characters, to both Jevil and Spampton. Because if you just tell me, oh, we're living in a simulation, everything's fake, it's just like, oh yeah, maybe, but like that doesn't like alter my brain chemistry fundamentally. It has to be something a little more like concrete than that, like something that's like that has like a bit more oomph to it. More like undeniable. And that's like my guess on what Gaster could have told them, was something a little more concrete than that, but what that could be is what I can't really like place my finger on. It could just be like the full nature of the prophecy or something, because my assumption is potentially that like maybe he created the prophecy and he told him the full extent of it that like even Rousey hasn't told us yet. Or something like that. I'm still kind of working out like the finer details in that regard. Let me get some more water. Yeah, but that's one of those things I'm gonna get into more in part 3. It's more like right now it's like a bit hard to like explain like live, but I do go over it in part 3 for sure. So I guess stay tuned for that when I make it in several months from now, hopefully before Chapter 3 releases. We'll see. But I think we, the player, will be Gaster's attempt to use a higher power of sorts to try to change fate. Yeah. I could definitely see that being the case too. Like, there's so many possibilities for Gaster's motivations I'm coming to learn from reading these comments. It's very insightful seeing how many different interpretations people have gotten from like what Gaster's motivations could be, and that's something that I think should be called more attention to. Like, it's not just like, oh, he's the mastermind behind everything, it's all an experiment, but like, why? What is his goal? That's what I'm trying to kind of get down to. What is his motivation as a character that led to him like being shattered and led to him doing what he's doing? What is the goal here? That's really what I think that's what I hope the device theory will ultimately answer, is what is the motivation for Gaster's actions? And how is that going to play into things in like the end game? I can't predict the ending, but I would like to predict the motivations for that ending, if anything. And you know, among many other things, but that's just one of them. Rogue's Gallery, I already mentioned that before, back in the first stream. Finally, someone touches upon the server program DELTARUNE being potentially made by Gaster, or the implications. Thank you. I'm very glad that other people have like been noticing that, and I'm very glad that my video kind of called more attention to it. It really means a lot. It's been 6 days and you already got 2,000 subs. I had 2,000 subs a month ago. I'm already about to hit 6K. Or maybe I already did at this point. Let me check. I realize I should not be doing that on that window. There wasn't anything weird though there. Yeah, right now I'm at at 5,950. I'm like 50 subs away from 6,000. Like, in a month ago, I was at 2K. Jesus. Again, really just thank you all so much for the growth and for the support this past month. It's been insane. I hope to get the next part out sooner rather than later. And I hope to kind of make more progress in that regard. So we'll see. But hopefully sooner rather than later. Thank you all very much. Oh man. Thank you very much, thank you. Why people notice there as I said about... Yeah, Lancer. That is, I do mention that in the corrections. The man behind the tree song was originally... Yep, I mentioned that too. Each bomber guy versus... 1 on like 7 different theorists. Fuck. Who would win? I absolutely cannot wait for the next 2 parts. I can't wait either, and I hope to get them done soon. Thank you. So what you're saying is there is a no death run in Deltarune where you get the true ending where you have to get all the eggs and do all the weird routes. I don't fucking know, maybe. There might be a run where you just have to not save at all, who knows? Considering that the Chris save file, like, is a thing. Care about. Get it? Because at 407 I said care about, but it sounds like care about. Ooh. Functions into the lore by affecting both your world and the game's world. It is able to make you care about something. Care about. Ha. Care about. Me, the. I'm sorry, seeing the papyrus pop up in like the fucking the stream preview was taking me out. Okay, I gotta get back to comments. I hope that wasn't too loud. I apologize if it was. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if anyone else has pointed it out, but one detail I noticed in both chapters is voices, particularly the lack of voices. Many characters make noises for sure, but they're always grunts and laughs and other such sounds. No one has ever had any auditory dialogue or speech save for 2. This is something I noticed as well. Like, Spamton and Jevil both have actual voice lines. And I kind of hope that future secret bosses also have voice lines, and that's just like a thing that they have. Both characters are connected to Ergolo G-Man, are aware of the game in some way, reward the player with shadow crystals, and include corrupted in some sense. All that good stuff we already know. Point is, I think it's pretty decent guess to think that if a character in the future has a voice at any point, they might be connected to Gaster as well, or at least connected in a similar way to how Jevil and Spamton are, the strange focus on freedom. Aside from them, the only other times actual voice lines can be heard in either chapter is the appearance of the logo. Also very much within the realm of Gaster going his outside the game nature, and the singing voice of Don't Forget. That is also true, yeah, like the kind of TTS voice reading out Deltarune is like a very... It's a very cool detail, but a very odd one too. Yeah, and the singing voice of Don't Forget, which, like, you know, I have seen like videos going over like who the singer of that song could be. Which is a very like interesting topic to go over as well, potentially. It could always just be like, hey, like maybe Toby just wanted a cool vocal track for the game because, like, you know, it's his little dream game, like why not? But it is a very interesting thing to ponder. But I can definitely get behind like connecting the character having an actual voice to them being connected to Gaster, or at least that like it hints at them being an actual secret boss. I kind of hope that continues to be a trend, because I think it's a very cool way to distinguish them from the main bosses. It's a very neat way to distinguish them. I really like that a lot, and also I like how Toby does like the kind of bit crushed and like the echo delay with those voices. It's really cool. I love it. So here's to hopefully seeing more of that. I remember this, that one room in the original survey program where you could walk out of bounds. Was there anything to that, or was it an oversight? For people who do not know what the fuck this comment is talking about, back in survey program and the Scarlet Forest, I think it was the room where like it had like a few of the bloxers and like the chest in like the top right. There was a place where you could walk out of bounds in that room. And I remember, because, you know, this was around the time people were discovering the hidden egg room and everything, people were thinking that, like, because you could walk out of bounds in that room, that, like, there was something to that as well. But I do believe Toby said that that was a bug. Or that was confirmed to be just a bug. Like, there wasn't really anything more to get out of it. I think it also crashed the game, if I recall. So yeah, like, that was, like, just a bug from, like, the original survey program demo, but there wasn't really anything more to it. It was just, like, a little bug in that version of the game, as far as I know. Maybe our reality is a light world, and the void at the beginning of the survey is our version of the dark world, which would contain the Undertale-like light world, which would contain the normal dark world. Yeah. Yeah, that's about how I feel about it. Like, there's our reality, and then there's the program, which is the Garner Maker and the menus and everything. And then there's the light world, and then there's the dark world. And whatever might be beyond that, if you make a dark fountain within a dark world. But, that's at least one interpretation of what I think the device theory is. If my theory rings true, it's reality, the program, light world, and the dark world. There is a chance maybe it's the light and dark world can switch places. So it's our reality, the program, the dark world, and then the light world. And I have a reason why I think there's a chance for that to be the case, maybe, but I kind of doubt it. But it's one of the things that I've also considered, but that's something that I'll get to in part 3. But thank you very much. Thank you. We need more comments for the algorithm. Thank you. When you become a teenager, you do indeed get plus 10 attack and defense. Yeah, I've seen people going over how, like, Chris being a teenager could be, like, a reason why they have more attack and defense. Like, they're older, so they're stronger, naturally, which, you know, it could be a very, like, reasonable explanation, honestly. 10 out of 10 would watch while stuck in an airport again. Thank you, Random Bread. Bread mentioned. Okay, so I can't possibly say anything more constructive. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm gonna read this one because I like this comment too. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to probably actually take a little break before I read this, because it's been, how long has it been? An hour and 43. It's been a bit. I'm gonna read this one after I take a little break, so it's been a while. We made pretty decent progress. I think we can finish the comments on this stream, honestly, if I just keep it up like this, so yeah. How are we doing, real quick, chat? Everyone meow when she leaves. Feel free to meow, I think it's funny. But yeah, I've been reading enough comments, and I should probably go to the bathroom, and also this is another pretty lengthy one, so it seems reasonable to probably just take a little break. So, I'll be right back. In the meantime, get some snacks, get some water, or what have you. And I won't be taking too long, but we're making pretty good progress so far. See y'all in a little bit. Bye-bye.
し期待した僕をご覧真昼の空三日月が笑う水はけの良いこの街に春のは乾いた作り話ばかり少し期待した僕をご覧真昼の空三日月が笑
Alright, we are back. Hello, hello. Alright. How are we doing? Okay, nice. I was just worried I missed it. You're good, game player. Oh, hello Andrew. How's the stream been? It's been going well. I'm currently just kind of speeding through the rest of the comments we got. Considering it's already been about a few hours, we're making pretty decent progress. We only lost our minds a tiny bit, we're good. You know how it is, as you do. Hello, hello, hello? We're back now. As you can see, we've gone through, I'm gonna say like, 1, 2, just a little over a fourth now. We're making pretty good progress. I've been busy editing today, but wanted to check on this for a bit. Yeah, right now, I think with this stream we're gonna probably finish the comments, so I imagine it won't be taking too much longer, but I've been easing in a lot more in this stream compared to the last one, so I'm trying to go through it as quickly as I can, but not rushing it, because I want to give every comment its due time. I will say I've been able to kind of keep better endurance this stream, I think probably because I'm not as nervous, now that I know what to expect, and also the slow mode is probably helping a little bit with that. Ugh. Slow mode, my beloved. Yeah, I kept it pretty short, but I think it's like just long enough that nothing should come up. Slow. Yeah. I don't remember what you mean, but you're welcome. Yeah, I think apparently Nexter probably had like a like I guess like a comment appear or something in your video at the beginning. I think Deltarune is kind of gay, to be honest. True. There is nothing about Deltarune that's straight. Other than, like... I don't know, what's the most straight thing in Deltarune? I can't even, like, decide on that myself, truthfully. During this stream, I made the switch to Firefox. Based. Chris to be... No. I don't buy that. But yeah, based. Firefox moment, burger pants. This person doesn't know about Azzy pants. Toriel and Asgore X marriage. That is true, that is a pretty straight behavior. Yeah. I think the single most straight thing in Deltarune. Don't forget about your ex-husband. I think that takes the cake. There should be a browser called Burger Pants. Burger Pants, the kind of guy who's so straight he's actually just gay. Yeah, you get it, Andrew. It like loops back around. Burly is the gayest straight bird I've seen. Burly gives me the vibes of he's both gay and homophobic at the same time somehow. That's the vibe he gives me. Not in like a bad way either. It's just it's like he kind of like it's like yeah. Is so LGBT that the only straight representation is a soul-crushing divorce, literally. Burley's just going through the times and know how to be. Birdly is too big brain for neurosexuality. That is true, but like that is a fair point. He doesn't have time for such distractions like sexuality or gender. Birdly doesn't want to be gay because that would be gay. Schrodinger's gay. Very, very awesome takes here. Hello, Guster. We are currently... I'm going to be getting back to comments in a little bit, but I'm just checking on everyone. Wonder if Molly got to mine. I don't know. I might not have. I feel like I haven't. If I do in the stream, then then chances are that I haven't. But if I don't see your comment in this stream, then I probably already did either earlier or in the first stream, so I guess check around there. Azipants plus Birdly stealth polycule. Andrew is thinking like 500 IQ here. I'm all for this. This is a very good idea. We're finally breaking down like the shipping meta of Deltarune, it seems lately. Birdly knew, but is the obvious conclusion. That is true, Nexter. Would Susie be in the polycule? I mean, I think Susie's in the for Umris. Oh, I don't know. I'm not quite I'm not quite as well versed on Umris. I know a little bit, but I'm not quite the expert there. Susie's in every polycule. That is true, JFB. Serious moment. Thoughts on this? Chris has a crush on Susie theory. I think it has some weight to it, because Chris definitely has like a fondness for Susie. I don't know if it's an outright crush though, but I think Chris just really relates to Susie a lot, probably. In the sense that like they probably both feel like kind of like outsiders and like not too fitting in with the rest of Hometown. That's like kind of my thoughts on it. I don't know if it's a crush outright, but they definitely are very fond of Susie. That much is like undeniable. Oh yeah, what do tell? We are about to actually get back to your comment. because this is one of the ones I really liked. I don't think Chris really cares about relationships. I can also see that happening, yeah. Like, truthfully, Chris probably doesn't really, I think Chris probably doesn't really care too much about relationships, maybe friendships, but not relationships outright. T-Theory sort of contradicts it. That is true. There are 0 confirmed stray characters in Toby Fox games. Yeah, as far as I know. My headcanon is Ace for Chris. I can see that as well, honestly. They kind of have the vibes. Ultimate twist, Susie is aromantic and would turn down everyone. Yeah, that would be really funny. What do you think the status of Susie and Noelle will be by the end of Deltarune? I'd like to hope that they'll, like, at least have confessed to each other, but I don't know if they'll be together or not. At least friends, for sure. Yeah, I should get back to comments though, so let me continue on. Y'all do your thing while I read more of these. Okay. Okay, so I can't possibly say anything more constructive about the video itself other than, wow, that was a good video, I cannot wait for the rest of them, or bunker's scary. But alright, 2 things that might be related that you might already be aware of given what you said. Okay, yeah. This is why I really like this comment. Your discussion representation of reality program fiction ad infinitum around 550 reminded me of a certain SCP. 2614, sometimes I go out in pity for myself. I recommend reading it on your own, but the gist is that God created man and man created art, but the SCP in question, a special DVD of The Sopranos, allows for the user to control the show's camera with the curious ability to enter fictional shows within the already fictional universe of The Sopranos. And as the experiment progresses, and as art strays further and further from God, the shows get progressively weirder and weirder. Given Deltarune's religious themes, Birdly attempting to make a dark fountain inside an already existing dark world, and the chair page on the Deltarune website, it's possible that a similar hypothetical could be explored somehow, and to some end, I guess. Look, I'm not smart enough to put that together, but surely someone is. I really like this comment because this was actually one of the inspirations for my theory. Because I don't know if Moist is in the chat right now, but I think they were one of the people that tell me they actually told me about this theory like months ago when I was like starting to write the script and everything, and it was shocking to me how well it got across that idea that I was trying to like connect in my head of like what the fuck I thought was going on with Deltarune, because I think there's a lot of parallels to draw there, like 100%, like that SCP kind of goes in this similar direction of like it's fiction within fiction, and it gets more and more kind of abstract and weird, and it like I think it ends with like basically just like you go into static and it just sees like this like corridor at the end. Or why did I just pull up the fucking thing myself actually? Hang on. I won't be diverging for too much, I just gotta... It's a very good SCP, but I gotta pull it up because it's such a good one. I love it. It's one of my favorites. But this fucking SCP, I'm not gonna read through the whole thing, but the nested mimetic log. This is basically what it does, where it kind of like just goes like into fiction within fiction. Because the way it works is this SCP is basically like a DVD of The Sopranos, except you're able to control the camera with the remote. So you're able to kind of like it's like you're kind of like a no clipping sort of through the show as it's progressing, and you're able to, yeah, it can't pass through solid objects, but it go to kind of as like a camera you can control within the show as it's happening, and you can just kind of, and like it, and this one here, the nested thing, it's basically their attempt to kind of go into media within media, and eventually what happens is they just kind of see this fucking thing before like there's like nothing else that they can really I guess reveal or find. It's a really cool SCP. I recommend giving it a read. I don't want to diverge too much onto that for now, but it's a very fucking cool one, and I think there's definitely parallels to draw between that SCP and like what I think is going on with Deltarune, with like the fiction within fiction thing, until it's just kind of like reached this almost like incomprehensible other place. It's very cool. I love it. But Saw this, but yeah, to get to the other point, saw this reblog by the narrator writer, but can't remember the original poster, but thought it would be relevant considering you discussed Deltarune as a software. Kara has referred to himself as a demon on at least one occasion. This starts making more sense on a meta level when paired with the demon program type, a background process that a user typically won't have influence over. If you subscribe to the Narrakara school of thought, which is a hell of a combination of words, you can reasonably link Kara's role as a narrator who's escaped Undertale's narrative, now doomed to observe and transcribe as a process divorced from the player's influence. Which, I can get behind that. The only counters to this are A, if you don't believe Kara is Undertale's, and perhaps more importantly, and more contentiously, Deltarune's narrator, and B, the idea that Toby, who didn't know what an array was until beginning Undertale's development, wrote Kara with the daemon concept in mind. Yeah, the second point, it probably wasn't made with that in mind, but I could definitely see those dots being connected. And maybe it's just one of those things that, like, maybe naturally kind of, like, put itself into place over time, but I really like this take on it, too. Because I never really heard of that kind of thing with that program type being referred to that way and as like a background process. But I can see the dots being connected there for sure. But yeah, very cool comment. I'm very glad someone mentioned that SCP because it's one of the more deep cuts I think for the inspirations for that theory. Well, yeah, some of the unused text, very ominous. No clue what the fuck to make of it. In the room in between, you can still get aroused a dialogue by tossing the manual. That is true. I agree with this, yes. Please make an Eve video. At some point, maybe. I would like to if I feel like I can do that without taking my channel statistics. What? Stormhawk Rhetoric. Very good comments. Oh, this is a treat. I can't believe this is only part 1. Thank you. Jaru? Piles of Asriel's dust. Like an onion, then. You've got Undertale, monsters and humans. Within that game is a simulation called Deltarune. Yeah, again, the Deltarune within Undertale, it's not quite what I'm going for, but I can definitely see where that kind of interpretation comes from. Outside the boundaries of these games, realities could be the depths, potentially where Gaster in or Death's Holiday went to by falling into a Neo-Dark fountain, or even the font of pure darkness in Castletown. Dancing Papyrus could be lightness from Deltarune who somehow got copied over into Undertale. Yeah, there's some beats here where I kind of agree with it, but again, I feel like Undertale and Deltarune are their own separate bubbles. I don't think Deltarune is within Undertale necessarily. But, I mean, like, I see where that interpretation comes from, but I think, but otherwise everything else I can definitely, yeah, like, I think there's, like, beats here that I do agree with. At least Sans being from Deltarune, like, there's a lot of weird stuff going on there as well. So yeah, again, generally I agree with this. I enjoy the style of the game, and the best one in my opinion is One Shot. I agree. I think One Shot is like the most like forward in terms with meta stuff, but it's not immersion breaking in any way, and it's just really impressive how well it does it. I love it. Very good game, and maybe sometime I should make a video on it too, but I'm not sure how to make a video on it that like wouldn't go over what people have already talked about in that regard. So it's something to keep in mind for sure. Most solid Deltarune video I've ever had the pleasure of watching. Thank you. I really appreciate also comments saying that like they managed to keep people's impossible attention spans, because that's something that I also worry about. But I'm very glad that it managed to kind of do that. Like, I don't know how I do it. Maybe it's because I also can relate to kind of having like, you know, shitty attention spans. So it's like I know how to navigate it. So if I know how, then I can probably help others with that with my own content. But still, it really means a lot that it kind of helps others in that regard too. Thank you very much. But what if we ourselves inside one of these boxes? It's just Azathoth. Don't... like Andrew said, it's just Azathoth. Please stop thinking about it. I can't wait until we get at least... Yeah. Look, here's the thing, guys. There is a non-zero chance, especially if this stream goes into midnight, that we could just get the fucking newsletter tonight. It's summer. It could really just drop at any moment. I'm just waiting. Any night now it could happen. I'm like terrified. I'm sleeping with one fucking eye open lately. But it could happen at any point. So like really, I can't wait until we get it as well, because I feel like we're getting, because I'll just be happy to hear from him. I don't think we'll get really much of an update still, but I would just be happy to hear from Toby more. and also because I want to release the tension of being able to know that, you know, that the newsletter's passed and that like nothing major has happened. Because I'm afraid of working on part 2 and then the newsletter happens and then there's like a release date and then I have to make like a part 4, 5, and 6 or some shit. We'll see really, but for sure, like I'm very excited to get the summer newsletter. Also, hey, Galaxy? That's how I pronounce your name, but I like your videos. Thank you very much. How did you get such an accurate VHS filter? For people who are wondering how I get this the VHS filter to work, I use a plugin or program called NTSCQT. It's free. It just takes a bit of time to render everything, but it's very good. It gets it like fucking spot on, practically. So, and it's also, again, it's free. You don't have to download like a fucking Adobe program to get it to work, and it's really authentic. It's a really good program. I would definitely recommend it if you're going for that look. And you know, there's like a lot of options and stuff to go for as well, so if you're curious about that is how I get the VHS thing to work. But yeah, thank you for the comment. I really like his videos too. Wait, but why do these spreads go up to 10 if there was only 7 chapters, or at least so is commonly believed? Yeah, I will say again, I don't know if I said this in the first part, but Toby's never really said outright how many chapters are in the game. He's only just said 3+ in terms of everything after chapter 2. And we know that chapters 3 through 5 are the next drop, but we know there's up to 7. But he's never said outright if there are 7 chapters, like, fully. So, really, who knows? There could be more. Like, there's really no telling, but it's, like, not... I'd like to think the sprites going up to 10 is probably there just in case. Like, maybe originally there was going to be more, but then he cut down on stuff for efficiency's sake, and he just kind of kept them in there because, I don't know, maybe he doesn't want to break anything. But even then, the code for the chapter selects still doesn't really, like... It doesn't account for anything past 7, as far as I know. So it's still weird that they're still in the code, or in the files, rather. But again, they might just be there because Toby just doesn't want to fuck with anything at this point. Doesn't want to break anything by accident, so we'll see, really. Or it's there to confuse us. There could be like a billion other reasons, but it is still weird that it goes up to 10. And that doesn't even like a chapter 0 too, but again, it's weird, but I can't really think of much in that regard. We'll just have to wait and see what the rest of the game is going to be like. Good vid, thank you. How's in chapter 1 we get 3 of those kinds of characters, but in chapter 2 we only get an additional 1 character? Oh, I guess they're talking about how in chapter 1 we get 3 like weird, like kind of meta-ish characters, and then chapter 2 we only get Spampton. Yeah, Spampton is also a shopkeeper, technically. At least for like a portion of his quests, so it is definitely notable as well. That is something I also kind of note where like there is a weird emphasis on Sham being a shopkeeper, and like, you know, on like shopkeepers in general just kind of having like a weird extra awareness, like Gerson taking advantage of the fact that he's a shopkeeper, and that because of that in Undertale that, you know, he can't be hurt by the player and stuff. So there's some weird emphasis on that I see as pretty like consistent between both games. Very much appreciate the use of one-shot music. Thank you. One-shot music is very good. There's a lot of it's very good for like this kind of moodier parts that I want to convey. I demand more when you have the time to work on it. I hope to get it sooner rather than later for you. But I have to say, Gasser's theme being so simple you can hear it everywhere is probably intentional in a way to show that he's literally everywhere but seems to have little to no significance most of the time. That is also true, but also this was in a world before Andrew's video on Gasser's themes, so that gave me a lot more insight into like how it's actually used in Deltarune especially, so I will say that definitely did help a lot, and I think that like I think Gasser's theme is so simple that like it probably is intentional for it to be so kind of easy to fucking hallucinate on any given track, but I think there is definitely still the element of like it being intentional, and like, you know, there's like still an element of it being like clearly used and being able to actually like identify it like in certain songs, even if it's very like kind of like deep in there in the theory of it all. So it's definitely been very nice to have that insight lately in regards to Gaster's theme. I'm very happy to also get comments like this, like that this video is making me feel things I haven't felt since the very early days of theorizing about Undertale post-release. Yeah, I'm very glad that I could like get people to kind of feel that way about it too, and that like I could like evoke that feeling for people. It really means a lot, and thank you very much. Okay, Nexter's comment. Nexter, you wanted me to come back to you first. If you are in the chat right now. I'm up to your comments, so I know Nexter wanted me to kind of get back to chat when I got to it. What would you like to say? But how will this affect the release date of Silk Song? There has been no news to report for Silk Song today. Alright. What? Just getting cozy. Alright. One, Andrew never debunked what I said in this comment. Oh, okay. I skipped a lot of this video's comments because it was on my mind. The second is after you read the comment, but okay. Okay. Chapter select in the game kind of goes out the window ever since that game maker developer talked about launcher and chapters. I'm gonna get to that eventually too, but not right now. But I did see that. But okay. I need you to know something. This video made me have a super big realization, and I need you to know how significant of a realization it is. Gaster has a huge association with the color green for some reason. The save menu that appears to have him chatting has this bright green color. Where have we seen this? Where have we seen this before? Two places. The obvious being Smith and Neo's strings, but less obvious is the very box where the soul dodges attacks during fights. I do touch on this in part 2, because I had a lot of weird... I know one of the things I don't mention in chapter 1 that I do address in part 2 is the Susie and Lancer fight when they fight each other, and how Chris's soul comes from where their cell would be, and how Toby says that's not a bug. It made me kind of call more attention to like what the hell the UI of the battle system is, and I realized like, oh huh, the box is green. It kind of reminds me of the fucking save menu before you complete chapter 1. So there is like a weird thing going on with like Gaster being associated with green. I do agree there. This also raises some significance to there not being a green crayon in the Dreamer household, but that could be some schizo talk. And the second topic, Gallery. Now that song has been really driving me crazy for years, until this video made me realize Gallery just straight up is Gaster's theme. 4 notes that change after playing 4 times. Perhaps that could further imply that Gaster is watching the Fun Gang as they journey? They'd be watching on from wherever he is? Alright. Okay. Alright, now what is the second bit? I never addressed Gallery in my video because it wasn't a close enough quote to acknowledge in my opinion. And Medium Motifs never touched on it either. Yeah, that's fair. Green Gasters can... Small bit of my theory. The summary of it is, green as a color represents control in Deltarune. Rousey is covered in green, and if you pay attention, he practically guides the entire plot. That is true. I do acknowledge this as well. Look at his introduction, for example. Whilst he's cloaked, he's practically a different character, and suddenly switches out once Susie shows disinterest in the grandiose legend aspect. That is also true. Hey dude or girl, you can refer to me by anything, dude, you're good. Another thing, what does the green soul power do? It holds you in place, not allowing you to escape. I never thought of it like that, but I really like that idea. Okay, and I'm a bit nervous about green theory since it's the first I plan on making an actual video about, and I do think I made some good ideas, so let me share 2 with you. I see. Okay. Yeah, there is a very... I do agree, honestly. Like, there is a weird... There's like weirdly a lot kind of connecting green to control now that I think about it. And... yeah, I don't know. It is a very interesting way to look at it. I never thought of it that way. Especially with Rousey. But does that connection apply to Undertale in any way? I'm not sure. I mean, it's probably just for Deltarune, or at least in Deltarune it's emphasized, if anything. The green crayon could be metaphorical for Gaster and the secret boss being the wrong away crayon. Potentially, yeah. Yeah, but like the green crayon is like it's like I think it's like missing as far as I know, so it's like potentially it could be metaphorical in that sense, or like it could have like some symbolization there. Symbolization, is that a word? I don't know. Deltarune theorists when they see the color green. True. I love colors. That's all I've been holding that in for a while. I will elaborate a bit more in my video once I figure out how to make it. Yeah, I'm curious to check that out whenever you have that done. Because I think that definitely could warrant a bit more like attention to it for sure. Wait, symbolism, yeah, that is a word, but I said symbolization. I guess I wasn't sure if symbolism as a word by itself applied in that case. English is weird. I have no respect for this language. I've heard many times that the missing green crayon is a Homestuck reference. But it also previously assumed in Undertale that it was just because Azure and Kara drew each other's sweaters. It could work either way too. Though, yeah, as I've said before, I'm not too well versed on Homestuck, so I would have no idea. I know like some general plot beats, kind of, but I'm not so well versed in Homestuck, and and a lot of people who are into Homestuck have told me, like, hey, everyone who I know is into Homestuck, when I ask them about it, they tell me, yeah, don't get into it, don't read it. Also, one last analysis, I'm waiting for Nexter's last thing. Oh no, it's a fine and dandy time. You don't even have to read the second half if you don't want. Very low commitment. I mean, I think the only other thing I've heard is that apparently it uses, I think, like the R slur. But there's like stuff that kind of mitigates that if any one reader is not comfortable with that usage. Who told Rousey about the legend in the first place? I think Gaster is inherently tied to the Dark World, what with the creator name being tied to the city name. Yeah, that is something I touched on in part 2 as well, that like I can't think of a other reasonable explanation for that being a thing in the castle town other than like, yeah, the legend was whispered across space and time. There is like a connection to make there. So also green strings being on display once you enter Cyber City. Dude, I was looking forward to tuning in earlier, but I forgot the time this started. You're good. There's always the VOD after the fact. Yeah, but green is like a very prominent color in the game now that I think about it, just in general. And I do agree, like I think Gaster does have a role in Rousey's knowledge, honestly, because I can't think of another reasonable explanation for Rousey knowing about the prophecy and about the player name. It's such a specific thing to know that like only Gaster would know that info. So I don't know from where else like Rousey would have gotten that knowledge. Green is generally just kind of associated with code and computer science. That is also true, yeah. Like, I kind of like... That's kind of like the vibe I got from the pre-completion chapter 1 menu. Where it kind of has that kind of vibe to it. Where, like, it just kind of feels like an old, like, DOS, like, UI or something. Yeah, very, very, like, interesting take on it, honestly. Like, I never, like, thought that hard about, like, the association with green, but it's definitely worth calling attention to, and I already did in part 2, but even then, still. Yeah, I'll continue on, at least, with the comments, because we still got quite a lot left. Alright, greetings. When Sans falls asleep on Genocide, the font which comes out of him is named Aster. Yep, I do remember this. Also, if you beat Chapter 1 without saving, booting into another file will still show Chris, and yet Chapter 2 can curiously still access her data from having never saved before. Yeah, that is also true. Like, I think as long as that configuration file for Deltarune doesn't exist, which it only exists when you first save for that one time, and you know, from then on it stays there. Like, it just shows Chris on the save file. It's effectively a placeholder. One more thing I find interesting is how the jar of pickles is never mentioned after placing the egg in the fridge. Meaning it's possible that the second egg overrode the jar of pickles. That is also true. It's possible. It's a very specific thing, but it's like one of those things that's like easy to overlook, but I can see that like being the case. With how like I don't know, fucking thorough the writing can be sometimes. This was an amazing video. Thank you, thank you. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Negative readings usually mean a lack of something. Okay, they're talking about the entry 17, photon readings negative. Negative readings usually mean a lack of something you were looking for, not their counterpart. For example, if you take a test for an illness and the result is negative, that means you don't have that illness, not that you have an anti-illness. That is true. It's possible that, like, that Gaster was just saying that there's no photons. But I'm not an expert with, like, you know, science and all that. I think even the lack of photons, like, no photons at all, is also weird by itself, is it not? Like, to an extent, a lot of the time, like, because photons is light. Light exists, like, in some way or another. Yeah, it just means dark. But I think that, like, no photons is just, like, that implies no light at all. Yeah, like, regardless, it references darkness regardless. I'm not an expert in, like, science and all that. Yeah, I'm not. I try to understand it, but I can't say I have a degree in it. So, like, I'm bound to fuck things up here. The photons is like, yeah, it's like unnaturally dark. Like, if light is truth, then no photons means no truth. It's entirely become fiction. That also makes sense. Yeah, if you apply that kind of metaphor, then yeah, it's still just like, what the fuck? I think anti-illness do exist, like how we got hyperparasites and the like. Potentially, yeah. But just based on the darker than dark thing, we're meant to understand it as literally going into negatives. That's also true. Like, I remember there being like a very specific way that it's written that kind of like could potentially, I think it either is fuel for it meaning no photons or negative photons, like literally going into negatives. But I still interpret it as going into negatives because of the fact that dark worlds specifically, they emit darkness. Molly, if green is associated with Gaster, what do you think that can imply for Ralze? Well, I know Nexter already talked about it, so it definitely could add to the fact that, you know, they are connected, in my opinion, in some way or another. Yes, yeah, no photons is darker than what, like, reasonably can exist. And the way that that's written, it's like, either way, even if it just means no photons, it's still very weird. But I'd like to think it really is going into negatives because, like, again, we see dark worlds, they emit darkness. First name Molly, last name Molly. Yeah, I like that a lot. It's a nice little... It kind of rolls off the tongue. Oh. I don't think pursuing the particle physics route of analysis is going to be most productive. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it really matters too much either way. It gets the... Because, like, either way, it gets the point across that, like, whatever the fuck Gaster saw, it was unnaturally dark. And we know they emit darkness. So that's it. That's all we really have to get out of that. So I think, like, generally, that's all that really matters either way. So I definitely do agree with that. We don't really need to get into the specifics, as long as it gets the general idea across. And that's something I touch on in my corrections too. Like, you don't need all the specifics. You just have to know that a connection or that a thing exists at all. You don't need to get, like, super specific into every detail, I think. Because then that delves into, like, the other end, where it's not, like, delving too much into fanon, but it's delving too much into redundancy. Then, you know, maybe getting a theoretical physicist on it would definitely be nice. You know, just for the fuck of it, for the bit. But yeah, moving on. The fiction inception part in the intro made me think Carrie created a dark fountain at the end of the genocide route. After all, Kara seemingly strikes the Earth. Well, we don't know that they strike the Earth, as far as I know. They just, like, they supposedly kill our perspective of the game, like our literal game window. After that, Frisk and Kara could proceed to the Garner Maker, hence why the red soul is present. Okay, this is like a Deltarune is like connected to Undertale in that way. Accessing the Garner Maker from a dark fountain would also explain why it has the same background as one. This observation also aligns with what I believe to be intended progression of Undertale, neutral pacifist genocide. I may be completely incorrect, but I think it is an interesting connection between the worlds of Deltarune and Undertale, and can explain why there is still a narrator in Deltarune. I mean, okay, I know this comment is getting long, but side note, the stats that the player put into Kara and Undertale could have completely disappeared in the transition to the world of Deltarune, can explain why the narrator is no longer evil. Yeah, like, yeah, I can see where this comes from, but I don't really think that Undertale is connected to Deltarune in that way, personally. Like, I think that, like, I think our reason for the 3 save files is mostly just because Gaster made those 3 files for us. I don't think it functions in the same way as the save, as, like, the 1 save slot from Undertale does. That, and I know Toby's been very adamant that, or at least he was very adamant in the past, that, like, whatever you did in Undertale, that is going to be untouched, like, that's not going to, like, connect back to Deltarune, and vice versa. Like, whatever you do in one world, the other world is going to be untouched. It's going to be exactly, like, how it was, so I don't really subscribe to the idea of, like, you know, like, one world connecting to the other in that sense, or one world's continuity, like, leading into the continuity of the other one, in that kind of way, personally, but I do see where it comes from. So, I don't know, fucking who knows, maybe. It seems unlikely at this point, but, like, fucking maybe. It would be really funny if Gaster was revealed to be a woman. I agree. I think Gaster would, I think fucking Gaster had woman head canon. I'm all for it. Chapter 1 had 1 ending, so Chris had to finish it just once, thus using only 1 save slot. Chapter 2 has multiple endings, regular Snowgrave, as well as ability to recruit Darkners or not, so Chris time traveled using 3 save slots to explore possibilities. Maybe. I mean, I still don't really buy into the idea of Chris having 3 slots, but we have 3 slots in 3 different instances of Chris, maybe? Like 3 potential different instances of that world? I can get behind that for sure, but I still don't know if Chris specifically has 3 save slots personally. That's where I kind of get like I'm not quite sure, but I do kind of agree with like some aspects of this. Like the 3 save slots is absolutely, like, I think it does play into like how there's different routes and that the game can let you make 1 slot for each different route and everything. I could agree with that for sure. Thank you very much. I don't know if it's still the case, but when Chapter 2 released, if you start a game from Chapter 2, you're able to give Chris a different name, and everyone referred to them under that name. Huh. I'd never heard of that. I'm not sure where that could have applied. I mean, either they're talking about the player name in Castletown, or like maybe some kind of glitch, but I've never heard of that before. Smounded OGG, I believe, is not completely Gaster, but rather what happens when we try to interact with the light world from the dark world and the dark world from the light world. It certainly has a large connection to him, but just be aware that it doesn't necessarily signify him. That is true, but also at the same time, I kind of worry that I think if you detach Smounded OGG from Gaster and are just like, oh, but it could be just dark worlds in general, I kind of worry that that kind of could delve into like redundancy, because it's just like, it's in entry 17. And every other instance of the Smounded OGG has been clearly related to, like, something related to Gaster. Like, you know, aside from entry 17, it's used in the cell phone when you use it in the dark world. It's used in the bunker, and it's referred to as garbage noise. And we also know that's spammed in Jevil. You know, they're both the secret bosses. Jevil, you know, Shaman fucking references darker than dark, so not darker than dark, but darker yet darker. But it's still just like, I think it's possible that it's not directly related to Gaster, but it's one of those things where even if not directly, it's indirect, I guess is my point. And I think as long as you get the general idea that it has a tie to him, that's the most important thing to get out of it. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's directly him, but we don't need to know how direct it is. We just have to know that a connection exists at all at the moment, and I think that's like the fine line to walk, like, so that you don't delve too much into redundancy or into fanon. Like, you're not like just making shit up, but you're also not like racking your brain too much over the specifics of everything. I think that's kind of like the fine line that I want to try to walk, like, going forward with Gaster analysis. Thank you very much. Also, yeah, I will touch on this in my theory, because I can't see I can't think of a proper explanation for this. The fact that the birdcage has seen many crashes, even though we've only been controlling Chris since chapter 1. But it would imply that if it's been used only in that room, then it could potentially imply that Chris has pulled out their soul before our involvement, which I can't think of a reason for it. I've racked my brain about it for like fucking months. I can't think of a reason for it, like, that I can find like concrete evidence for. It's just like one of those things I'm just like, yeah, like, I got nothing. But it seems very important to me, for sure. If this doesn't earn a sub, nothing does. Thank you. Oh my god, the name of some song to me in all caps was thinking of some time ago, but I had no idea what to make of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I did notice too, you could kind of hear it. I'm not sure if it's like concrete, like, or that it's intentional, but I was able to kind of hear it in Darkness Falls. I wonder what happens in the future if you get the Thorn Ring at a not weird route, or 2 or more eggs on a weird route. I mean, the thing is, on a weird route, we can't really get the egg in that one, as far as I know. On console, it is possible to get those items in that route. It might have been a bug, but I've never heard of this. On console, at least on Switch, it is possible to get those items in this route. I have right now a pacifist route with a Thorn Ring and a weird route with 2 eggs. I mean, yeah, you can get the Thorn Ring on a weird route if you, like, abort it. Like, you go as far as, like, you know, you're getting the Thorn Ring and then you don't kill Birdly. That aborts it, but you still get the Thorn Ring. That works, but I've never heard of being able to get the egg on a weird route. That's new to me. Yeah, you can't get 2 Thorn Rings, there's only 1, but... And the same with the egg, but you also don't... Wait, are you implying that, like, even though you don't get, like, the driving dog cutscene, you're able to still glitch into that room? Is that what they're implying? That even on a weird route, you should go back and forth between those rooms, that it still takes you to that egg? I'd have to see if that's the case, but I've never heard of that. That's really... Because I've heard that you can't get the egg on that route. So I don't know. It is also not possible to get the light world items early for the light world. For example, you need to talk with Alphys to get the chocolate beside the fact that you take the chocolate. That is true, yeah, there is like a sort of, you have to do this thing to get that thing. I do recall that. Actually, the thorn ring and the egg are the only items you can get with this glitch, which is quite weird. It might be a glitch, but I don't know. I've never... I definitely would be interested to see more specification on that. I don't know if that's a word, but again, I don't know. English is weird. I love the aspect ratio, thank you. Was Caster's theme used in April 2012? I have to go back. Right, yeah, I don't... It's been a bit since I watched Andrew's video, so I don't recall if he included... I don't recall if he included April 2012 in that analysis. Let me check real quick. It's... Let me check. Okay, he does. I don't recall what he said about it, though. Should I put Andrew's video on stream? I mistakenly showed a lower brain rot index that I meant to. Should have been moderate. The April 2012 code, yeah, it was a bit sketchy, if I recall. Yeah, like, it's there, but, like, I think I remember you saying that, like, even if it was intended, all it would have kind of implied was just that, like... I think I remember you saying that even if it was the case, then all it would have implied was that the theme was a thing since 2012, but that wouldn't really have, like, said much. Okay, so you are reading chat. I am reading it, but occasionally, because my priority is on the comments at the moment, which I still have quite a lot of, but I am checking every now and then. Yeah, super brief, really in the middle of nowhere, really incidental. Gaslighting? That's not a real word. Quit being silly. I'm very, very happy to see chat is doing a chat. Oh. I love when I try to move a window and then it just, like, minimizes every single window I had open. Okay. Gasterdarking. Gaslighting. In my day we called it gastarbating. So true. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, I should continue on, though. But yeah, if I know it, it might be there, but it does seem like a little bit of a stretch from what I know. There was actually a tree with the man behind it in the foggy room with the True Lab. That is true, there is like a... In the True Lab, there's like the, there's the tree, and then I think there's like the man in that foggy room. Or at least it kind of alludes to it, potentially. Dr. Reed Gaster is the best Undertale fan game. I agree. Dr. Reed Gaster from the hit game Nut Dealer. Me when the... My fucking... Andrew Cunningham is going to apparate behind you for this. Was that a typo? Apparate? Apparate. No, I'm pretty sure that's not a word. Probably just a typo. I guess appear behind me. I'm already there. True. You're probably in the room with me right now. For all I know. This video makes my autism wiggle around like jumping beans. I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you. Personally, I find the connections between man equals Gaster so far at least probable, not only because of the rare person line you mentioned, the man who speaks in hands, but it also took risk to beware the man who came from another world, which certainly sounds like it could be tied to someone shattered across time and space. Finally, in the True Lab, with Frisk has never entered the fridge as well, the room is far so you can't see. Yep, I just mentioned this as well. Yeah, no, I will say in part 2 I kind of put a bit more stock into like the man being Gaster potentially. I can like there's a bit more ammo for that in part 2, I will admit. So when that comes out you'll see what I mean. I'm of course referring to. Thank you very much. Thank you. How we doing? Alright. I think another hymn is Toby trying to retcon Gaster's theme a little bit. Again, this was in a pre-Andrew's Gaster's theme analysis world. So the meta in that regard has changed a little bit in a theorizing sphere, but I do kind of agree with this notion. That like it kind of has some elements of another hymn, but I think it's an ultimately more firm anchor, as you put it. Gaster's theme also appears in Scarlet Forest theme. Andrew mentioned that, and there is like a bit of stock to it, potentially. Yeah, okay. Yeah, when it comes to stuff with Gaster's theme, I'm kind of just like, yeah, I agree with that, but also now that we have the video that kind of goes over, like, trying to really get, like, a second opinion on, like, how Gaster's theme could be, like, applied in Deltarune, it's been, I think it's easier to kind of, like, narrow everything down when it comes to comments going over it. Out of all the details you will talk in part 2, I wonder what you will say about the Easter egg where a man will happily wave at you. I think I do mention this a little bit, like, I'll, not for too long, but it is something I go over when I mentioned the egg in part 2. Not sure if you need to do the latter, but either way, definitely easy to miss, but very, very interesting nonetheless. I do agree, it is a very interesting detail, because I think the man happily waving at you in the light world, that's, like, one of the few instances of, like, actually weird kind of meta-ish stuff potentially happening in the light world. I think it's absolutely worth noting, and I hope that there's more, like, elaboration on whatever the fuck is going on there. I think what happens is that when you save, I miss 5614, that is... Okay, this is save file stuff. Okay. You or who is connecting you demonstrates a higher determination than ending through Chris, and I mean they're through Chris exactly because whatever is in Azrael's cabinet is different depending on the safe slot. So mirroring the worlds when you copy probably means that someone else repeats all your actions. I kind of get what you mean, like kind of overriding, I guess, Chris's determination when saving for the first time. Yeah, like that's kind of how I see it too. Like it's kind of like a transfer of power in that sense. If that's what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean there, I think. Yeah, okay. So mirroring the world. Okay, now I get what you mean. So mirroring the worlds when you copy one to another slot, that someone else repeats all your actions. So I think what you're saying here is just that, like, when you copy a slot to another one, that it's basically like kind of like taking all of your inputs and everything from that slot and just, well, yeah, that's what copying does. Yeah, so I get that. That makes sense. Small correction about Jevel's room. I'm going to preface this by saying I cannot find the source of this anymore, so I may have dreamed this up entirely, but to my knowledge, that spinning is actually a 3D object. And we know this because it breaks down if the fight goes on for absurd amounts of time. That makes sense, yeah, I do remember, I think, something similar kind of happens with I think, Photoshop Flowey. Like, if it goes on for absurd amounts of time, it starts kind of, like, getting a bit more choppier and everything, if I recall. A 2D sprite cannot break down and lose precision in polygons as a flat image. A spinny thing, however, exhibits both of those behaviors, becoming more choppy in its moves and losing points until eventually breaking completely. I've confirmed with Ocean Bagel that yes, the game uses a custom 3D renderer for that object. That is insane. But that is very good to know. I actually didn't know that. I was kind of confused before because I thought it was a misinterpretation that it was 3D, but no, it is 3D, which is very interesting. Very fucking weird way to go about it, but I find it very, it piques my interest a lot for sure. That it's like rendered in that way. It makes me wonder how the rest of the secret bosses and their arenas are going to be kind of like rendered and designed, honestly. Like, I wonder how much more trippy I'm like in the future. Like, I just hope they go fucking all out with it. Yeah, so the only explanation is that, okay, that's good to know. It's a minor correction, but it is definitely good to know that, honestly. I don't know, I've already did the corrections pretty much, but for part 1 in the next video, but yeah, since it's on stream, it's definitely worth noting. Fantastic video. I find. Yeah, this one's pretty long. Fantastic video. I found out of the Deltarune theory crafted thing recently due to not much new information, but this video brought to light so much that I never even knew about. Awesome stuff. One thing that I'd like to mention that someone much smarter than me figured out, in Wingdings, egg is left up. Yes, I do remember this. Yeah, egg is left up, which is how the knight moves on a chessboard. Yeah, it's one of those things I didn't mention because it kind of seemed like it seemed more like coincidental, but it's like specific but not at the same time that I don't know what to get out of it because of that. It's in that weird gray area, and I'm not really sure what to make of it, but it is notable. Really excited for part 2 and going over Snowgrave stuff. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on your channel for a while. Thank you. Okay, let me get some water real quick. Alright. Okay. I finally finished the video, took down notes along the way. As a fellow psycho lore enthusiast who likes talking about the scheme too much to throw in my 2 cents on some things that I felt were left unanswered, I'm just crazy and want to talk about it. Amazing video, by the way. I'm gonna definitely watch it like 3 more times while waiting for more. Chris's light war stats are probably higher because a pencil is just a sharpened stick and they're literally just older and stronger. Again, fair point. Or the knife they're hiding from us is not actually that sharp, so it only gives 1 attack. Another hypothetical is that the scale the narrator is using is just literally different, but that's more of an we don't have an explanation take rather than anything meaningful. Another one I heard is that the stats in Undertale are Kara's, but it doesn't really make sense to me. Yeah, like, I think that's one of those cases where it does rely a little too much on Undertale, which I try to kind of stray away from that as much as I can in my analysis, unless it's like certain that there's some connection to be made there. Like, I think that reliance on it only really matters in the very first impressions, but other than that, not like too much. Like, we only know in the beginning of chapter 1 Toby wanted it to be like Undertale, just to kind of fuck with expectations, but aside from that, I wouldn't really like delve into that too much personally. For the 3 save files, my personal theory is that there's 3 Deltarune timelines we get to mess with, all very, very similar, but all very, very slightly different. Close enough that the same big plot points happen and they converge to the same dupe timeline. Yeah, I can get behind that too. Yeah, like I've seen a lot of takes about it being potentially like like pretty much just like each slot is a different timeline or universe, sort of, which I think I can kind of get behind that. Like, they're each parallel realities, given like how they're presented and the very slight differences in the drawer and stuff. It could definitely be the case, and I think it has some basis. I just don't know how confident I am in it yet, at least until we get like chapters 3 through 5 would definitely help in that regard. My evidence for this is the fact that this. Until someone give me a better explanation with rather than this, I'm not giving an inch about it. The 3 save slot reach only being in chapter 2 could be because our soul getting more levels, composing mountains brings it more power, and enough power to make our connections between worlds stronger. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. Like, I think as we recruit more Darkners and as we see more Dark Fountains, our kind of connection improves. And I think with Rouse especially and his connection to all of that, I think he's very concerned about the player experience. That's how I think he kind of plays into the meta narrative, so I definitely agree with that. You know, like at least like some like aspects of it. The Eggman is probably going to be exactly like an egg, not too unimportant, not too important. But the fact that it's a room between, just like the Fundamental 66 room, is obviously a hint towards something, but I don't think it will be overtly important. Maybe it just informs us that someone from somewhere has the power to give us things that do stuff. I do agree with that, yeah, it could be just more so... It might be important in the sense that it kind of demonstrates something, but it's not like a groundbreaking thing, either. It's just more so, oh hey, like this is a thing, just so you know. Gallery is a reference to Rogue's Gallery, yes. But it's purposely the generic boss theme. I forget where, but there's some game out there or some phrase that uses the term gallery and is referring to the bosses beneath. Yeah, this. Also, yeah, the Terminators make their Undertale world private. It might be flat deleted. Yeah, I think... Yeah, from what I recall, I think the Terminators deleted it because they kind of got frustrated about their theories and stuff being put on a pedestal. That's at least what I remember, but I don't know them, so I don't want to, like, delve too much into it. I didn't really include the post directly in the video because I figured, okay, out of respect, I won't do it. Yeah, fun fact about their character analysis post, it is genuinely so large that the Wayback Machine stops working because it thinks they're DDoSing the server. Jesus. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember reading it. It's fucking huge. Yeah, I think there are places that, yeah, that's, I spent multiple days remaking it over 17 posts because of how limited post sizes are on Tumblr now. Yeah, I'm glad that at least there's a few places that are archiving the character analysis one. Because it seems so instrumental to, like, the theory crafting, scene, honestly. So I'm glad there are some archives of it at least. Feel free to check that out if anyone's interested in what the fuck that is. Or just, you know, want a place to read it again. Wild Speculation Zone. I feel like Chris is a name in the save files because they've been in a dark world before. You're definitely right in that they do not have a save as the timer isn't moving, but they do have a name in there as opposed to the empty we see in Undertale after erasing a save file in DELTARUNE. Yeah, maybe that's what a save file looks like after a reset to an inhabitant of the world instead of what we get to see in Undertale with a device that keeps track for us. It would explain some autosaves as well, maybe? Yeah, that too. It's definitely a mystery otherwise, as it's an in-between to what we're used to. Empty or full information. Or I guess the timer location could be something the device keeps track of and isn't something inherent to save files, in which point they could be actively holding the save control until we come along. I wonder if they went into a dark world and someone who was controlling the save files couldn't anymore. Someone who would have more determination than a normal monster, but not more than a human. Then something bad happened, and then they couldn't reset because they weren't in control anymore. Someone who we know can suffer a lot of guilt for stuff that wasn't even mad or their fault. Something so bad that said person would leave and almost entirely cut off communication with their whole family just to distance themselves further. Someone who could very easily be another important character. Someone like Azrael Dreamer. So I guess theorizing that potentially maybe Azrael had the ability to save, but then something happened and then they kind of cut themselves off for a while. I mean, yeah, considering that Deaths went missing and everything too. I mean, who knows, maybe. I can kind of get behind this too, because I think Azrael could play a pretty pretty, like, important role too. I can kind of see that happening. This last paragraph holds no actual lore opinions of the internet user to Spamton Slapper 1997, as it's just fanfiction at this point. But yeah, I think it's an interesting interpretation. I don't see too many interpretations of like specifically Azrael's Azrael's role in the story. I mean, there's some, yeah, but like not like an awful lot. I think that is something that tends to get kind of overlooked because of like in favor of like Des or, you know, the other characters in Hometown, but I don't really blame him either because like we haven't fucking seen Azrael in the game yet, so we have very little to work with in that regard. But then again, even the fact that Azrael's drawer changes between slots is like, there's something about him. It's weird. I'm not really sure what to make of it, but I can get behind it, honestly. I think the chance for Azrael to be a potential wielder of saving, it doesn't seem like 100, but I don't think it's 0 either. So I'm all for it, really. We'll have to see. Pretty sure the name Kara is first seen on an Undertale demo trailer or something like that, and some people trying that name in the first place and seeing it. Oh yeah, it's in the trailer. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that as well. Like, it's in the demo trailer, and people tried that and it was, like, set it to be the true name. Yeah, I think that's, like, one of the only other places where it's, like, actually, used. Just got recommended your channel, and I must say, love your stuff. First backrooms, and now Deltarune. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I didn't think it was possible for me to get even more brainwormsy obsessed with Deltarune, but here we are at the end of watching this video. Thank you, I'm very glad. I would like to point out that gallery when it's reversed, it sounds like Gaster's theme. Huh. What is the opinion on this? The most indifferent interpretation of Azrael's role in Deltarune I've ever seen is unironically... Yeah, it literally... That fic literally has, like, altered my fucking brain chemistry. It's fucking groundbreaking. It's insane. It's really good. I'm still like... God. That fic was just on another fucking level. I also need to read more Deltarune fanfiction. I don't do it very often. Is the song Molchat Doma? Yeah, the song that played earlier was it was a Molchat Doma song. I like a few of their songs. Gallery is still a sketch quote when reversed. Yeah, I feel like reversing it probably doesn't really change all that much, does it? I've been here for a while, I just haven't been chatting because I'm on telephone. You're good. It's better than not reversing it. Yeah. I guess it's one of those things that's worth a shot, I suppose. Yeah, continuing on though. That last part of the video. What was that? I don't know. Carrot. Carrot. Shout out to Carrot. Shout out to carrots. One thing I think is worth noting about the stats in the Light World is that, contrary to what the menu tells you, your attack and defense do actually start at 10 in Undertale. Yeah, I do touch on this in the corrections. They do start at 10, but for some reason they're displayed as 0. Which is weird. I don't know why it's like that, but it is. One thing to note about the whole OST's names in all caps being related to Gaster is that rule seems to follow in the Undertale OSTs too. There's only 3 songs which are fully caps lock, that being... Yeah! Yeah! I'm not sure how to pronounce that title. Very obvious why it's in all caps, though not related with the Mystery Man. Asgore. Asgore, this one is a bit of a stretch, but it represents Asgore's whole demeanor trying to look tougher than he actually is. And finally, the one that really matters, Core. This, yeah, because Gaster made the core and everything. Yeah, there's like a bit of emphasis there as well, but I'm not really sure. Like, aside, yeah, I think that's like the only one of those songs that, like, it has some relevance to Gaster, but the other ones don't really seem too relevant either. Not either, but they don't seem too relevant. Especially... Yeah! But yeah. If that about the chorus OST is true, then we should look out for future chapters naming convention for songs. I do agree. I think it's definitely worth noting. I'm not sure how often it will pop up. I'm sure for the secret bosses it will continue to be a thing, but maybe in some like of the field areas potentially too. But we'll have to see really when the future ones come out. I've seen this video on my feed 3 or 4 times now. I finally gotta watch it now. I'm kind of shocked at how well it kind of hit the algorithm still. I've been getting really into Deltarune theory analysis videos recently. This has got to be one of my favorites. Thank you. I'm very glad that it informed people so much as it did. It really means a lot. Thank you. great Homestuck reference. Thank you. I've never read it, but I find Homestuck's fucking non-Euclidean act structure to be just completely like fascinating to me. So I figured it would be funny to put that in there. This is such a good video. Theories are so fun. This one's really good. Thank you. 6 times. Thank you very much. Goddamn, just seen both your background and the Deltarune vids. They are so damn good. I hope to see more of your content. Thank you. New Deltarune micro celeb dropped. Gary Belvids, love of our lives. I love you, Gary, from the RPG Maker 2000 classic Ebe. Anything here of note? I think we'll find Chekhov's bunker is required to the game Death, Chris, and Azrael enter the Dark World. Yeah, I do think something like this could have happened potentially. We know that they explored behind the forest, but behind the graveyard, so like, at least Noelle says that, so like, and the bunker is there, so like, they definitely did something with that bunker. I'm willing to get behind that for sure. People who like one-shot always make good video essays. True. I'm gonna mention one character that mentions game element that few people remember, and that's Lancer. Yep, I mentioned that. Oh, one of the longer ones. Worry not, this video smells like a masterpiece. This video smells like a masterpiece already. As the Terminators disappeared, this is just the thing I need. I will say the timing was completely unintentional. I didn't think that they would delete their blog like that, but I am very glad to, I guess, satiate people's brain rot. While all backups of the theory that contain images disappeared off the internet along the original, Judgment Boy still has their 2 videos going over every point of it. That's good, at least. Yeah, and there's other stuff that no archives it. I think there's like a whole PDF. I've seen there's a whole fucking PDF that's archived it and shit, so there's places to look for it if you need it. Still, Wingding Gaster also has another font in its name that being Aster. That is true. This is important because Sans uses the font. Yep. Undertale has both dog checks. Yeah, I didn't know that, but that checks out, I suppose. This video is very valuable. I completely failed to find any mention of the blinking on the door closing or the death at all. Thank you already. Thank you. Chris does have as much as twice the age of Minkara. So it's reasonable. Yep. I didn't think of the implications. What was this referring to? 46 something. 4617. What was this about? To touch on later, but not sure what this character whose name is 7. Oh yeah, this point was wrong. I'm very sorry to say, but my point in that was flat out wrong. So there's that. My theory is that even if they did not need us for anything else, we have replaced their soul, and that's their only source of determination. As far as I know, humans need the will to live in both games to move and live. Without some, they would collapse and do absolutely nothing, even dying. I believe that Chris is on a timer every time we are removed, and that's why they shamble about slowly without us. I kind of agree too. I think without the soul, yeah, like they seem very exhausted, and they could probably only be without the soul for like a limited amount of time. Like it's residual determination, yeah. Or if it's not residual, then it's plot-relevant determination that's essential for the narrative to move forward. You know, in that sense. Yeah, they don't have an industrial quantity of determination. Yeah. If reality is a D set, then Flowey has 2-gallon jugs of water, and Chris only has condensation outside a sealed bottle of cold water to subsist on. Jesus. This theory might be untrue given that Chris can open a fountain without us, but they also immediately put us back in. Yeah. Yeah, no, because like definitely opening a fountain takes a lot of determination. So I imagine they would have had to put it back in pretty quickly after the fact. Almost nothing at all. Great job, you won a subscriber. Thank you. What if the reason is because of us, the player? I do touch on this as well in part 3. I think there is a reason for it. That could be parsed potentially. Why like Toby doesn't want merch of the Lighteners. I think there is a reason for it for sure. Then again, I'm watching the video again to make sure this idea makes sense. This video is great, by the way. As someone who lets this game over info analyzes this game way too much and has their own theory that the love of the player It's nice to see a video through of it that doesn't sound stupid and accurate and expanded my theory, and Liver gave me a brain blast. It's like, wow, another educated fan. Thank you, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I feel like Toby probably doesn't want merch of the Lighteners, because I think that the Lighteners, they kind of have more of this, like, emphasis on being treated, like, as real, in a sense. Like, I think, potentially from Toby's perspective, it's like having merch of the Lighteners, it's like having merch of your actual literal friends IRL. Like it could just be sort of like, is the memory of the good times you spent with your friends, or in this case the Lighteners, not enough? Because I think there's a lot of emphasis on Deltarune kind of being about how much you're willing to project yourself onto the protagonist and how much you're willing to let the protagonist be their own character. So it's kind of like, are you willing to treat these characters like people, like friends? Like sometimes you have to let your friends make their own decisions and to act on their own and everything. So it could be like going into it from that angle, because it's like, because that's one of those things that's like a little bit controversial, I think, even. People are just like, hey, like, why doesn't Toby want to make merch of them? That's weird. That's dumb. But it's like, no, like, it could just be like to further the message of the game and like the Lighteners as characters. So I think there's a lot of nuance to it for sure. I remember when I fought Jello for the first time, he destroyed me, and after my 7th attempt I just pressed give up because I was starting to get bored. In that moment when everything went black and the song started playing, I was in fear. Darkness Falls was truly scary at the moment. The Gaster motif it has is unsettling as hell. I feel like if the give up option shouldn't even be there, and I feel like if the give up option wasn't there, I felt like it shouldn't even be there, and I should have never had the choice to give up. I'm pretty sure that every chapter will have a unique game over theme, and when you combine them all, you will have an entire song. That would be cool. I'm not sure if that's gonna be what happens, but that would be a very cool, like, that would be really cool to see that happen, honestly. Oh, okay. A thing that I think is really important to note about the game over screen is that Toby has repeatedly stated that the game has only one ending. So when Gaster says it appears you have reached an end when you game over, it paints a very concerning picture. I do agree. There's like I think the chance isn't zero that that could be literally the end, like that one ending, and you just got to it the easy way, which is, if that is the case, that is a very concerning thing to me for sure. I don't know if that's the intention, but it's possible. I think there's something here actually. Gaster remarks that you, the player, have reached an end. Two ways I could see this applying, but to the one ending thing. In the end, the player will at some point disconnect from or otherwise be free of their influence on the world, leaving its inhabitants to be. This is the one end that matters. No matter what happens in the story of Deltarune, like the weird rat, the player at some point will stop playing the game. Chris's choices do not matter relative to us. We aren't the fictional character in a video game. Our story of Deltarune has one end. I do agree. Yeah, like that is a possibility where it's just like the end of the game kind of happens. Oh shit, it's time to fight crime. Where where it's like the ending of the game kind of just happens regardless of what we do because it's disconnected from the core game. Like the Goner Maker, like it's disconnected from the core game. It's the Goner Maker. It's like on a whole other level. The ending could be kind of something like that. Perhaps an end, perhaps an end implies one of many for the player, but not of Chris or other characters. They're always trapped to their one ending while we are not. Maybe each save side is another instance of the universe. Maybe. That too, yeah. The character's story of Deltarune has one end. I can get behind that too. It could be it could be either of these. The whole one ending thing, it has a lot of implications and a lot of different ways to look at it. And I like both of these interpretations. They both have like some weight to it. Lobotomy corp jump scare. True. OMG, another person with the same broad about things I love and the willingness to make a multi-hour series of crap theories and info recapitulation to make my own crap theories seem less totally baseless. Love your avatar editing and theory. Thank you very much. Wow. I really enjoyed this. I can't wait for the next part. Thank you. This is a really, really interesting, great video. I'll be on the lookout for the other parts. I didn't see many others discuss the things you are. As a note, I usually notice story makers always like to put super important details at the beginning of the story, usually in case for you to forget until it comes up near the end. I agree. As a note, and as my own little theory, I think this game will be like Danganronpa 2. That's all. I have not played a single Danganronpa game, so I would have no way of knowing. Are there any Danganronpa heads in the chat? That can like give their input on this? Regrettably. Negative. Don't know who Daga and Rampa were though. Thankfully, no. Oh, the ending. Oh, 2 was all a simulation or something. Oh, so it's basically just like, oh, like they think that it's gonna be all like a simulation. Huh. I mean, yeah, I don't really think that the game will end as like, oh, it's all a simulation if that's like what they're going for, but... Who is Dangan? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I'll keep going. Doho Gex, true, the iceberg goes deep. Already your video is thick as red as hell, thank you. Toho in the first minute subbed, thank you. I only tried out Deltarune because it was free and you had to record things about Undertale. How did I end up here? I don't know either, man. I was like, I really gotta go to sleep. I got work tomorrow. I would just watch the intro quick and the rest tomorrow. I'm sorry, but also thank you at the same time. I'm very glad that you enjoyed it and that it like kept you hooked as much as it did. It really means a lot, thank you. Try to beat the game without saving to get the crest file. Yeah, honestly. It's definitely worth a shot on at this point, really, who knows. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm only 9 minutes into this video and I already need more. Sooner or later you'll get more. The technical term, I believe, is a meta-narrative game. True. Also, on the Toby always has diegetic element. This is also true in the Halloween hack, funnily enough. I am aware of that, yeah. I did mention that earlier. Holy shit, when did it become 1 AM and I was supposed to sleep 5 hours ago? Good video though, keep it up, thank you. Well, this is very interesting. I think you covered this very well, so I will look forward to part 2. Just watched your video recently. After reading comments, I haven't seen this point be brought up. When we were talking about man.ogg, it's clear you did a lot to try and tie it into other things related to Gaster, which ultimately came up short. Well, the reason why is so simple. As man.ogg was composed over 5 years before Deltarune's release, likely even before Toby put his ideas to paper. You see, Toby wrote a handful of songs as a sort of fan tribute to Yumeniki. One of these songs is Walter Sakama Masada, which if you look up is just man.ogg with considerably less quality. Yep, I mentioned this. This brings up the question of why Toby not only reused a fan song he made for Yumeniki, but also why he touched it up as well. As for that, I think back to how Mystery Man's design is clearly based off of a boa from Yumeniki. That is true, and Yumeniki is about a young girl escaping her lonely life into a world of dreams. Yes. What does the Dark World represent in Deltarune? Escapism into dreams. I do agree. There are definitely like elements of kind of Yumeniki and that sort of like escapism into dreams and stuff that like you can definitely draw parallels there. Like, I think Yumeniki was very much like a cornerstone for this more like kind of like surrealist sort of aspect of more like indie RPGs now. And it's very instrumental now to a lot of games like Deltarune or Morg or what have you. So I'm all for it, honestly. I definitely agree there's a lot of parallels to draw, especially with Gaster being pretty much like a Uboa inspiration, and man.ogg being like pulled from like a fan song that Toby made for Yumeniki. There's like a lot to it, honestly. It's definitely worth like noting for sure. Why is Sand shorter than Papyrus? Sand is older brother, but he's shorter for some reason. The only reason I bring this up is because of the acid in chapter 2. They put Sans in the acid, man. Fucked up. Who knows, really? Yeah. The survey program Sans theory meta was if Sans was a darkener. Now the meta is that Sans was put in the acid. Me anytime I find something new with Undertale, it's probably referring to the funny edit I did in. Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. The whole. This is so fucking great. Instantly subscribed. Excited to see more from you. Thank you. Thank you. Gaster is a theory crafter in the narrative sense. He's everywhere and nowhere, woven throughout the narrative and hotly debated. I see him as Toby's way to diffuse the massive theory crafter wobbles from the main plot. I can see that working too, like as a sort of way to specifically like kind of diverge, kind of like give the theory crafters some like content to work with, without digging too much into the main plot and kind of like FNAFing it, if you get what I mean. So I can definitely see that being the case too. Right, I'm gonna get some more water. Alright. This is like some 500k subs channel type video. If I had 500,000 subs, I don't know what the fuck I would do. Jesus, that... Even 100k is like insane to me. I don't even know what I would do with that many. God. I've only just gotten past your intro and it was already so well made, thank you. Time to get back to getting darker, the darkness is really good. Thank you. It really means a lot, honestly. I'm really glad that people view my editing to that regard. Like, Jesus. My fucking brain. Oh, okay. I'm obsessed with this video. I eat up good Deltarune videos like this. So true, thank you. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna check on chat right now, see how we're doing. Blame it all on Gaster, not a character we've never met yet, that's fair. You're like one of the best channels I've seen. I've watched one of your videos. I'm just catching up on chat right now. Molly, the night moves in 8 ways, not only egg. That is true. I am aware. I know how to play chess vaguely. I am aware. There's a lot of different movements besides that. It's just one of them. Molly is a great channel and I've known her for 10 billion years, so I am right. True. What else was there? I let this comment explain in detail Yumineki when you literally showed a clip of Yumituki in the intro. That is a fair point, Moist. But I suppose it's just because I didn't like show it too much in the video. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go take another break now. I'll probably refill on water, go back to the bathroom. Again, we're making pretty good progress. I'd say we're like just over halfway through this chunk now, so... I'm still intent on not trying to finish all the comments in this stream, because I want to try to focus on working on part 2 after this, but we're gonna see how everything unfolds in like another hour or two. We'll see. But yeah, I'll be right back again. Taking another little break. I don't know, meow time, whatever. Do what y'all do. But yeah. Be right back. Bye. Alright. Hello, hello again. I am back now. Bam. Moist, what was it? What was the secret you were gonna tell, huh? What was the confidential information you were gonna leak? Your art appears in one of it. It does! It does actually appear in a game. If you've played Hypnagogia Boundless Streams, my art is in that game. It's in one of the galleries. I'm not gonna say which one, but go look for yourself. It's a very good game. I'd like to make a video on it at some point. Should I do a thing where like the fucking BRB screen has like a it's like a loading screen. It has like random like tips that load in. It's like a randomly generated tips or Molly secrets or whatever the fuck. I think that would be a very funny thing to do. I'm not sure how that would work, but that would be very. That's an idea. If I do more streams like that, that would be. I have to figure out how to make that work. It's ingredients for a sauce. Or eventually fan art. I could do that, yeah. Scrolling through different fan art. If I get enough, I'll definitely consider something like that. Like that too. Alright. One tip is just holy delta. Holy beat it. True. I would love to do that. That has to be one of them. Alright. Right. Let me put the browser back on. Right. We still got a good chunk of the comments left to go through, but I think maybe we can do this in a few hours. It's been about 3.5 hours. I want to say it's possible, but I'm not sure yet. We'll see how we do. If there's a holy Deltarune, is there an unholy Undertale? Probably. Get ready for a stick figure. I'd love to see that. Molly's stick figure. Alright. Where should I put Molly fan art? You can just ping me on Twitter or any social media. See you later, Patrick. If you want to like show me fan art, you can just DM it to me on Discord, Twitter, anywhere, or you can even just send me like a fucking email or something. All the info to contact me is on my NeoCities if you need it. It's a nice place to just kind of keep everything compact. It's going to be like when the Amor gang draws Basil. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'd love that. Oh yeah, back to comments though. We still got a lot left to go. We're definitely closer to the end of them, but we still got a good chunk left. F4728, but just wanted to comment this before I forget. On the topic of the 7-character check for the light word, and the possibility for the player taking control of another character with 7 more letters in the name means two things to me. It will have us either A, be thrown out of Chris's body at some point without death, exposing us to other characters. This could be against Chris's wishes, considering it seemed to almost keep us trapped in them. Keeping us in their body potentially deep inside, hence the pain of tearing us out, and then caging or removing us from view when outside of their body. We are under the assumption that Chris is our end-all be-all protagonist that we play through, but already we can see cases where this is not necessarily true. In battle, we control 3 people at once, our soul being used to dodge attacks, and taking damage, and our soul taking damage, and because we are under control of those 3 people, they all take damage. That is true. And I think it is a very weird thing as well, and it's something that I do touch on in part 2 as well, like what the soul is, and how like damage kind of plays into that. The text at the end of the character creation at the beginning could be Chris or whatever could be above him, above them, wresting control of the connection from Gaster and preventing us from having our own body in the story, forcing us to be in a character who has an agency of their own. I see. Okay. Okay. Chris can in any moment remove us from their body and do what they need to do. They could also be restricting our input, misconstruing our dialogue, or preventing dialogue options from appearing. Regardless, because our current vessel has a name already, Chris, the name in this... hang on. Yeah. Regardless, because our current vessel has a name already, the name in this menu sets screen set as such. If you're taken to another vessel, then the name will probably change. The only issue I see with this prediction without extensive research and only off memory is the fact that 7+ characters in the name would result in us not knowing who it would be. Yeah, that is... yeah, again, this is going off of a point that is ultimately, like, inaccurate, but I am still kind of running with it. Because I can see it potentially being... I still think the potential for us to play as a character other than Chris isn't zero, but I think it's just unlikely. And it doesn't really have as much ammo to it as I originally thought, because I just misinterpreted a line of code. So there's that. Or B, have different perspective cutscenes in the light world. I think this is significant, as usually when we're given control to someone else other than Chris and are removed from being able to directly see Chris, it was always in the dark world. This is mostly due to the fact that 95% of the story is in the dark world. But what happens if we get something like this in the light world? Perhaps from the perspective of whoever's trapped in the bunker. Huh. Assuming what I said above about Chris taking us from our vessel from Gaster before Gaster could put us into the story is true, I think this can happen. When we first have control of Chris, instantly we hear his name their name Viatorial, but what would have happened if we didn't hear the name of our character? Probably just a few question marks. My feeling is that those lines of code are supposed to help support renaming a hidden character who we don't know the name of for story reasons, who we see from their perspective in a direct manner, such as like controlling Susie in Chapter 1. If you go with the popular theory that whoever's in the bunker is December, this fits in well. We know that December is in the light world, as well as we know that there was another dark world. Not to mention that having a fountain open for years on end would result in nothing good happening, though a theory of Chris opening a fountain to remove December for the picture when they were younger has some potential, though it would be filled with speculation. If we assume that she is not dead, then the bunker is the most likely place. Since the bunker's food is most likely stockpiled in a preserved state, and if we assume it was used to be used by the entire town, then surviving for years on end is easy enough to do. We may end up having cutscenes where we play as December trying to escape her safety prison, during which we would be able to use the menu to not only see that we are in the light world, but also look at her stats. Okay. Because she would most likely not speak out loud nor address herself after being alone for years, we would have no canonical information of who this is, hence the question mark name. Electricity could also be down in the bunker, adding a blanket of darkness on her, obscuring her sprite. She is a deer monster, so I would expect her to be able to withstand the temperatures brought about by nature seeping inside the ground and through the metal doors. This could also be the reason why she can't leave. The bunker door might need electricity to function. I never thought of that either. Well, I don't know, because the two other monsters, Monster Teen and the other one, they kind of are standing in front of it, implying that they are able to open the doors. Or no, aren't they locked? Does the game describe the doors as being locked or something? But they do kind of talk about it as if like there is a way to get in there. I'm willing to kind of go behind the idea that it needs electricity to be opened as well. Then again, that would just be a shitty design if you're fucking... That's like FNAF logic. Like almost like the fucking... Like the doors, like they need electricity to function. By bunker door, I should clarify I made a secondary door inside of the mound or deeper underground. It's hard to tell as we don't know why the bunker was made in the first place. Okay, so not the actual door outside, but doors within the bunker. So it's hard to tell as we don't know why the bunker was made in the first place. If it was for bombings during a war, natural disaster, safety for more taking place in the town itself, or a bunker meant to withstand nuclear warfare. That is another thing too, like, the fact that there is a bunker at all, it suggests that there is a threat that world is aware of that like would warrant the bunker, whether it's for natural disasters or what have you. Probably just for natural disasters, but it's still just like, I don't fucking know, man. Do the monsters have access to nuclear weapons? Does Carol Holiday have access to nuclear firearms? Does she have launch codes? I don't know, maybe these are the real questions now that I think about it. The 7-character limit in the light world stats menu to me either means that either A, our soul can hop bodies, or B, it just means we get to play as someone else in the light world, kind of like how we played as Susie in Chapter 1. Plus the potential identity of this potential cutscene perspective holder. I wrote a lot more than I thought I would. I had the inkling of what I had thought, but when I wrote it down, the inkling would show itself to be more than just a few words. I feel that for sure. And I should say that I have not even once looked up stuff for this comment. I am probably dead wrong. It would be cool though. Yeah, this is still working off of the assumption that my thing with the 7 characters is right, which it isn't. It was completely a misinterpretation, but I do like both of these possibilities, honestly. I never even thought about about the light world having a thing with Susie in the dark world where it kind of shifts perspectives. I would be curious to see if that's even possible in the light world. I don't see why not, but maybe. I mean, we kind of have something like that going on with the beginning of each chapter, but still, it's definitely worth considering. Okay, but yeah. Please ignore my bookmark comment. Yeah, I like this comment though. I just wish it wasn't with information that is just incorrect, which is on my part, but still, it was a good comment. Please ignore my bookmark comment. Thank you. You're good. The safe slot thing looks like a potential for a puzzle. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. There's so many good possibilities for the fucking 3 save slots because of how they change the game's contents potentially between them. It's absolutely worth noting. I think it definitely made something, and I hope that there's something like that in the game. It would be really fucking cool to see. Oh yeah, this one. This is a great video, but I wonder how your interpretation that Chris has never saved before meshes with the fact that Chris can and always has been able to see save points, and is familiar enough that interacting with one is second nature. This is a fair point, and I think I overlooked this detail because they do say it's by second nature you reach out, so it's it kind of implies that Chris has seen them before, which it's weird because I mean, it's possible that they have saved, but because it's on an empty slot, it's just displaying our info for the most part and not their info. But it's still it is interesting to know. It does kind of imply that they have interacted with them, because if it's second nature especially, or maybe it's a thing with the soul where the soul sees it in its second nature, even if it's the first time seeing it because it's such a fundamental function of the soul. I don't know, but it's definitely worth noting, and it is something that I've been trying to kind of think on as well. Maybe there is more to Chris being able to save and all that, but yeah, I don't know. Didn't expect to see one shot here, but I absolutely love it. Thank you. You forgot about the PS Vita port. True, but this is in my correction, so I already addressed that. Thank you for this fantastic analysis. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. The connection between the man behind the screen and Gaster is flimsy at best, sure, but him not correlating to a man is just a dumb reason. I agree now. Looking back, it was a little bit too picky on my part, and I will address this in part 2 as a kind of critique on my own theorizing process. I think there is a level to which you don't need to be all that specific. You don't need to know all the specifics, you just have to know that a connection exists, and with the egg and everything, I think it's reasonable to say that there is some connection, even if not direct, even if it's not literally him. Him not correlating to Amanda is a kind of I think it's a bit redundant. Or not redundant, but a little bit, unnecessary. I don't really know what would be gained out of that kind of, specific, how do I put it? I guess that kind of degree of separation. I don't know how, necessary it actually is. Holy shit. Cool mixtape. Yeah, this isn't about identity, it's about being able to work with the pieces we were given without having to second guess all the time, because nowadays it's a topic of contention. Yeah, I agree. I think being able to just say, hey, this has a connection to this is, more than enough, really. It's not all that necessary at the end of the day to think about all the specifics, so I do agree with that, honestly. Awesome video, loved binging it, thank you. Wait, the only other video on channel is to be another hour-long incredible video on another topic I'm fascinated about. I'll love to watch after this one. Thank you, I'm glad. The name link thing could be could just be if it somehow became longer than some characters, it still conforms to the UI placement of anything, not having it bleed into the rightmost text. Well, yeah, again, this is like with outdated information, so sometimes in coding you create outdated failsafes when you already have it handled elsewhere. Just to be doubly extra sure it doesn't mess up. Perhaps if you somehow overwrite your name or something. The question marks are kind of an easy place to fix instead of coding it to truncate the string at 7 characters. Yeah, like I think it's more so probably just for like making sure nothing looks out of order, but again, it's not the change of the name, it's just like it's the easy to change placeholder text, or not placeholder, but like the text to kind of account for you kind of making your name longer than 6 letters in Undertale, and that's just kind of held over from that in Deltarune. So yeah, it's kind of outdated in that aspect. Let me get a bit more water. Alright, haven't watched till end yet, we'll post until I forgot. It's mind-boggling to me how Gaster reacts to us attempting to erase a save file 9 times. It reminds me of No Chocolate's Tumblr post about connection of Kara in number 9. A good read. I also recall theorizing how us getting 9G consolation prize and apps with Snailfart could potentially be connected to that back in the day. Perhaps Gaster interprets 9 erasing attempts as us communicating with him. But here's another possibility that gave me goosebumps. What if Gaster associates number 9 with the version of a player that played Undertale? What if the variable is called threat because it indicates that same behavior that led to genocide in Undertale route? What if Gaster treats this interaction as us making sure that he knows it's us from before? I didn't know about the connection of Kara with number 9 though, that I haven't really heard much about, but that is, if that is the case, that is really intriguing. Also, just a random idea, we have established that Frisk and Kara are their own entities, often mixed up with us, the player. Did we have independent actions at times in front of us? We see how to spend and fight Chris is terrified with the strings from a side. Yeah, it was quite possible sometime past in the light world between chapter 1 and chapter 2. What if Chris simply, didn't appreciate the fact that a random entity appeared in their life and suddenly overwrote their save file just like that? What if they are terrified of that as well? Yeah, potentially. But I'd be pretty fucking terrified in that case. And save over 3 save files in hopes that at least 2 would remain once we return. But to their dismay, once we, the entity with more determination, come back, the system exit if Chris was never was on top of it. Yeah, like I could see it being a case of like we overwrote Chris's ability to save. I can see that working in light world terms. I just don't really know if Chris literally has 3 save files. It could just be more like each save file is a different instance. That I'm kind of willing to get a bit more behind at the moment, but it is still an interesting take. I do like that. I think it was worth mentioning that the Chekhov's bunker is possibly the alternative to the barrier that sealed away monsters in Undertale. Chances are Deltarune monsters won the war and sealed away mankind. The illustrations of naked humans that Chris couldn't look at had to come from somewhere. Potentially. I don't know, I don't really like to think of it as like it's like the barrier from Undertale. But I mean, who knows, really? We have like no info on what the fuck that bunker is for, really. Or it's like, or if it's even been used in the past. But I mean, who knows, maybe. That was amazing, thank you. This is beautiful, one of the best Deltarune theories on the internet right now. I also didn't expect to see Everhood in the intro. That game is such a hidden gem. It is true, honestly. Everhood's a really good game. That's another one that's like a... I wouldn't call it like obscure, but it definitely deserves more attention. It's a really good game. And it has a second one coming out, like I think later this year or something. It's really good. I'm excited to see it. Alright. Okay. Continuing on. Amazing video, nothing to add, just a comment for you know what, thank you. Jigsaw Joe and the other Jigsaw Masters also directly refer to gameplay elements, that is true. I do touch on this in part 2, Darkness have a general grasp of meta mechanics and UI elements, that is true. Are you there? Are we connected? Potentially worth noting regarding the behind tree, again when using is a finger pointing left and 2 pointing up. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, but aside from Spirit and Noel, who are linked to fucked up digital eggs, I do touch on that later. Papyrus has an egg in his date night battle. Papyrus's primary costume is that of a warrior. HBC said their piece on this theory, and I'm not saying I believe it, I'm just saying that if Papyrus becomes narratively relevant as an antagonist, I'm not going to be surprised. There is a little bit of ammo for this, yeah, I do agree, honestly. I don't know if it is going to be like the case, but it is a very intriguing theory. I mean, it's one of the videos I worked on with HBC. I think it was one of the first ones, even. So I definitely can see that, honestly. I mean, how I edited a part of that video, actually. Aside from the audio. But yeah, but Papyrus Night Theory, or like, you know, Papyrus being like a potential like important character in that sense, I think it's a very intriguing take. I listened to this video while doing some other stuff, so I might have missed you saying something, but at the part where you were talking about the egg that made behind the tree, I think you got something slightly wrong. Not something that really alters anything, because I don't think any firms recognize anything really, but you said something on the lines of we can't say for sure this is Gaster, because Gaster is referred to as a... Yes, I do mention that, like the ferryman thing. Again, I think it's one of those kind of one of those kinds of separation that was really necessary, but I don't blame myself for being super picky at first about Gaster, considering how much fan and shit it's easy to kind of like get like lost in with him. God, yeah, the deactivated the Terminators blog. The Narracare master post that they made actually doesn't have an archive as far as I've seen, which is really frustrating. It does have some archives now. It was just kind of hard to find them at first because it was like in the wake of that blog kind of getting deactivated. It is on the way back, but all the images are dead and it was like 60% screenshots, so it's not very helpful. There's other iterations and write-ups, of course, but damn, it's frustrating that that version is gone. Yeah, okay. Doom is still missing some. I assume all this stuff would be safely archived by now, but there's actually parts at risk of being lost to have a local archive of the entire Narracare page for 2016. Damn. Nice. Okay, so probably maybe definitely a stretch, but my first thought with gallery was like a rogues gallery. Yes, I had mentioned that. As far as I know, nothing happens if you don't overwrite Chris's save file in chapter 1 and 2, but the fact that it exists has to mean something, right? Something, right? I do think it has to still mean something. Maybe something happens if you reach the final chapter while leaving your save file intact. Maybe. Also, the fact that each save file has small subtle changes is interesting. There's 3 save files, and this Legend of the Deltarune has 3 heroes. I don't know if they're related, but it's the only other thing in the game related to the number 3 that I can think of. Yeah, I've seen that connection made a lot too. Like, oh, there's the 3 heroes, and there's 3 save slots. I feel like they're not really related, though. I think 3 is just a kind of really recurring number in the game in general, but I don't know if they're directly related. It seems like... I feel like it's might be a bit of a stretch to make, but I mean, who knows? This is amazing! My god! By Jove! By Jove! I have an image I need to find, hang on. By Jove! I know I have the image, hang on. By Jove! Where is it? I think... If I can't find it, I'll try to just fucking... It reminded me of something. Yeah, I found it. Found it. By Jove! By Jove! By Jove! But thank you. And here I was, stupid little me, thinking that all theories had been exhausted at this point. Thank you, I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. The sheer fact that this theory is so long while not even remotely tapping into the lore other than the bare minimum about Gaster is just baffling. I know, I'm kind of shocked I managed to stray so far away from like talking about lore, but still keeping it kind of relevant. I do touch a little bit more on lore in parts 2 and 3, but part 1 was essentially just entirely like kind of going over the technical stuff, but part 2 does kind of touch like a little more on lore, especially in the sweepstakes portion, because like lore is about the best like stuff I can really get out of the sweepstakes there, for, you know, like I imagine like obvious reasons. Fantastic video, mollystars. Thank you. I'll show the whole thing, pausing it at many points. I really think about what you were saying. I think there were a lot of interesting points that were clearly presented. Thank you. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Is there a reason why Chris's name is Chris everywhere, but in stat page in Lightworld it's Chris with quotation marks? Is it like that in Undertale as well, where it has like the quotes? I feel like it is. I could always just check in. Where I like kind of compare the stats. Where is it again? Yeah, okay, I know. In Undertale it does the same as the quotes, so I don't think it really means anything, honestly. Yeah, Rogues Gallery. Can't wait for the very, very interesting conclusion. Thank you. I can't believe someone finally does this. This was a theory I had for a long time, but I didn't know how to explain it properly. It was like my own little... Yeah, that's how I felt too. It was really hard to explain it, at least until like chapter 2 and the sweepstakes really came up. But I'm really glad that I was able to kind of present it in a way that was understandable to people and that people could relate to, like kind of having these thoughts like bubbling in the back of their mind. I'm really glad I could help with that regard. Your video convinced me to play Deltarune from start to finish without saving. I'm glad. How many Chris's, Susies, and Rallies have I killed just trying to defeat Jevil? Oh man. Probably can't even count it at this point. Hell yeah, this is epic. Thank you. So I was just listening to your voice and then I get hit with, how the fuck did we get here? I can't help it, I like cursing like a sailor. I'm so excited to find a new excellent Deltarune channel, thank you. I try not to be exclusively Deltarune, but Deltarune just happens to be the thing I'm making a big project on right now, so there's that. I didn't get the reference, it's a jar thing. I very rarely subscribed to their only one video, this is one of those cases, thank you. There's something I need to say about the Goner Maker screen. Well, it is true that there's no the true name response, but to me the of course they're the same response seems to have the same vibe. I do agree. The of course they're the same is just kind of like, oh yeah, of course you see yourself in your character. I think there's definitely something to it. I do agree there. I think that's something that the game will touch on over time, honestly, for sure. I'm related, but I like your voice, it's nice, thank you. Oh shit. We're getting close. See, we're getting close. Hey, I'm like 13 minutes in and I already liked your content. Thank you. So for future reference, what are your pronouns? Any pronouns, any works. I mostly use she, her, they, them, but any works, I literally don't care. You are a saint for including the song as the background music. I'm really glad. Thank you. I try to include them because I know, because I do feel that, because I'm always just like, hey, I really like that song. What is that song? They never put the fucking song in the description. Just like, come on. So I try to just like always put the song names when I can. This analysis is amazing, and knowing I was here right when it came out makes me feel like I'm gonna be a part of history. Thank you. That really means a lot. Hyped for part 2. Loved the video. Dying to see part 2. Thank you. I have a theory. When you have failed the game, there's the option to give up, yes? Then the world is covered in darkness. That is technically an ending. That is true. I did mention that earlier, so I think there is definitely something to it. Even after all this time, there's still so much I didn't know. The game's secrets are endless. I know. It really does feel endless, I agree. It's fucked up. One gek. True. This video is really, really pretty, thank you. Does the puzzle tutorial guys in your sham have a meta element, or am I tripping? They do, I mentioned this in part 2. Haha, funny egg go. Yeah. Counter for algorithm indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There is all sort of game elements, that is true. Ah yes, my favorite asset, John Explosion or something. True. I've been slowly watching through this theory over a few days. There's a lot of details, so I want to take my time. It feels like elements of Undertale act as ciphers for things in Deltarune. Awesome video, great theory, ready for part 2. Take your time. Thank you, I'll try. Insert Fortnite Midas joke. I don't know what that is. I don't do fork knife. Oh yeah, the algorithm comment. Thank you. Thank you. I find it very, very interesting that all save files labeled Chris are showing whatever progress the player would have made thus far. 0 to 1 fountains depending on the chapter, and they all respect some form of logic. In the first chapter, you can only save to one slot, thus only one Chris slot exists. In the second chapter, the transition from 1 to 3 slots might glitch the world into making 3 copies of the Chris file. There was a comment about this from the last stream, which I really like, so it's in that ballpark, and I really like this interpretation. Note that all files show 000, i.e. Chris has not saved their progress, then all are considered extra, are replaced by empty when you first saved. My theory is that Gaster generates a new copy of the world when you start a new game. A world where Chris has the power to save yet lacks the means to. Gaster overrides their power when the connection is established and you overwrite their only save file, taking full control over them. From that point on, you could generate new files with choices that Chris would make depending on the chapter selected. Quick side note, the game itself appears to be simultaneously completing itself, talking about the UIs and attempting to block, remove, or censor Gaster, the text that shows when you call in the Dark World, the end of the Dark Sequence, etc. I do agree with this too, yeah, like, between chapters, I think, but like between chapter 1 and 2, you know, there's like the UI kind of like expanding upon itself, which I think is a result of the fountain being sealed, or at least as a result of expanding Castletown, for sure. Which I think is a very interesting thing to note, considering rlly's ties to it and everything, and you know his whole thing with being concerned for the player experience, which I think is very important for the game. But yeah, I can get behind this. Yeah, I think this is very sound. Like it's in the ballpark of what I'm going for as well. So I do agree a lot with this. This is one of the hour-long videos I watch while I draw, just to have some sound in the background. But every part of this was actually 17. Thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. You reignited my interest in Deltarune. That really means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. R.I.P. Joshua. Gone before his time. May he have Cowboys 50 and Cowboys 51 and Cowboys 52 and Cowboys 53 and Cowboys 54 and Cowboys 55 and Cowboys 56. This is so awesoming. Thank you. Whoa, this video is amazing. Just a question of what are your pronouns? Any. Thank you. Me like, you good. Me watch more. Think. Theory for why Chris has 3 save files is that they actually don't. The changing number of savable files might be Gaster or my other... Yeah, no, I agree. Like, they don't actually have 3 save files. The changing number of savable files might be Gaster or other means giving us access to 3 universes or timelines we can overwrite or subsume. Perhaps Chris doesn't have this power, and therefore whenever they save from will be the same, so all the save files are about the same and spread over 3 timelines. Which is why the other 2 become empty when one is overridden by us, the player. Also, I sure hope the theory isn't rlly being a girl is a transfem headcanon. Yeah, no, if it's like a transfem headcanon, that's base. I don't really care. It's more so like, I just remember back then, I just remember that the theory about it was like really adamant that like rlly was a girl, which is just like, I mean if he is, that's awesome. I just found it funny how like adamant that theory was. Like even when people were just like, hey, no, like the guy, like, you know, rlly's referred to with like he, him, and everything. I just remember that from like the survey program days, which just found like I just found it funny more than anything. But if it's like a transform headcanon, that's awesome. Yeah, not an attempt to invalidate his gender either. Yeah. I speak no ill of headcanons. I just found the theory back then very funny. This video is genuinely amazing, and I hope everyone gives it a watch. Lots of good stuff here. Thank you. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on a theory that I've been thinking about for a while now that started from one simple conundrum in Chapter 2. Why the fuck doesn't Chris try to stop us from manipulating Noelle? I mean, there's probably only so much they could really do, is the thing. They kind of need the soul, and also... I mean, what were they gonna do? Pull out the soul while Noelle is like in front? I mean, then again, I guess that wouldn't really be as much of a concern when the player is manipulating one of your friends, but it's still just like... I don't know what they could have been able to do there. They clearly disliked what happened because Susie and rlly both noticed it just come from when they're united, but they still never did anything to prevent it from happening, even though they're able to influence the choices we have available, not being able to use the kitchen sink as an example. Ultimately, I came to the conclusion that Chris couldn't stop us. They didn't have control over themselves, but why would they not be able to take control then when they have been able to at other points? this, along with the 3 save files, has led me to believe that the third entity theory is true. It's not in the way people think. The one who rips out their soul, who slashes the tires and opens Chapter 3's Dark Guns is still all Chris. This third entity is only interested in our choices, not theirs, and will suppress the control they have in order to see what we'll do. Maybe. The obvious best guess for this third entity would be Gaster, since the entire game is a survey and he also controls the save files. One could also argue that it's Kara, since they care about self-responsibility and not letting you get away with the choices you make, but let's not. Anyway, I think people are too quick to drop the third entity theory because they only think about it in that circumstance, but it actually has a lot of potential when you think about it in a broader sense. I can kind of get behind it if it's like a third entity is suppressing their ability to do certain things. I just only take issue with it when like people are just like, oh well, Chris would never slash the tires and Chris would never fucking Chris would never pull out their own soul. It's just like, we don't know Chris at all. That's a character. We don't know their motivations. Like what reason would there be to doubt that? I guess that's kind of my counter in that regard. Like, and I think kind of attributing all their actions to like, oh, some third entity did all those things is just kind of like, it's kind of downplaying like the complexities as their character potentially. I think it's way more interesting to kind of have that like direct player on protagonist like dynamic, rather than having like a third entity that's like kind of unknowable and doing everything like against Chris's will, because we already have the player doing that. But the idea of it being like, oh, there's a third entity that's suppressing their control, even then, depending on certain routes, like maybe there's some weight to it, maybe. So I don't know, it's something to ponder. I haven't thought about it that way, to be fair, so maybe. I wouldn't... Yeah, like, I wouldn't really argue Kara really plays any part in this, because I kind of feel like... I don't know, Kara... I think Kara exists just fine in Undertale as is. I don't really know what would be gained out of them being transferred to Deltarune, but Gaster having some influence, I mean, maybe. Maybe, I don't fucking know. But it's worth a thought, I suppose. I never understood why people have to argue over whether Gaster is Mystery Man or Redacted. If he was split into pieces, can he be both? I agree. Like, I think Gaster is just like, he both is and isn't the Mystery Man at the same time. The Mystery Man is a piece of him, potentially, but it's not literally the whole of him. It's an approximation of his form. But it's not complete, because, you know, he's shattered and everything. So I think there's ways to kind of make it work either way, really, considering his, like, current situation. Wow, Gaster is just him. True. It's funny that the first major detractor from Gaster being the man who speaks in hands is that it might be a close associate of his instead. Yeah, I think it's a little bit redundant when I look back, honestly. What, is this not pinned? Hang on. No, it's pinned. Okay. We're getting really close because now we're at the corrections comments, so it's not far off before we're finally done with the comments. You forgot about Santa's picture that says "Don't forget," which is current Deltarune motif. True. I know, I don't forget it. It is in there. It's in the video. I just didn't connect it to the Deltarune motif because I figured it was pretty obvious. Also, when you interact with the Mystery Man, his left hand points down, which might further point to whom this Verve Man was talking about. Maybe, if they are like hands, but it's so weird that they kind of have like the holes and everything. Can someone check what letter the hand pointing down represents in Wingdings? I think I remember checking. It doesn't really give anything of a... It doesn't really yield anything that I could really parse, honestly, but I don't know. Don't forget it. Yeah. Yeah, it's H, but I don't really know what to get out of that, honestly. I'm gonna get some more water. Do you believe that Spooky Dude's Angel's Hell theory is a possible connection to your device theory? In all caps, says Green Gorilla. I think there are some parallels, yeah. It was definitely not intended, but there's like a little bit of overlap. I have talked a bit with Spooky Dude, and we do agree there is absolutely like some meta fuckery that's gonna go on. I don't know if it'll be like Gaster taking one of your save files, but it's got to be something on that caliber. I do definitely agree with that aspect of it. Green all caps Gaster in chat. Holy Deltarune, holy Deltarune, holy. I don't think I've seen Spooky Dude's theory yet. It's a fun video. He kind of goes over the theory itself and then like how it could be debunked, because he's very into kind of like debunking stuff that the fandom kind of latches onto. That's kind of like his thing, while also still making his own interpretations. It's I like his way of going about it. Gaster complicates your escape file until you can behave responsibly. True. Mr. Gorilla in chat. Source for video. I haven't watched this video. Maybe I should. I'll give it a look. If it seems cool. Probably after the fact. Do you think Gaster will be the Flowey of Deltarune? Yeah, that is literally how I put it, actually, in part 3, is I think Gaster is to Deltarune what Flowey is to Undertale. It's the reason I even put so much emphasis on him, because like the 3 essentials of Toby Fox meta-narrative I put in, like, one of them is like, there has to be a character who is like the vehicle to the game's message and themes. Molly, did you find anything more on Underbound 2? At the moment, no, but I'm gonna look more into it, especially after this stream. I've been kind of caught up with everything, but I did kind of look a bit more further into that post, into that original forum post. I don't think I found anything else to it, but there might be. But I'm gonna try to look a little bit deeper soon. Personally, I don't find this gorilla that mysterious. Clearly, it is green. True. Have you ever played the Earthbound Halloween hack or Earthbound in general? I've played Earthbound, not the Halloween hack. I've played the whole Mother series, though. Very good series. But yeah, I'm gonna continue the comments because they're actually getting pretty close, so I may as well just finish these up before I check on chat proper. Link to part 2. God, I wish I had a link. Soon, though, hopefully. I love analyses like this. Thanks so much for making this video series. Thank you. Breaking the 5th wall? What? If Chris doesn't save between chapters, then why does my save file get replaced by Chris's when I transfer my chapter 1 data to go to chapter 2? As far as I know, that's not really a thing that happens. I mean, when you transfer your data, it still shows your name when you save in chapter 2 for the first time if it's transferred. So I don't know, I've never really seen that being the case. I'm commenting to help with Algo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just go ahead, activate my hyperfixation on Deltarune 3 for a while again. I got no light to speak of anyway. Very good video to be a newbie on YouTube. Thank you. The whole preparations are complete comment at 50. Honestly, just has just given me a crazy amount of confidence in a theory I've had for a long time now, but haven't seen anyone talk about or mention. It isn't fleshed out, but the TLDR version of it being the 3 heroes of the prophecy are your 3 save files. I wonder what. Oh, yeah, it's not gonna be. Needing all of them to get the true or one of the true endings to the game. A human, a monster, Prince from the Dark. Yeah, again, I've seen this connection made a lot. But I'm not really sure what to make of it. Like, I don't know how to connect the 3 heroes to the 3 files. Like, yeah, it's 3 in both cases, but I don't know. The choice of gender dilemma. I think I saw, who was it? Shadow Rosary recommended this to recently. I gotta take a look at that video. But yeah, I've seen this connection made a lot, but I'm not sure how much basis it really has, but I mean, maybe. We don't really have much to work with in that regard, I'd say. The Torah guys like Jigsaw, yep, I will mention this in part 2. It does indeed change when the voice says it. Very good to know, hell yeah. This is talking about the window name changing to Deltarune when the voice says it, like Deltarune. You know, when it kind of just says that in the logo animation. It does apparently, according to Dragoncraft Knight, it does indeed change to Deltarune, the window name. So neat. Weird that you're using a video game as a measuring stick for your morality, but okay. I don't really know what you want from me, man. I'm a fucking Deltarune fan. What were you expecting? I just removed the extra saves, file 0, file 8, and file 9 from the saves folder and just move on. Fair enough, honestly. But I mean, yeah, no, I feel like honestly, like, I mean, video games are art. Like, they evoke emotions. They evoke, like, they're able to evoke very specific messages and intentions, regardless of whether or not they're intentional. And I don't know. I kind of just feel like, of course, like, morality, I think ultimately is based off of, like, you know, your actions in real life and your real life experiences. But I mean, art is ultimately just a very roundabout way of saying something that is much easier to say in words, but or sometimes isn't actually possible to say with words, but you know, you just kind of portraying it in a much more abstract but still understandable and more personal way, I feel. So I don't know. You know, of course it's weird if people use that as their sole measuring stick for morality, but it's like, you know, come on. It's a very profound game to me, so I don't think it's very weird if people like have the kind of personal attachment to it, especially with like how I've seen it's like impacted others. It's definitely like one of those games that like it makes you think a lot, and that's the thing about it. It makes you think a lot, and that's what matters. This is so incredibly well made and well explained. Thank you. Glad to know I'm not the only one who tends to latch into a seemingly unimportant. Literally, no, literally. It's happened so much with me for Deltarune. It's insane. The narration when you first encounter a save point in Chapter 1 implies that Chris has at the very least encountered a save point before. That is true. I already mentioned that. Maybe the reason for the blank time is that it measures time for the passes in our world, within yours jumps in time not being reflected by the timer. Potentially, yeah, that would make a bit more sense. And since any saving Chris occurred before the connection with our reality was established, there's no temporal overlap for it to measure. Yeah, I can get behind that, honestly. By the way, Undertale does technically have more than one save slot. There are actually 10, but only 3 are ever used. File 0 is the one the player can directly control, and presumably belongs to Kara since it has their name on it, and they were presumably the first being in the underground with enough determination to save. Yes, File 9 is used to autosave at certain key points in the game without overwriting the manual save, so dying would load File 9, but closing the game and reloading will load File 0. I am aware of this, yeah, and probably belongs to Frisk. File 8 is Flowers. He uses it during the Omega Flower fight, and he was the most recent person before Frisk to be capable of saving. Based on this, it can be reasonably inferred that File 1 through 6 belong to the other 6 humans. This used File 7, which I think belonged to Lemonbird because they are known to have determination. I think I remember seeing a Tumblr post about this, actually. Which is, it is a very fascinating part of Undertale. I just don't go into it because, you know, that's Undertale, not Deltarune, but it is the whole thing with Lemonbread potentially having determination and that they will know what save point looks like, because I think Lemonbread, like, they're mimicking a save point, if I recall, in the True Lab, so I do like that interpretation a lot. It's a very fascinating part of, like, the more internal aspects of the game. So, I don't know. I do like it a lot, honestly. I really see a lot of, like, discussion on it. Oh, just like in Homestuck. But I do think that a meta-narrative in a fourth wall device is really similar to Homestuck narrative. I do know some aspects of it do kind of have parallels, so fair enough. Also, Sans being in some way bound to space is interesting, along with Darkness and Void, Reach being an almost tangible element, maybe direct reference to Homestuck's Asperb aspects. Heart in Homestuck being a direct link to the soul, and by extension identity, and identities across universes. Along with how Deltarune and Undertale seem like a time anomaly differences to each other, similar to how Scratch works in Homestuck's Asperb. Again, I wouldn't know because I don't know all the specifics of the lore in Homestuck, but again, I'm not shocked that there's like some parallels there. You know, when you said it was actually Gary who hijacked Twitter, I think you were onto something. Yeah, honestly. What if it is Gary? What if it never was Gaster? What if it is Gary? This is all just a promotional material for the sequel to Eve. Also, I'd just like to point out in regards to the Garner sequence, while it is true that a seizure can refer to a sudden attack of illness, especially a stroke or an epileptic fit, it is also defined as the action of capturing someone or something using force. That is also true. So it could be more so saying that, hey, there is the possibility that you might just lose access to these files, you know, if Gaster feels like just kind of taking it by force. Because, I mean, he did make it. So the possibility of, you know, having that captured, or, you know, capturing someone or something in general, that makes sense. I think that's a very neat, like, kind of, like, way to kind of, like, you know, having different definitions apply to that kind of thing. Where could I find that remix? It's awesome. It's referring to the fucking another hymn, Almond Break, Nightcore remix, whatever the fuck that I made for the video. I watched this video when it came out. I never commented anything, but I just wanted to say that this is one of the best Deltarune related vids I've seen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What, you are like generally the most well-articulated third person I've ever seen on YouTube. Thank you. Normally watching theories about anything is nothing but me subconsciously going, well, yeah, well, okay, well, yeah, I agree with you, but you could have worded that 10 times better. But every single one of your talking points is just, thank you. I'm really glad that that was worded really well. That really means a lot. Thank you. Excellent vid about when will part 2 come along. I am working on it, slowly but surely. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I don't know if anyone has pointed this out yet, but there was one connection between Gaster and the man behind the tree. In Undertale, if you inspect the refrigerators before cleaning the fog, you get this text, "There's something here, it feels like a tree ripe with fruit." Okay, yeah, I mentioned this already. So I forgot to reply, this is in the True Lab. Thank you. Yeah, the amount of detailed speculation in this comment section really blows my comment out of the water. Damn. Hi. What if, you know, just play the whole game without saving? It's definitely worth a shot, especially when the game is complete. I think it's absolutely worth a shot. Why not? I don't know if it'll make a difference, but sure. Shadow crystals. In Deltarune Chapter 1, when Chris looks through in the dark world, they see the unused classroom. When they look through the shard glass in the light world, they see through their hands. In Chapter 2, when Chris looks through in the dark world, they see the computer lab. Yep. Now, what if, now hear me out on this one, the shadow crystals show what the world of Deltarune would be like if the player never existed in that timeline. Maybe. Basically like a glimpse into the timeline the player didn't connect to. I could see that potentially, though. For specifically save files that aren't transferred from previous chapters, I feel like there's kind of a discrepancy there, because if you start like a fresh slot on chapter 2 or something, for instance, everything in chapter 1 seems to kind of happen as it would even if you were playing from chapter 1 onwards. Like, whether you transferred or not, everything seems to play out in generally the same order. So there's kind of a discrepancy there, I'd say. But yeah, it's weird. Like, what the fuck are the shadow crystals in the light world, like, pointing at? Like, that's definitely one of the things I think we really need. Like, I'd like to have more of an answer to, and I'm still kind of racking my brain about. Algorithm, thank you. Let's go. Autism content for the B. Yeah, thank you. The part where Gaster comments preparations are complete after copying saves over each other has me wondering if in order to defeat the Angel's Heaven you have to play every route the game has to offer to unlock the one true ending. Maybe. Again, it could be like a kind of like Sonic Adventure 1 or 2 kind of fucking thing going on there. I'm all for it if that's the case. I don't think it is, but, you know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't credit the song originally. I think I was just worried about copyright, but it is in the description now, I think. No, yeah, let me check real quick. It's... yeah, right here, 100 gigs, yeah. Somewhat important detail about shadow crystals is that they're shared between saves. It may already be in the script of the second part, but it's not. Here's a brief cap. Intended crystal once in your... yep, I do touch on this in part 2. You're right. Yeah, no. Yeah, the fact that Sean comments on it in such a weird way, it's something to consider. I do agree. I think it's worth calling attention to, and they do in part 2. So, stay tuned for that. Thank you. I'm very glad that you enjoyed it, and that I was able to open your mind in that way. Yeah, no, again, updated information. Friendly unique analysis, thank you. This feels like one of those explanations of The Shining that make absolutely no sense, but explains everything at the same time. I'm very glad that that my video can be put up there, man. Up to that kind of regard. The save files, hello? What if Deltarune is kind of like a creepypasta ROM hack? I don't know. I can see it, yeah, like a kind of ghost in the machine kind of thing. I think it would be very fun. Bro, the next chapters are going to come out before this is finished, lol. Probably. But fucking who knows. Hopefully not, but maybe. Pepsi Man calls them TV game. Videos games. Videos, TVs, games. Alright. Holy shit, this is so good. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The VHS CRT filter and Deltarune gameplay looks so good. I kind of wish I could play it like that too. If there is a way, I'd definitely love to. I'd actually just get like a CRT then. Eventually. I think a lot about this obsession with darkness and being darker than dark. One of the shower thoughts I had about it is its potential metaphorical meaning. One can draw a conclusion that creating dark fountains represents creating fiction, and the light world represents known reality. Darkness itself might be a representation of creativity, a willingness to suspend disbelief. So with this idea in mind, what happens when you get darker than dark? To be darker than dark is to become metafiction, to surround reality with the spectrum of imagination. Yeah, like, it's such a fascinating idea. Like, what could that imply? It can mean so many things, and I'm really glad that people are kind of like thinking more about it, because it's just like what even? I'm all for it, honestly. I'm really glad that people have been kind of like paying more attention to that, honestly, and that my video can kind of help with that. Algorithm for the comment, true, Gayster, Googer. It's important to remember that the ending is based on Toby's literal fever dream. Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna predict it. Like the exact ending, I don't think we'll ever predict it, personally. I just don't think it's possible. What I think is pretty clear now is that Gaster formed a connection between Deltarune and the real world in a meta way, of course, given things like how he hijacked Toby's Twitter to announce the release. Yeah, like I think Gaster has more of a kind of like awareness of the real world in a way. Probably even more than probably like a character like Kara or Flowey, which is like really saying something. It's almost as if he needs to crowdsource some kind of input from the players of the game to reach his goal. What I don't think is certain yet is how much control Gaster can enact on the actual world of Deltarune, as you mentioned his domain of the file selection, and Ghana creator on another layer between the real world and Deltarune, which makes sense if he was shouted across time and space. So I personally doubt he controls every aspect of Deltarune's world and is at least only capable of connecting us to it through the soul. Yeah, no, exactly. Real world void, Deltarune. Yeah, there's like that kind of degree of separation there between our world and Deltarune's. And it's like Gaster is like kind of in that weird in-between of that separation, if that makes sense. But yeah, I mean that's kind of what the device theory kind of hinges on, really, is like there is a sort of bridge between our world and Deltarune's, and the program is that bridge that Gaster made for us, and Gaster kind of like exists in, I suppose. Yeah, like he doesn't control every aspect of the world. He's only responsible for the program and connecting us to that world. Maybe he's responsible for other things, but he doesn't have like a godlike control over the fate of that world specifically. Though, then again, like if he did make the prophecy, that still kind of means something, though. It still kind of has like some implications on in its own way. Some other stuff's partially taken. Oh wow, we're getting recent enough that we're getting comments from like when the last stream happened. Okay. Alright. I'll get more water actually. I'm still gonna be pressing the silly heart react button for real. I feel that. Isn't it weird how imbalance between light and dark somehow require me to close every fountain? Yeah, it is a very like it is like a really kind of interesting kind of thing to ponder. But yeah, like Rousey's fountain is always open, which implies that like Rousey's fountain at least it still maintains that balance. It's when there's more than one fountain that like things get a bit like wonky apparently. Also, I think this warrants like one more little break since we've pretty much just gotten to the point where like we're getting comments from the last stream that were added, so we're getting pretty close. So I'm gonna take one more little break, and yeah. I think after that we're gonna probably finish the comments, and there's a few more around here that I'd like to check out as well, but it won't be very much more after that. But yeah, I will be right back. One more time, probably to refill my water, to go to the bathroom again, all that fun stuff. So I will be right back. Not for long. I think we're getting really close now. We're gonna finish it for sure. So yeah, very soon. Be right back. Goodbye. Hello. Robert Floyd Fox. We out here stimming and shit. Meow, by the way, if you even care. Howdy. Good morning. Temmy's egg is the night. True. Alright. Temmy is Heisenberg. that's what Temmy meant when she said we couldn't possibly imagine. We couldn't possibly be prepared. Holy shit, you were so close to 6K. I know. It's probably gonna happen like overnight or tomorrow or something. I think Chris maybe became the kind of weird kid through like discrimination that occurs towards a lot of queer people. I mean, I don't really know like what the I don't know, I try not to think too much about like there's like any discrimination in that world. I mean there might be, but it's like, man. It would they do give me that very much the kind of repressed repressed complicated thoughts kind of thing going on that I could very much relate to as a teen when I was a teen. Like I don't know, like I don't know, 15, 14 or whatever. 16. I think Chris is neurodivergent. Chris is absolutely neurodivergent. You don't do what Chris does and be neurotypical. There's just no way. I just have a sense for these things. How's my phone doing, by the way? 9%. Oh. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna probably actually turn off the VTuber because my phone's at like 9%. So anyway, it's gonna probably die out. But no more VTuber for now. But it's okay. We're still going to finish the comments. We're really fucking close. Molly, do you have any charger nearby? Maybe. I could, but like at the where we're going, the charger's on like the other side of the room. I don't really have a place to plug in the charger here right now, and it's not gonna be easy to kind of like, you know, plug it in and set up. So it's like whatever. I'll just finish it this way. Well, homos suck. I mean, I should probably just get like a straight up webcam for the VTuber at some point. If anything, that'll probably be easier. But yeah. VTuber, we will finish this regardless. Yeah, we're really close now, so. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to comments. We're gonna finish them. Some other stuff's partially taken from other places, also too long for stream. I strongly believe that the Dark Worlds and the depths with it are basically equivalent to Silent Hill's Otherworld and partially Pets Cup hidden game within the game, but that isn't as relevant. I do definitely agree with that. Like the whole comparing it to Pets Cup, I can definitely see the parallels there. The Dark Worlds have the distinct ability to warp around people, fears, and other emotions from Lightner's manifesting in the world itself. And I mean, if this were the case, it would explain how Dark Worlds supposedly are shaped by the will of the Lightner. Basically, the other world, except more kind of teen friendly, I guess. Yeah. This would be most obvious in the weird, I'd say, with the world warping in horror as a result of reactions. I mean, why else would Noelle be typing out unconsciously December while she's alone with Chris in that letter puzzle section? It can't be a coincidence. Also, for somebody to just put that in there without possibly referring to something larger with so much in Deltarune and Undertale is diegetic. To what end these Dark Worlds are going towards, though, I can't say. Maybe to fulfill the kids' desires? But then why would Chris and Burley be able to fight each other? The explanation in the in-game universe, I believe, is not meant to be shown directly, only the consequences. I do agree, yeah. I think we get really caught up trying to find out the specifics of the Dark World, which is fair. There's a lot to kind of look into, but I think at the same time there's a level of like abstraction. Yeah, like trying to specifically find out all the logic behind the adventure could be a somewhat bankrupt venture, because I think it's not really about the logic of it. It's about it's more about the themes and kind of like not really caring about the laws of it. It's sort of meant to be surreal and not like it to kind of like go along with it, because there's some elements of like Smimpton especially where it's just kind of like how the fuck do you explain his shop, for instance? You enter the shop through like a gray door in the junkyard, and it goes to a wall that has no business being there and a phone that has no business being there. It's like, it's clearly like kind of just like, you kind of just have to go with it, I think, after a certain point. There's only so much explaining you can do. Yeah, it should be viewed from like a game dev's perspective. What enhances the game and the narrative? Maybe the Dark could be viewed as something equivalent to the lodges in Twin Peaks. I agree. I like that. I like that kind of parallel a lot. That's really cool. Have you noticed that when you threat a save file, the options that appear are erase and do not, just like at the end of the genocide route? That is true, which is definitely really concerning. I'm not sure if it's intentional, but it is definitely really notable. It's always a bit frustrating whenever you watch a theory video and a small or sometimes major detail is overlooked by the creator, which changes the context of the theory. I don't blame them for it though, because Deltarune and Until are huge games with thousands of tiny details and dialogue, and there's always a bunch of that I also forget, so calling them, I don't know, would be hypocritical. Not that you should ever call out people in a hostile manner for the simple crime of being lore inaccurate, but you get what I mean. All this is to say that holy shit, you know the game's forward, backward, and sideways. Well, Deltarune maybe, but Undertale I'm not. There's definitely some things I'm not quite as keen on. Never once was there a detail I thought was relevant that you overlooked, either addressing it verbally or via the text, and there was tons of things that I would never thought of, or just straight up didn't know despite having been engaged with this fandom for so long. The ones I've worked with this is very noticeable, and I absolutely applaud you for it. Thank you. That really means a lot. Thank you so much. In your video, you mentioned how Toby acknowledged people going through the game's code to spoil things. Do you think Toby would throw in red herrings in the code of Deltarune? I don't think he would throw in red herrings. Like, Toby gives me the vibe that, like, you know, he may fool around a little bit, but I can't really think of a time where he's like thrown in like a lot of red herrings in that sense. Like, I mean, there's stuff like the endings to both chapters, I guess, or at least chapter 1 was definitely like a red herring to make people think like, oh shit, this is Kara or whatever. But other than that, like, I don't see him like throwing in like deliberately like misleading code or whatever. I think his way of coding is just kind of non-Euclidean sometimes, but it's never like intentional, I'd say. At least, well then again, there is the Rousey sprite thing in the weird route. So there's like a bit of trolling, but never for stuff that's like relevant to the meta-narrative, I'd say. Just like specifically for people who are digging really into like the specifics of some things, like the Rousey sprite changing like on the weird route, like when Susie visits Snow's room and stuff like that. Or like, you know, like whenever you recruit a Darkener that you're not supposed to recruit, the game like randomly generates a random sprite, so it's not even a glitch. It like Toby just said, yeah, no, if it's like a unknown like value or whatever, just like generate like a random sprite. I think that's how it worked, if I'm recalling Half-Bread's videos and that stuff correctly. But yeah, like there might be a bit of trolling, but I don't think it's for anything that's like essential to the game. Just only for people digging like super deep. Like more than I need to, I guess. This video is incredible, thank you. I hope I can get the next parts out sooner rather than later. Currently commenting during the comment stream because I crave attention, but also I was thinking about the Eggman. I think it was Hapward who noticed that the pattern, yeah, on the skirt, the Papyrus has speaking out from behind the tree. Yeah, again, it's still very interesting how about that detail, honestly. That might be a red herring, maybe, who knows. This video is amazing, one of my favorite pieces of Deltarune content, thank you, that really means a lot. Seeing your future analysis of the man, given he's the only character outside the main cast we both seen about the light and dark world. It also seems interesting that the Young Dog seems to have a recurring association with meta shenanigans beyond just being Toby's avatar, like the dog text screen in the chapter 2 egg room taking place on the other end of the room where you get ran over by the dog. Plus, the dog even directly advances the story in a meaningful way by getting you out of the key puzzle room. That is true. Then again, like the dog just kind of does that in Undertale as well in some cases. The dog was always a bizarre presence in Undertale, but in Deltarune it seems to be appearing in much more plot-relevant ways. I do kind of see what you mean there, yeah. And I look forward to seeing if Toby somehow manages to make it an actual plot detail. It would be hilarious, and I don't doubt he could pull it off. I agree. It would be... I don't think anyone ever talks about the dog, because it's like, you know, I kind of just see it as like Toby's self-insert, in a way. But it would be interesting to see if there's like more, I guess, emphasis placed on the dog, kind of having more plot-relevant stuff to it. Like to the game and everything. Oh god, just when I thought I reached the bottom of this godforsaken rabbit hole, I find a video pointing out that the basic information about chapter 1 is an hour long by itself. I know. I thought it wouldn't be that long, but dear god, here we are. There's a fundamental problem with every big Deltarune Undertale caster theory where they say, we're not doing wild basis speculation here, but looking at the facts we know, drawing conclusive predictions from that, and then immediately run into the problem that there's basically no concrete evidence on the guy. that is true, which is why I tried to specifically just work with stuff that we knew 100%, like, that Toby specifically provided about Gaster. So I tried to like be very picky in part 1 specifically because of that. Like, even if we had very little, I wanted to work with what little we had rather than a bunch of like maybes and like random assumptions and what have you. Undertale and Deltarune's narratives and meta-narratives are honestly so exciting. Like, Toby is such an absolute mad lad when it comes to brick jokes or gags. Yeah, it absolutely is gonna get fucking mental. I agree. Uwu. Yeah, but you haven't even thought about the lore repercussions of potassium. Yeah, but have you thought about how potassium originated from .flow? In my opinion, none of the mysterious characters that I talked about in the game can be Gaster. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Gaster is a scientist. He even is described as brilliant. If Deltarune really is an experiment, he wouldn't interfere with it. It would mess with the results if he did. So he cannot be the knight, nor the man who speaks to Javelin Spampton, nor the man who gives the egg, nor anyone else. That is a really intriguing take. Because yeah, he is a scientist. And of course, you know, any good scientist wouldn't really interfere with your experiments, so I do agree with that. Like, you want results that have as little to do with your intervention as possible. That I do agree. But then again, though, I think at least in terms of what we see in Deltarune, because what I guess it depends what Gaster's looking for, really. As far as I know, Gaster is trying to observe the player's behaviors specifically, and I think if that's what he's looking for, then I guess everything else doesn't really concern him all that much, because he's not, unless if it's a case like Spampton, maybe. You know, if there's like a divine intervention thing going on with like the soul changing to yellow, then that is a rare case where he has to intervene for the player's sake. But yeah, I do think it's a fair notion that I think is discussed a lot. Like, he is a scientist, like, so why would he want to intervene a lot with his own experiment if Deltarune is said experiment outright? I'm all for it, yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, again, I haven't really thought about it from the angle, but it is kind of plausible. I'm surprised I didn't mention the memory heads at all. Yeah, I didn't mention them mostly just because, like, they're so out of the way and they're related to Undertale specifically that, like, yeah, the flavor text, that is true. It is 6 characters long. The bullet attack which uses face is similar to that of the Mr. Man sprite. By the way, at 128.42, the reason for them being in all caps may be because A Cyber's World and Welcome to the City are the 6th and 17th song respectively. 6 and 17 are numbers strongly tied to Gaster. That does make sense. I can definitely get behind that, honestly. Like, I don't really know if it's intentional though, but I mean, it could be, but I never really actually noticed that they are the 6th and 17th song. So maybe there's something to it. But yeah, the memory heads, I never really mentioned them, mostly just because I didn't really know where to kind of put them in the grander scheme of things, but they are very peculiar as well. I think they definitely do have connections to him in their own way. I just don't know what it would add in terms of like analyzing Gaster as like a character. Alright. Okay, let me get some more water real quick. Okay, so here's a big dumb theory. Before the player begins the first playthrough of Deltarune, Chris experienced a version of Deltarune's story free from the player's influence. They go through chapters 1 through 7, and they may or may not save. It's unclear whether Chris creates the Dark Fountains in this version of events. Eventually, they encounter Gaster in the bunker, who has manifested in Deltarune after being erased from Undertale's world. Regardless of whether Chris wanted to defend Gaster or not, Gaster subjects them to something they didn't expect. Gaster, commencing a new experiment, seeks to create a new future. He erases Chris's saves playthrough with their journey through chapters 1 through 7 being lost. Time is reset to the beginning of chapter 1. Okay, when do Gaster have such abilities? I'm gonna probably start like just kind of reading this in my head because because we're nearing 5 hours, I've been reading a lot, but only if you trace the Chris's original playthrough remains. Okay. Then the Karma sequence encounter connects the player to the Deltarun's world. Okay. Gaster's plan is seemingly derailed with the player taking control of Chris instead of the vessel with control over Chris's body split between the player and Chris. They want to study the player and see what happens when control over Chris is split in this way. Chris is unhappy about the situation, but forces history onto the same path as in the original timeline. They momentarily break through the player's influence and create one or more dark fountains. Huh. In a future chapter, probably chapter 7, the player will reach the same point as in Chris's original timeline or playthrough. So kind of like a sort of time loop thing going on too. I can get behind that as well. I don't know how likely it is, and it still kind of doesn't really explain why they still likely kept pulling their soul out even before we kind of came into the picture, but it's still, it is a very, I do like this way of kind of going about it, where it all happened before, but it's just happening again, but now with the player's like intervention, and then maybe that's like the experiment. But again, I don't really know what the motivation for Gaster's experiment is. Like, what would he gain out of it, and why? That's still kind of what I'm wondering, if anything. And what I'm still kind of like racking my brain about. But I like that though. All this makes me wonder is if the project Gaster may have been working on before shattering himself was a way to create or simply entertaining reality to speak the barrier. I've been wondering that too. If maybe maybe he discovered dark worlds like in his efforts to find an alternative to escaping the barrier. Or maybe it was a kind of like accidental, and in trying to find an alternative, he found he discovered dark worlds instead as a way to kind of like kind of take all the to kind of like take all the monsters like into that kind of place, into the dark world. And knowing how like Gaster kind of talks and everything, and how he kind of sees it, I can see that being the case, honestly. Like literally just resorting to escapism given their current situation. The Bottomley Corporation fan spotted. True. Project Moon mentioned. Oh, hope you also enjoyed Runa and Limbus. I still have to get back into Runa. I haven't played Limbus yet, but thank you. It really means a lot. Can't wait for the next parts. Thank you. Honestly, you should upload a 5-hour video once the series is done. I'm considering it, maybe. Like, once they're all done, maybe I'll, like, at some point combine them all into one video. For, like, convenience sake and what have you. Maybe. I'm not sure if I will, but it's something I thought about. Algorithm, please make a Gaster vid. I mean, I kind of already am. But, I don't know. If I have more interesting stuff to say about Gaster after this series, then maybe. Doesn't the game say, in this world you don't get to choose who you are? Like, your choices don't matter specifically in the light world. That is also true. It could be specific in that way, potentially. Like, in the light world you don't get to choose, but in the dark world you do. Maybe. Alright, I think about Gaster and the man behind the tree, and worry about the man becomes not available. Yeah, I mentioned this in part 2. Gaster wants you to try to break the— yeah. I'm wondering if this is maybe the intention too. Especially if he was the one behind the prophecy, then maybe he made the prophecy specifically so it could be broken. Or something like that. Then Gaster should be approving of the Snowgrave route. Even though it ends the same, the world is so different in Snowgrave, it might as well be the new future. Huh. So if Gaster and the man behind the tree are the same, then shouldn't the man show up regardless of routes? Again, this is all under the theory that the new future is breaking the game's story. If Gaster and the man are separate entities, then this feeds into my wild speculation that is Gaster having a war with himself. For example, another him. Why is it called another him? Like, since Gaster was shattered across space and time, shouldn't the Gaster that shows up be logically the same one from Undertale, or are they just two Gaster who both happens to be shattered across time and space? Also, that second voice that shows up to describe the vessel we put you in Chris. What's up with that? Well, yeah, we really don't know anything about like the second voice, if it is like a separate character, but I don't know, I like to think that really, that, like, the Gaster in Undertale is probably the same one as in Deltarune, considering he's, like, shattered and everything. I feel like if there's, like, a different one in Deltarune that's separate from the one in Undertale, it kind of just makes everything a little bit redundant. It kind of would just be easier to say that this is, like, a different piece of him or something, or that he's shattered into pieces so he can be present in, like, many different, like, universes, so to speak. So I don't know, but again, it's one of those things to kind of ponder. Especially the thought of, like, of Gaster and the man being separate entities. I don't know if this is significant, or rather, I doubt it. Yeah, the trademarks of both Undertale and Deltarune are Royal Sciences LLC. Yeah, it fits with the idea that Deltarune was created by Gaster, but it could just be like a silly Easter egg. Yeah, it could work either way, really, but it is a very interesting thing to note for sure. Commenting for the algorithm because this is the best one from Deltarune video I've seen in a long time. Instantly subscribed. Thank you. How 1.5 hour long video came to my recommended? My guy, you broke the algorithm. I don't know, man. I'm trying. I didn't mean to. Gotta do a bit of YouTube maxing. Are you sure you're not a dude? Never said I was one. Never said I wasn't one. I'm just a thing. I cannot wait for the next part of this to come out. It's produced so well, and thank you. While I do agree with you that it may be counterintuitive for the narrative at hand, Chris having 3 save files would not be completely unfounded due to how many save files Flowey manifests with enough determination. This becomes especially apparent when you realize the fact that Chris literally rips out their soul, animated themselves seemingly on pure determination alone. Ugh, okay. The closest we get in Undertale is Flowey's dialogue to Kara in the genocide route, specifically talking about how they're empty inside, and Kara talking about how they're reanimated after someone calls their name, which is also the beginning of chapter 1 until Toriel wakes them up. In other words, a crystal determination can literally cause them to exist without a soul, much like Flowey can, but it's also entirely possible that they had multiple slots as well, especially since, as a certain infamous third poster put it, Deltarune is the odd mirror to Undertale. So it would make sense to subvert Undertale's same mechanic too. Yeah, no, there is a good chance that, like, Deltarune, like, just doesn't work in the same rules, and I think it's definitely, like, possible. Again, like, we don't really have too much of the game so far that there's really, like, no way to be sure, like, either way, honestly. It's just so quiet. Oh, that's why. Yeah, no, honestly, like, I think it could work either way. Like, we don't really have too much of the game yet to be sure how much Deltarune and Undertale's rules in terms of their universes and how they work really align. So we really just have to see, like, over time, if anything, with more chapters and all that. To make an addendum to my last post, it's also explicitly stated that Flowey knows about some sweeter ending to failed pacifist. And they're doing his bidding isn't technically not wrong because you save him and attain the better ending anyhow. And then the other fight is the combination of Flowey's foil to the completionist mentality, but that's the best save for another time. Okay. With Chris, it could be something similar, as it's stated that they're not too social in the world of Deltarune, and the moment we take over, they not only become friends with Susie, of which they hold in high regard of the HP given from the T's in Chapter 2 or anything to go off of. They somewhat befriend Rousey and rekindle the friendship with Noelle, barring Snowbird, but this means more of the player overriding Chris's will, even more so than usual. Even with 3 save slots, they seemingly need us because we can provide something they don't have: power. They can have all the saving in the world, but they can't get anywhere if they don't have the ability to enact their goals. Yeah. There could easily be something of that nature preventing Chris from realizing their goals, whatever that is. I do agree. And yeah, no, I think I get what you mean, and I do agree with this, honestly. I should feel wondering, yeah. Yeah, like, misunderstood but have good intentions in mind, I do agree. Yeah, I still don't know if they do have 3 save files. I think it's more so maybe it's just 3 different instances of them. But I do really agree with the notion that maybe they do need the player for something that, like, they alone can't accomplish, but the player can. So they do need the player's help in that regard, maybe. I like to think maybe that ties into like the thing that's more important than reaching the end personally. So that's kind of like how I see it at least. So I do agree with that notion at least. Like there is something there that maybe Chris needs us even if they don't agree with everything that we do, or they don't share all the same opinions and all that. So I do agree with that a lot for sure. Jeremy Bartson? 7 souls, 7 chapters, 7 eggs? Maybe. Please YouTube bring back for part 2. Hopefully. This is the Undertale Deltarune equivalent of the Pokemon reset theory in that it's huge, crazy well put together, and I can't wait for the rest of it. I haven't heard of the reset theory, but that sounds really interesting. I should probably take a look at that then. Okay. I read the comment below first and realized it was gushing over a specific game instead of being about your video. Sorry, and thanks for making this vid. You're good. Thank you. Only 2 sevenths of Deltarune is released and there's already so much to talk about. I'm being honest here, it's unimaginable to me that both Undertale and Deltarune were created. Connecting with someone is already hard enough, but Toby managed to do with millions through Undertale, and now he's done it again, except each chapter of Deltarune sends clicks through the internet in the lives of people all around. Yeah, I do agree, honestly. It's like, it's insane how those games exist. They've made such a huge impact, I think, on gaming in general. And it really does mean a lot. Like, I think it's a really big, like, a deal, I think. Just, like if it weren't for those games, like, I wouldn't be interested in some of the stuff I'm interested in now, and it's, like, they did something that I think a lot of games haven't really done. And it's made me think about games in a way that, like, I don't think any other game really has made me think, and it's just really, like, profound to me. I've had, like, 3 months where I would think about Deltarune each day. 3 months? I've been thinking about it every day my whole fucking life, practically. It's like ever since I fucking saw Survey Program. Maybe not every day, but like it's frequent, especially now that I'm like making videos for it actively and stuff. I'm thinking about it constantly still. Yeah, it's just got a fucking vice grip on me. I definitely relate to that. This video was absolutely amazing. Thank you. Does anything happen if you beat the game without saving once? Currently, no. But maybe in the future. Who knows? Alright. We're getting to less than a week ago now. We gotta be fucking close at this point. I swear to God, Molly, I was at the edge of my seat the whole time I was watching this. I even made popcorn for God's sake. This is so thorough and did so well. Thank you, thank you. That really means a lot. This is the theory that I was looking for, and it's amazing to see how dedicated people can get on the topic of a pixelated game. Thank you, this really means a lot. I'm glad that you enjoyed it as much as you did. I'm glad that it was deserving of the popcorn. Best Deltarune video I've ever seen, thank you. Hang on. Yo, this video got a shout out from Cunningham's new video. You got a highlight out on the NSFW channel. Yeah, this is when the video came out. Yeah, thank you both. I'm still really baffled that the video came out on Andrew's channel. And I'm still really baffled that my video was mentioned on the channel on his latest video. Yeah, no, I'm still kind of baffled that he shouted it out in his newest video, and I'm really grateful for it. Thank you. I like how Deltarune is kind of like an ongoing ARG, especially with all the stuff that happened with the Spampton sweepstakes. Yeah, honestly. I don't know if Deltarune is going to be like outright an ARG, but it has like those like kind of ARG elements. And I do really like that they're kind of like adding on to that over time. Whoa, mama. Oh, good video. Thank you. I can't put into words how amazing this video is. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Right. visiting it from Andrew Cunningham's video about Gaster's leitmotif, and I gotta say I am already on board for where you're taking me. Side note, something about the discussion about the 3 save files reminded me of a sequence very late in the game off, during the room's chapter 3, The World in a Rainbow. You're taken to a fake title screen with 3 save files, each one takes place in effectively the same location but with something significantly different between the 3. Oh. I didn't know that specific about it. I don't really I didn't recall that, but that is really cool. That is really fucked up and trippy. I like that. W. Fox has mentioned Awe as an inspiration in the Undertale art book, so although the 3 save files appear to only have minor differences, there's a non-zero possibility that something more significant will change down the line. Yeah, I think, yeah, again, like I mentioned, because I know it's been mentioned a few times, but I do think that, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, the inspiration for the 3 save files and having different contents is, like, inspired by Off, potentially. I think there's definitely something to that there. It wouldn't surprise me if there's, like, some inspiration if it ever gets, like, utilized. How does he always get away with this? 112... What was that? I believe this is... 112.29. What was this again?
But to finally get back to the egg, you can't do...
I'm not really sure what you implied there. You can't keep getting away with this. I don't know if I'm the only one who thinks this or has theorized about it, but since we know that our choices in the game don't matter, does it mean that Bertha will always die by the end of the game regardless of if we did Snowgrave or not? I haven't thought of that. I mean, I don't think that Birdley will die if we don't do Snowgrave. But I mean, it could be a case of, like, I don't know, maybe it is, like, just, like, maybe that he'll die by the end no matter what, but I kinda doubt it. Though it is a possibility, really. It's really early in the game to be sure. If it is the case that Birdley will die by the end no matter what, that makes me think what other happenings would be the same way, where it seems like we have a choice in whether or not they happen or not. But then they happen anyway later down the road. I do wonder if there's, like, maybe something where it is, like, an illusion of choice where something's happened no matter what, but in some cases you're just kind of, like, making it happen earlier. But maybe something breaks because it happened when it wasn't supposed to. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities still because it's just so early in the game's development and everything that that really a billion things can happen still. But I haven't thought about that potentially. That, like, even in the weird route, it's like it doesn't really matter because, like, some things will happen later on regardless. Great theory and video, thank you. I mentioned Toby somehow actually finishes the game before you release part 3. God, probably. Probably not, actually, now that I think about it, but I do think we're gonna definitely get more news at this point before Deltarune chapters 3 through 5 come out. It wouldn't really surprise me, so... I mean, who knows, really. Before I release part 3 is probably the most likely. I think I could finish part 2 before then, but part 3, really, who knows. No, honestly, with part 3, I think even if we get more news, I'm gonna just go with it, because the way that part 2 ends off, it's on another cliffhanger, so I'm gonna just have to continue off from that point. So, yeah, regardless, it's gonna probably stay as is. If I can finish part 2 before then it's gonna stay as is, for sure. But the thought of the thought of him releasing the next chapters before then is really funny to me. It'd be fucked up. I've been considering for ages to tackle casters' motivations in relation to the main characters and the larger potential meta-narrative. Thank you, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Here's something to consider. If the first time you save your over Chris's file, then what would happen if you play through the entire game without ever saving? Okay, yeah, I've gotten a lot of comments about that too. I mean, it's possible, who knows? We have to get more of the game to see if anything comes of that. Your voice is so silky buttery smooth, like a croissant. Please marry me. Thank you. I try. About the save slots being almost the same. If you beat Jevil in Chapter 1 and go to Shaman Chapter 2, in another file he gives you the Shadow Crystal anyway and asks you if you're sure you didn't defeat that clown. Well, they give you the Shadow Crystal anyway. Yeah, I do mention this in part 2, so stay tuned for that. Thank you, Malani Part 2. It will be out eventually, so hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll see. Yeah, but I think Gaster is more well than Flowey as at the start. I do agree. I think Gaster is like definitely the most like self-aware of the characters for sure. So I do agree with that notion, honestly. It does feel more distinctly meta. Lancer in the corner, yes, I do mention this. Comments for boosting, thank you. Okay, this is interesting. I definitely remember the Deltarune website being found back in maybe late 2015 or early 2016 on the Undertale subreddit. A lot of people, however, brushed it off as a fan site that's not associated with Toby himself, so people simply just moved on from it. It was kind of discouraged by the community to look for any Undertale information on sites and sources not affiliated with Toby back then. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if people did find the site but just didn't really know if it was official, so they kind of just shrugged it off. That would make sense. I just never found any sources of that in all my digging, so, huh. That would be interesting, though. Yo, the Tier 2 community website, Spurg. I'm gonna watch that after. Yeah, no, but that wouldn't surprise me if there is, like, some people who did find it before, but it's just weird how, like, how little I could find about, like, the site being found before 2018. So I don't know. And again, the fact that the him.png thing was archived before the site itself is just like, what? That felt weirdly, like, intentional on Toby's part, if Toby did archive it, but either that or it's just, like, I don't know, someone archived it fucking weird. Is a check-in leave the reposition of the text? That was, okay, that's referring to the 7 characters thing, that's not really accurate info. The man behind the tree is referred to as he. Yeah, again, one of those things where, like, the degrees of separation isn't really, like, necessary. Was that a Jar Jar J reference? Yes! Inception! But Inception boxes just gave me an idea. What if he got stuck between Deltarune and Undertale? That's kind of how I feel, yeah. Like, he's somewhere, like, in between those universes. Though, yeah, again, like, I don't really consider Deltarune being within Undertale either. They're separate things, but Gaster is, like, in between those universes somewhere, probably. That's kind of how I feel about it. He fell into his own creation. What if that's Deltarune? Alright, hang on. I mean, when I kind of read, like, the he fell into his own creation thing, I think I kind of read that as, like, he fell into a dark world. Or, like, a dark world within a dark world and stuff like that. But maybe it could be referring to Deltarune outright, maybe. I want to share a theory of my own that I haven't seen elsewhere, which addresses the differences in Azrael's drawer between save slots. What if Azrael has or had the ability to save and load? Everybody loves him, and according to all accounts we have heard, he was incredibly good at everything he did. It's almost as if he could try things over and over as many times as he needed to. I've been seeing, like, a bit more like, discussion lately about, like, maybe Azrael had the ability to save and load before in Deltarune as well. Yeah, like, it would parallel Flowey. So Azrael is just using it here for, like, good fun and all that. It would kind of explain the thing with the drawer. I've been getting I got, like, a few more comments about this now, and some more I've been seeing more discussion of it, and it kind of could make sense potentially, honestly. Yeah, it's a really intriguing thing to consider. Commenting for the algorithm. Thank you. Funny box symbol. What if Whiplash I just had seen Gary mentioned in the 2023 video? We gotta bring Gary back. Gary needs more love. Algorithm. Thank you. Losing my fucking mind. Algorithm. The smiley guy. The smiley guy 9799. Smiley. Shout out to the smiley guy. Homestuck? Unironically, one of the best videos analyzing Deltarune I've seen. Also, an interesting thing of note for me is that the theme for the man behind the tree is nearly the same song as the Uiniki fan. Yep, I did mention that. and the corrections, and I'll be mentioning that in part 2 as well. About Chris not actually utilizing save points, why would they need to? Why would any normal human even think about it as a possibility? I kind of touched on this when I talk about Rousey in part 2. Yeah, we ourselves can't have any save points throughout our lives. We can't just pause our life and come back to it without anything changing. We can't just come back we can't just go back after death or choose to erase our actions. We do have to live with our consequences, so why would Chris be any different? Sure, you could argue that you could say it's the same case in Undertale, but there were other humans in the Underground than before Frisk, and even then, there were no actual save points throughout the town in the Light World. Saving may only exist in the Dark World, in a place with magic. All this is just to say, Chris may have a save point we overwrite, but since it is at 0 for all states, could this not just be a file created at birth and never touched as there was no reason or precedent to do so? By overwriting the save, we essentially cheat the system and force Chris to live an infinite life, a life where there is no possible end. There's no more consequence of action. That is really fucked up when you put it that way, but yeah. And there has been only one mention of determination in the game at all by Queen when talking about the creation of the Dark Fountains. It requires 3 things: will, compassion, and determination. When reading the book on souls in the overworld, only will and compassion are named. Determination is not required for a soul or mentioned during any save, but is required for a fountain. Yeah, there's several really interesting observations, but I do especially agree with this, where it's like, especially if saving isn't a thing in the Light World, then like, yeah, why would they need to? They exist in that reality. It's not a game to them, like it is to us. And yeah, I mentioned this with Rousey in part 2, and so the weird shit that I think he could be like involved in terms of meta stuff, where it's like, I remember after the Dark World in chapter 2, after you seal the fountain and go back to Castletown, he says something about like needing to save and take a break, but it's just like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to Chris, does it? Because it's like, especially if Chris like already exists in that world as is, it's not like they can just pause and take a break and just kind of like, you know, like just kind of like take a break from the Deltarune experience. They're living in that world. We aren't, but still. Hang on, I'm reading at the chat again because I'm trying to see. What exactly happened for the chat to start going into the gender sex conversation? What exactly happened here? I haven't checked in a while. What's up? What happened was Chris NB. Oh. Well, yeah, no, Chris is like Chris NB moments, literally. Oh god, what's happening in there? Yeah, no, I think discussion of it is fine. Just don't get too loaded, if anything. But yeah, no, I think as I was saying before, like, I think... Yeah, no, like, I feel like the thing with Rousey is just, like, the fact that he says the thing about, like, oh, you can save or take a break, like, that only applies to the player, but not really to Chris. Yeah. So this stops you from going home and wants you to go back so they could check on... Do they... Is that a thing? I actually don't know that. I just kind of assumed that we would just... I just kind of, like, assumed that the game lets you go back to Tutorial's house at any point, but that you don't have to go to Castletown. Though... Oh, wait, no, that might be wrong, because you do have to go back to kind of, you know, put all the stuff back in Castletown anyway. Yeah, you could just go home directly. Okay, well, huh. It's midnight, OMG. Okay, yeah, it is pretty late, but we're pretty much done now, so... We're almost done, yeah. But yeah, no, it's definitely a very interesting thing. Like, Chris doesn't really need to save, especially if saving isn't really a thing in the light world. It's definitely like something I think about a lot. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get to just finishing this. We're really close now. Lamel. Okay, so I'm not sure where to put this, but Swington has the text in brackets, so it's kind of like censor from when he wants to save it. After he gets his neo body, he says soul instead of heart-shaped object. I could kind of just attribute this to the fact that, like, his neo body does give him more power. It doesn't fully free him, but it doesn't give him... It lets him be more blatant with what he's trying to say, I think. Even if not fully. So I could probably just attribute it to that, but it is still weird and definitely notable regardless. In regards to why the song might be named Gallery, I think the second definition of the word as shown on the screen, a balcony, especially a platform or upper floor, is pretty fitting. As you mentioned yourself, the only two occurrences the song has appeared in so far has been the modes before the King and Queen boss fights respectively. Both of these fights takes place on what seems to be some sort of roof of a building, i.e. a gallery. That does make sense too, yeah, because in both cases they are on the top of a building. Which, you know, could count as a balcony of sorts, i.e. a gallery, so that does make sense too. Another support to tie into the theme of gallery reaching the peak is the way both chapters has been structured. Yeah, in both chapters you slide down like a large drop before entering the field, and then, you know, you kind of go upwards over time. Yeah, the fact that there's that verticality in both chapters is interesting. I didn't really think about that, especially because, like, yeah, the secret bosses, they both go down. Yeah, that is really... That might be intentional, potentially. That is really interesting to me, actually. Because I kept thinking about how, oh, like, both secret bosses, they are at the very bottom, but then... Yeah, but then the main bosses, they are at the top. That is a really interesting potential trend. I like that. Incredible video, thank you. I think your character portraits could use just a little work. Yeah, my drawing isn't perfect. I try my best though with my art, but periodically I may, like, you know, redo my character portraits and stuff, and I'm always trying to do new ones as well, so I'm just hoping next time I'll be able to get it a little more right, but thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. And back watching this, and it is amazing that this is I'm so obsessed with the intro. Thank you. I'm watching the entire thing right now. Well, there's a world where it's called an interactive video. Maybe. That'd be kind of fucked up. The 4:3 aspect ratio is killing me. Thank you. The transition between ideas is so good, like I'm playing the game and introducing the game's protagonist versus the player. Yeah, thank you, Better Jay. I'm really glad that you enjoyed the video as much as you did. I do think that Deltarune is layers beyond layers of fiction, but I'm iffy about server program connecting us to a deeper layer of fiction. I more so think of it as just another place in that fiction where the void is somewhere out in the playable fiction. Hold on, let me get more water. I love congestion. Where the void is somewhere out in the playable fiction or just across all the layers of fiction, since Caster is hinted in every layer of fiction instead of just one. That would make sense if it's not necessarily like a layer within layer, but more so like kind of like a flat plane, maybe? That would kind of explain some stuff, potentially, but... I think if my theory rings true, then it doesn't really have to be too specific. It would have to be clearly, like, easy to explain how all that stuff works in lore. So it probably doesn't need to be too specific, necessarily, how it works. But I definitely get why that would make it kind of iffy. Yeah. The pale yellow background with the 4:3 aspect ratio, thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoy it. It really means a lot. Yeah. I love this video, and your editing is hilarious, maybe you actually want to watch. Thank you, that really means a lot. Count for the algorithm. DELTARUNE is the Grand Budapest Hotel confirmed. Apparently this is referring to a film of some kind that I haven't watched, but for any Grand Budapest Hotel enjoyers, I guess let me know if that's accurate. Holy crap, you're still going. I was way busy today. How's it going, gamers? Yeah, I'm pretty much done with the comments now. We're getting really close, so I figure I may as well just finish it at this point. I can't even explain in one comment. All the editing, pacing, and script is perfect. Thank you. It really means a lot. Grand Budapest is layers of fiction, so I'm not gonna lie. Okay, it makes sense, yeah. Hello, base department. I believe there was a 100 Gex fan in my house trying to take my Monster energy can. Monster. I don't even fucking drink Monster. I know a friend who does. But yeah. It's more like I'm stealing your Starbucks Frappuccino iced coffees. That's what I'm doing. Content changes depending on which slot you picked. What the fuck? How did Deep to Toby go with all these little things? I don't know. Alright, longer comment, but we're practically done, so I'm not too worried now. On the topic of insane theories, I have some ideas of my own. You're gonna have to make a diagram for this shit. Reality has 3 spatial dimensions, X, Y, Z. In the world of Deltarune, at least from the player's perspective, nearly everything has the same Z position. This time can also be considered a dimension. Now picture the timeline as a string in a 3D space with a sort of gravity pulling one end down and the other end up. Let's say that time is along the vertical axis. Now, a character, or more specifically a soul, that knows that the axis of time exists could climb their way back along the axis of time and return to a former version of reality. This is how Undertale saves work. However, since there's nothing else to push off of, you can't move the string around, only move yourself on the string. Speaking of which, there are 2 other dimensions in the timeline space that I haven't discussed yet. We can assume that one would be fun, but what would the other one be? The closest we have to it is save slot, so I'll be calling it slot from now on. Characters in a timeline interact with it on the X, Y, Z, and time dimensions. In Undertale, players interact through X, Y, time, and fun. While in Deltarune, we interact through X, Y, time, and slot. Okay. If you're shattered across reality like Aster was, you gain a perspective that allows you to see the additional dimensions and interact with them more directly. But your existence begins to intersect timelines in strange ways, like fun encounters in Undertale. As far as I can tell, he would be interacting on time and slot most directly, along with fun in a much less controlled way, and XYZ to a much lesser extent. It's 4:30 in the morning, and I think I just invented an actual multiverse theory while thinking about Undertale Deltarune lore. I do really like this way of feeling about it, but I think it definitely would help to have like a more visual aid for this, because I definitely get what you mean, but yeah, like this is a whole diagram idea here. I don't know, man, someone to fucking ACDS or something work on this, because goddamn. I do really like this idea though, like kind of like making it so it's kind of like they're all like different dimensions and stuff. It makes sense. I do really like those kind of visuals. Like, if your theory needs like a fucking graph or a timeline or some kind of visual aid, you know you've done something fucking unhinged. That's my experience with theorizing at this point with these games. Have to say, I really like your approach and delivery. It's been giving me a lot to think about. I had a bit of time pausing the video to read the big text blocks, but I never edited a video of the song, so I'm sure it was a compromise. Kind of, but I do aim to kind of cut down on that in the future videos and parts. But thank you either way. I love you, Molly. Thank you. I love you too. I was wondering, you talk about meta-narratives a few times during the video, and I was just wondering what your definition of what a meta-narrative is. I'd say, when I talk about meta-narrative, I mostly talk about the narrative from the perspective of, like, how the game is applying its themes, and how the game is using basically all of the external aspects of itself to further its message. So I'm more so referring to the themes when they're kind of laid bare and not kind of abstracted by the plot. I guess that's kind of what I mean when I say meta-narrative. Like, not just like, oh, what does this mean in the story, but how is this furthering the themes and the ideas that the game is trying to convey? I guess when I talk about meta-narrative, that's kind of what I mean there. Like, what is the moral, I guess, that it's trying to convey through the story? And through those kind of like external aspects of the game that aren't necessarily related to the lore, but just like more in taking advantage of the medium that it's on. That's how I would put it, I guess. Like stuff that directly affects the viewing experience and not just the hard facts and the hard lore of it. I hope that makes sense. This stuff can get like really fucking abstract. 1809, love this. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yeah, this fucking bit here.
I had a pretty fucking good idea of what that distinction is so far.
Yeah, I was very happy with editing that part. I don't know how the fuck I got it to look so accurate, but I'm very glad about it. The accurate pause and read the original Star Walker name got me good. Thank you. I'm glad. Oh damn, that sent me back. It would have been sick if it was Gary. It would have been sick if it was Gary. I kind of wish it wasn't. It was Gary instead. I mean, hey, we never know. It's never confirmed to be Gaster. It could be Gary. I'm a bit late to this video, but I really do think it would be cool to have that video idea you mentioned about what the implications of Gaster being connected to the Sands Papyrus. It would definitely be cool to do at some point. I don't know when, because my priority really is on just doing the fucking. My priority is on the device theory, but at some point it would be nice to do. Hopefully it doesn't turn into another like 5 hour long fucking thing. Probably not, but you know. The pacing of this video is so good it doesn't even feel like 1.5 hours. It feels like no time is wasted. Everything gets its time to shine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. The 1 second reference was golden. That was talking about the Homestuck thing at the end of the video. Treebolt. Knew that I was in for a good watch after that intro. Production value like this for a channel of this size is absurd. Thank you. It really means a lot. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. It's such an underrated video. Thank you. Oh shit. Well, we're at the last three, at least on here. I'm sure if I refresh it, there's going to be plenty more, but we're pretty much done. Let me get some more water. Right? I had never seen the game over where it says that the world was covered in darkness, and it made me think a lot. It kind of implies that he's against darkness, or that at the very least giving up means that the fountains or something else would lead to darkness. And while it flew around my mind, I realized that no one has noticed that Chris takes control at night, and night is the time of each day when it's dark, and we all know that very, very well, and I feel like it could be important for figuring out who Chris is. Well, to be fair, they do still take out the soul before night, I think in Chapter 2, when they go to /Toriel's tires. But that is still a very neat observation, and it could potentially imply that he's kind of against darkness, or that he seems kind of like... I don't know, Gaster kind of feels like he doesn't really have like a strong opinion one way or the other with what you do in the game. He just kind of like, oh yeah, well, this happens because you did that. So he seems very matter-of-fact about it. So I don't know. Real. But yeah, no, I do think... It does make me think. I do still think a lot about like what Gaster's like morality is in regards to like the fate of the world and all that, like what he prefers. That's something that I still can't fully parse. I realize I'm a month late and someone else has probably pointed out, but there is significance to the sixes. In the Book of Revelations, the section of the Bible about the end times, 666 is the number of the beast, a demonic monster that would herald the end of the world, although it's usually used to represent the devil. That is true, and 6 is kind of tied to, you know, demons and stuff, and the beast, so Gaster being potentially tied to that as well, like, is definitely concerning. I'm not really sure what to make of it still, because it's like, I don't know, I haven't really seen the whole 6 thing really, like, apply itself, I guess, too much to Gaster's character, but it is still very interesting in its own way. Like, at least Carrie is, like, just straight up like, oh yeah, like, I'm a demon, but, I don't know, Gaster's never really said it outright, but the 6s are definitely kind of telling. And with that, we are done with the comments, at least in this, but we do have to refresh it, because I'm sure there'll be more, so there's probably a few more. I'm going to refresh it real quick. Probably not many more, but still a few more. Okay. Andrew Cunningham in this latest video found the Gaster motif. Yes, I did watch that video. You know what? Wait, you're right. Because both of those songs are capitalized, and they seem to kind of have the motif in there. Maybe there is something to that. Fuck, I don't know. What if WD Gaster is Sans from Deltarune? Maybe. If I had a nickel for every transfer video essayist making hour-plus videos on super niche topics, I'd have like $30. Fuck yeah. Careful, I heard the SCP Foundation tried that once and it ended disastrously. True! I'm glad there's more references on it. Ooga. I forgot to comment anything until now, but I want to say that I watched this vid several times and it's really one of my favorite theories for Deltarune. What I have to say, Laraz, is that I really hope that Toby really uses the Weird Route to its full potential. Many people seem to believe that Chapter 3 Weird Route is going to be the same as Chapter 2. Yeah, I don't think future Weird Routes are going to be just like, oh, murder, killing people. I think the second one just kind of works because it's kind of easier for people to like latch onto the idea of like a non-pacifist route or a more evil route. But I think future ones are going to diverge from that for sure. Like I think the Weird Route especially, I mentioned this in part 2, but I like to think of the Weird Route as like a giant... But I think the Weird Route is like a giant sequence break, really. And I hope that future chapters kind of lean into that, kind of like how it breaks the game and it'll set out path rather than just, oh, it's the murder route. Like, come on. Like, I don't really think it'll be like that fully, but I mean, who knows? If it still gets the message across, then I guess it doesn't really matter too much. When nothing is hinted at in game, yeah, and you basically are supposed to find an online tutorial to help you play it. Yeah. I'd like an idea Mystic Slime floated in the DeltaCast tutorial, maybe using a smokescreen to run from battles in the next weird route. That would be a really interesting idea too, yeah. Like, maybe leaning even more on just like not killing Darkners, but just like avoiding them as much as possible. Maybe that could lead to something. I'm halfway through the video, just want to say that I love the way you just go off track. I think in any other kind of video I would get bored, but I actually enjoy the little details you mentioned that have nothing to do with the actual theory. Also, I really wish to see other parts of the theory series. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I'm really glad that it's not too, like, invasive to the core idea of the video. I try not to go too off track, but, you know, whenever I do, I feel like it's, like, always, like, for a reason. Keep the streak going! I mean, hey, a little bit more. After I do, I'm gonna probably respond to some stuff in chat and all that, so don't worry about it. I'm gonna refresh one more time and see if I get any more. Let's see how we're doing now. Alright, last. Meow. I know this is incredibly likely, and I had known about the save file differences beforehand, but when you brought up the possibility of more major changes happening between saves, I was kind of talking about 23 things together to make one. My mind instantly went to, they're releasing 3 chapters at one time. Oh no. That is true. It probably doesn't like correlate to anything, but it is definitely could be very coincidental and fucked up in its own way. Man. I do think regardless there is like an intention to why Toby specifically picked up the next 3 chapters and why specifically the next drop would be at like up to chapter 5 and not like the rest of the game fully. But yeah, I'm gonna say that is about it. I might refresh later. I want to actually check through here. There are a few more I'd like to check. Sort of just a few more on the community posts, and there's like barely anything here though, but I'm gonna read through these in the meantime, and then after that I'll refresh this one more time, and after that I will call it. That will be it. Any future comments I'll just respond in text or something. But yeah, I played Deltarune recently and found the mirror flavor text interesting. It's what they call you, which is quite different than the It's You and Undertale, who was they for a start. I also noticed that the end of chapter 2 is foreshadowed by the sync flavor text right at the start being, it is not yet time to wash your hands. Oh yeah, I do talk about this in part 3 as well, so I do think it is a really interesting kind of like thing where the game is like forcing the narrative to kind of go on as intended. I think there's definitely something to that. Oh yeah, there were definitely plenty of questions in these streams that were just like, huh, I didn't think of it that way. And they're very glad about that. You read House of Leaves yet? I haven't read that, but I do want to read it eventually. Do you ever feel like our analyses and theories of Deltarune are illusory instead of Toby Fox's meta and diegetic history? I don't know. I think, honestly... no, I think, honestly, Toby kind of, like, is leading into that sort of speculation and, like, wild theories and analyses, because, like, think of the weird route and how that was never analyzed and people just, like, found that. I think there is an element of, like, Toby wants people to kind of go off the rails and kind of playing with people's sense of always wanting more of something, even if it's not, like, what the developer intended. I think there is an element of that that is very intentional on his part, and probably not meant to be, like, illusory or like, reading too deep into it. Like, maybe to an extent, yeah, but still. I think it's definitely, like, in part intentional and, like, maybe even, like, an important element of the meta-narrative. Let me get some water. How did you learn to analyze fiction like this? I don't know. Honestly, I mean, I know I've been pretty good at writing essays for, like, a while, like, since, like, high school, if anything, but I don't know. I think Undertale especially just kind of opened my eyes a lot with this shit. So, like, especially after watching as many other theorists, it's just, like, I kind of took notes from it, and I was like, huh, that's how that kind of works, and I guess my fascination for it just kind of naturally led to me just, like, overanalyzing everything. And, you know, me becoming, like, more and more verbose as a person over the years, it's just kind of, like, I think it just sort of came about gradually, as I, like, become more, like, enthralled with people's creative processes and how they make things and, like, the, you know, just the process in general. I guess something about that enthralls me to the point that I'm able to analyze, like, every little detail because I have been on that end of creating things. To where it's like a curiosity at this point. It's not really me trying to be critical, I'm just curious most of the time. So I guess that's how I would put it. I guess it's just, like, a pure curiosity kind of led to me being like this. Okay, yeah, there's that. Homestuck mentioned I'm happy. Just kidding. Yeah, I do want to say congrats on hitting the gold video and the ground running. Thank you, I'm really glad. And now I have a Fear and Hunger video to check out. I guess there are some channels on here that I know I don't watch. I've never watched Call Me Carson in my fucking life, for instance. But, like, I guess it's because, like, of it being related to Deltarune, I don't know. But yeah, there are some that I have watched, and I'm really glad that I do find it funny that, you know, some people could, like, align with some of the recommendations. Amazing how you got a Molly in views on the first stream. True. Persuzio. But yeah, maybe avoid it, but also it's amazing. It's like the dark side of Undertale to the ability to rewire your brain chemistry. It will change you forever, and that might not be a good thing. It's a fun read, though. Well, who knows, maybe. And there were so many people in the chat, like, talking about how they thought it was all fake leading up to the route starting properly. Yeah. It's insane to me still. Like, genuinely, it was, like, unbelievable. And, like, I think it was completely intentional for people to be, like, just, you know, just in disbelief about it completely. At first. I feel like mostly with fanfic, coming up with an idea, desperately needing to get it out of my brain and onto the webpage. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just want to get it out so I can do something else. Like, exactly. Molly says thank you for 5 hours straight. Now it's Molly says thank you for 10.5 for, like, 6 hours. Rick Astor doesn't know he's in a game. The wide character is affected by him. Jeff will spit and literally start to see the world as a game, to quote Sean. Well, they might not see it literally as, like, a game, but I think there is still something, you know, kind of fucked up that they learn that kind of is in that ballpark. It might not be that everything is literally a game, but rather, you know, something of a similar nature where it's like they see, like, the futility of their actions because everything is already railroaded for them, so their realization that, like, nothing they do matters because it's all laid out for them no matter what. It's like, I could see that and, like, proof of that realization definitely, like, fucking with them on that kind of level. You should definitely play both or at least watch the videos about it. I'll try to give it a look at some point. Aside from that, all I gotta say is I love your theory so far. Thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. It really means a lot. It's Half-Life, baby. I love Half-Life. I do. Oh, it's a shame. A shame that my comment was too recent to get to. I was really hoping for an explanation for the... Okay, yeah, I did get to your comment in the stream at least, so that's something. One thing I thought about when you were talking about Ask Restore was that one part in off where you load different save files. Maybe by someone other than the player, I think Hugo. During chapter 0. Oh yeah, I got a comment about this in 2. I wonder if Toby's planning on doing something somewhere. It could be, yeah. I'd be kind of shocked if he doesn't do something with it really at this point, but who knows. I also think it's unusual that the save files have a copy function. Yeah, it's really not that common. I mean, it might be common in... Is it common in RPG Maker games? Like in RPG Maker, specifically that engine. I don't recall. It might be, but I'm not sure. But it is definitely like a bit unusual either way. It's such a specific feature to have. But the fact that it implies that you might want to copy save files later is definitely like... It's definitely interesting to think about. Okay. Your video was great because of the untapped bone marrow that was the fussy discussion of the fourth wall and its layers of complexity and the vagueness brought on by the simple fact that we only had the breakfast to the one-day meal distribution. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoy the general aesthetic of it. This, along with this here stream, shall go into my satisfying long background videos to vibe to while doing X compilation with Andrew's and Jorah's videos, that 1 hour-long Pokemon and Mugarui analysis, and the occasional Fiznom stream. Thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. And that you could put it up to that regard. It really means a lot. Yeah, Shady Sakata music. I gotta listen to more of this stuff. It's really cool. If On a Winter's Night, Traveler is also a really interesting read if you want more stories like Pale Fire and House of Leaves. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's on the short list for fiction that likes to acknowledge that fiction exists and talks about what if we get more fictionalized in fiction. Huh. I'm hesitant to recommend it though because the last time I read it, I can remember going ugh to some sections of it, but the general premise of the novel is actually surprisingly similar to Deltarune now that I think about it. Maybe. It would definitely be nice to read more stuff. I have to read more. I gotta read more books. I haven't read books in a long time. I don't read very often, but I do. But it would be nice to kind of get back into it for sure. So I might note that summer for sure. Can't wait until MatPat steals your theory work to use this as an inevitable attempt at a Deltarune comeback. I'll be baffled if MatPat ever makes another Deltarune video. That would be insane. After everything that happened with Heartbound and shit like that, I'd be fucking baffled. But I mean, who knows? His ego's too big to stay away from the full release, maybe. Honestly, who knows? I don't really give a shit either way. I mean, I'm making my videos. Whatever they do with it, they can do whatever with it. They will never be me. I like how part 1 encapsulates so many questions into at least 2 streams of a Q&A. To be fair, I did read through like over 1,000 comments, so still. Favorite pizza toppings? I remember this discussion from the last stream. I'm not picky about toppings, honestly. I don't know. I like most toppings generally. I don't know if I have like a favorite. I guess basil. I like having basil leaves on the pizza. It's a nice addition. And what else? Maybe like fresh tomato or something. Yeah, like I guess stuff like that I do like a lot. But if I had to pick a favorite, but I'm not picky about toppings. Pizza's pizza. I love pizza. I will continue the meow chat when you're away from the stream. This is a guarantee. Hell yeah. And last comment here. Are you going to incorporate the new video by Andrew Cunningham on Gaster's leitmotifs in your analysis? I will shout it out in part 2. I don't know if in audio or through text, but I will acknowledge it because it is definitely worth mentioning. It's a very good video, and it provides a lot of insight that I probably wouldn't have been able to give personally. So I think it's definitely worth mentioning in part 2 for sure. Check it out if you haven't. It's really good. It's a kind of second opinion that I think the community needed on Gaster's theme and leitmotifs for a fucking while. I'm gonna check the comments here one more time. And, yeah, okay. No new ones, we're done. I can officially say we're done. How are we doing, chat? I will say that your video inadvertently brought out my theorizing brain rot over an unexplained thing at Amori, so thank you for that. Huh. I am curious about what that could be. Andrew's video made me realize Gasper's leitmotif is really bad, but like on purpose. Yeah, I do agree. Like, fucking... there's something intentional about how, like, easy it is to just hallucinate it everywhere. Like, I don't think it's a very reliable calling card, but I think that was kind of by design, really. Like, if you really look into the theory, it could be, like, possible to kind of pluck out potential instances of it. But yeah, like, yeah, it's just burnt toast. I had a genuine question. I'm a moon patron. How well does the secret thing work? I'll get to that on the Patreon when the time comes, but essentially once I get far enough in the video, I'll make a post on there saying, hey, here's the opportunity. If you want to put like a secret in the video, let me know what you want me to put in, and it could be an image, it can be whatever, you know, just as long as it's not like a, you know, too big, just a small little thing. So yeah. So once the video's gone far enough into production, I'll make a post on there and say as like an opportunity for like if you want to put like a funny image or quote or whatever it might be, there'll be more details by then. But yeah, that's how it'll work. Sorry, I meant to ask, are you trans? The joke answer is I am and I'm not. I'm a secret third thing all at the same time. Real question, I guess I am by technicality, honestly. But I kind of try to prefer... I prefer avoiding labels, truthfully, because I don't really think it really matters for what I'm doing. Molly is a character to me, so I just kind of, like... I don't know, if I can refer to me with whatever, I don't care. I am by technicality. But not necessarily one way or the other. Just refer to me with whatever. I am everything and nothing at once. I'm just a fucking gremlin of a thing. What else is there? It's a 3 strange amigo. Oh yeah. Taku Unimedo. They're the ones that were like left over from like an older version of Amari, right? If I recall. Like they were like kind of like they were like shown, I think, in like the trailer or something. But like we never actually got to like see them in the game proper. Yeah, they're still in the game. Yeah, that was really kind of like unexplained. Alright, what do we do now? Right now, honestly, I'm just taking stuff from chat for a bit. Because it did say, hey, like, prepare some questions if you want to. Because after this stream, I'm going to be pretty much laser focusing on fucking working on part 2, so it's going to be a bit. Alright. Actually, I think what I'll do is I'll no, I'll leave this as is, but Taco is even stranger as they're from Amori Boy. Yeah, I know Taco especially is very, like, far back. Oh, I'm not ending the stream quite yet. It'll be soon, but not quite yet. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, guys. Have a good rest. Oh no. Sneak peek on part 2? I don't fucking know, maybe. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided fully. How are we doing? How's the stream doing currently? 46 viewers. I see. Respect the commitment to checking out the comments. It's a lot. Yeah, thank you. I'm kind of shocked I managed to actually pull it off. Damn. And to answer your questions, I find answers that are interesting for the story. Undertale really doesn't have that much logic backing its story, and the only reason people think Deltarune is different is because it is a new game. That does make sense, yeah. Like, it's a new game and we don't know everything about it yet. We don't have the full game yet of Deltarune. They appear in the trailer and that's it. Yeah, I am curious why they were taken out of the game. Maybe they had to cut down on some stuff because the game fucking took long enough as it is, but still. It would be interesting to see more coverage on that, honestly. Pulp or no pulp in your orange juice? I'm not very picky either way, honestly. I guess it depends on the mood. But I guess generally no pulp. You know, if I'm drinking a beverage, then I want a beverage. So I don't know. Would you have unlimited bacon but no video games, or unlimited games but no bacon? I guess unlimited games but no bacon, if anything. I think bacon is overrated. Based. I like bacon, but also it's just so bad for me. Uni empty friend is also very interesting, as what do they mean empty friend? I might need a refresher on empty friend. Have you ever played Gloom Reducer? I haven't. Salmon and tuna are way better. Honestly, yeah. Salmon especially. Let's see. Oh, Uni. Okay, I remember. They're from... Yeah, the treehouse area. Okay, I kind of remember that. Uni under the name Empty Friend. Huh. That is really odd. I do wonder what they meant by that then. And the other thing is like, eating salmon helps brain function? True. And they were color-coded, so Uni has some connections to the something's fights. Huh. Yeah, I do wonder what's up with that. There is, like, I think a lot of stuff from Black Space especially, and that, like, the deeper part of Headspace and Nomori, that was definitely, like, I do wonder if there's anything more to get out of it. As they were lumped with the somethings. Weasel jump scare. Hello, Weasel. I'm gonna take one more quick little break to go to the bathroom, but after that I'll take a few more questions, and I guess we'll wrap things up. So, I will be right back. For just like a minute or two. So, apapa. Alright, I'm back now. I'm gonna just keep it on the screen for the time being, honestly. But I want to go back real quick to what I saw. Actually, no, I'll keep it here because there was a link that I'll have to click on. Everyone in chat, what's your favorite song? What's my favorite song? It's really hard to say for sure because it's hard for me to say for sure because, like, I don't know, my taste can be really broad. It depends on the genre, but it's really hard for me to pick, like, one favorite song, honestly. Oh. Huh, for some reason it's not really showing anything on the link that I just clicked. Have I ever been to Black Space 2? I haven't, because I know that requires going through the Hikikomori route. I don't know if I have it in me to do that to myself. I hope this works. Okay, let's see. There we go. Oh. Yeah, originally known as Empty Friend. Yeah, it is one of the beta characters, and they just kind of appear in the treehouse. Yeah, I remember that. But it's still just like... The player could enter the right elevator, which was formerly malfunctioning. Huh. Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm done with the Mori spoilers. There isn't really much to spoil here, but, you know. But, yeah. Have I at least seen it, like the Docs and Red Maze? I have seen Black Space 2. I've seen an analysis of it. So I know some elements of it. Red Maze is called Hell in the game files. Of course it would be. But, yeah, it is really weird to me. Like... I don't know what... I am curious to see, like, what the deal with the beta characters is and why they were kind of just cut like that. There definitely is something to it. I would definitely like to see, like, more of an analysis on it at some point. Let me see... Enemy concepts... see. Something. Oh yeah, there's Empty Friend. Huh. So they are related to the something fights, but I do wonder in what way and how. I guess it makes sense because, like, aesthetically, you know, they do kind of line up, but still. I guess my favorite SCP is the Sopranos DVD one that I was mentioning earlier. I found out this via big old Omori iceberg. Yeah, that about checks out. I should probably look more deeper into that stuff because there is definitely some really weird, unused shit in Omori. This iceberg. Omori spoilers for anyone who hasn't played it. I see. Okay, I can probably... No more spoilers for now. Molly, how could you say that about your favorite SCP without mentioning Goat VR? Goat VR is definitely, like, very good too. I think that and the Sopranos DVD, those are like my two favorites that I've read. Have you listened to Mir? Oh, I don't believe I've heard of that. I wonder what kind of parallels will be in Omori to Deltarune. I already kind of see a few parallels there, you know, like the whole kind of... Mainly in the themes of escapism, but I think Deltarune is kind of going for, like, a different angle there. With, like, the fiction within fiction thing, which I don't think Omori necessarily delves into fully. I don't know, unless if Deltarune goes, like, full Yume Nikki on us at some point and makes us start walking around like a fucking void with, like, a billion gray doors to go through. to collect eggs that are effects. You know, fucking knows, but you know, that's like one way I could see it kind of starting to do another parallel. Hey, you know another thing? If you wanted to go into like the human naked connections, you know, like the man behind the tree and the egg and everything. In human Nikki, the effects take the form of eggs when you drop them. I don't know. If you want to go like insane with that is something maybe to consider. Maybe it could add into the whole fucking thing with that. Maybe there's something to make there, or maybe not. Who knows, really? Eggs are such a powerful symbol when looking beyond the realm of a single cannon. They are a powerful symbol. Also, sorry for my Amori tangent. I just like the game. You're good. I like the game too. I haven't played through like every route, but I did play through it a while ago, and I do like it a lot. It's a good game. Still kind of recovering from it. Eggnoida. Like cross-canonically, eggs are wild. They are. Killing 100 squid-zards was hell. Jesus, yeah, that sounds awful. You have to do that for achievement. Oh my god. Egg and wingdings is the movement pattern for the night chess piece. I am aware. Along with the 100 bunnies. I did do the 100 bunnies thing, I think, for one of the quests. Jesus. Yeah, that I do remember that taking forever. Have you seen the Angel's Hell Theory? I have. And I think it is a very good video. What is the song? I don't know how to look up Japanese text. What? Oh, I don't know why it showed up. Now, right now, this song is Bonus.wave by Eastspirit, otherwise known as George Clanton. The song that I was playing before is Whale, from one of the Super Monkey Ball game OSTs. I don't recall which one. I think it's the second one. Yeah, it's the second one. Yeah, I can rest easy though. All the comments have been read as far as I know. If they get any future comments on the... Also, I'm excited for the Patreon stuff. Very, very interesting. Thank you. I hope to get some stuff ready for that eventually. Ideally, what I would like to do is sound like Andrew Cunningham if he was a femboy. It's a very funny description. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad people on the Patreon have been enjoying it. I hope to post more stuff on there. Ideally, I'm trying to basically kind of mix in video work with personal work, so I'm hoping in the next month I can get something, especially for the higher tiers, but yeah, I promised it, so I'm gonna try to get something for those. That is the ideal thing, is I wanted to do the Patreon in a way that would kind of make it so that, I wish I had money for the $33 tier, but also it's completely full. I don't expect people to kind of like, you know, commit to the $33 tier like every month, because that is definitely a more chunkier tier. And honestly, it's pricey in the way that, like, you know, I don't mind if people kind of like are a bit fluctuated with that tier due to the nature of it, but I won't say much more other than that. But I'm very glad that people have been enjoying it. Once I get, like, I don't know, like maybe about half of part 2 done, I'm gonna start like taking in ideas for secrets to add into the video, but I'll post on there when the time is appropriate. Hopefully in the next coming weeks, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's one of those, yeah, no, that tier especially, that's one of those things where, I'd say, honestly, that tier is one of those things where, yeah, like, it's one of those higher paying tiers that I don't expect people to stay in there for, like, forever. If they have the money to, then of course, but I definitely encourage like, a bit of like a variety and like who has that tier. Opinion on Asia, I'd like to go there someday. Opinion on Antarctica, I'd like to go there someday, but I probably will never be able to because I'm pretty sure I just kind of can't. You have a very good and well-researched theory, but got any unhinged Deltarune hunches you'd be willing to share? Opinion on the moon? Would be cool to visit someday. I don't know, maybe I came from there for all you know. I am a Benoit after all, in nature, but, got any unhinged Deltarune hunches you'd be willing to share? Here's one hunch I have. Because everyone's talking about, like, what's inside the bunker. I have a potential theory on this. I might make a video on this at some point, too. You know how, in Chapter 2, when you go to the bunker with Susie, and, I think it was Snowdrake and the monster team. They're going in there and they're talking about how there's like something in there, and that like Chris mentioned that there's something in there, and then monster team's like, oh, but you're gonna be winging like Chris. It implies that Chris saw whatever was in there and warned other classmates about it. You know what I think might have happened? I have no basis for this, but this is like my crack theory. I think there was a demon in the bunker. And maybe Chris summoned a demon in there, and that relates to whatever the fuck happened in that bunker. So that's why they know there's something in there, and that's why they warn people about it, and why they don't want to talk about it. There is a demon in there, because... and here's my like, I don't think Chris summoned Kara, they just summoned a demon. And here's why I think it works, is... It's just absurd enough. It's just absurd enough to, like, work, but still feel, like, unbelievable, because they say, like, oh no, that's kid... Because Monster Teen's like oh no, that's stuff that only kids would believe in. Demon sounds, like, absurd enough that, like, you almost wouldn't believe it. It's one of those things just like, oh yeah, of course there's a demon in the abandoned bunker, like that kind of thing. I think it fits. It has like that kind of urban legend vibe to it. There's a demon in there. That's my crack theory on it. I don't know if it's true at all, but it sounds just simple enough. That's my crack theory on it. I saw you liked Ultra Kill. How far have you gotten? I've gotten pretty much as far as I can. I haven't played the Oh my, I just saw it by to say your vids are great. Thank you, Gwat Kid. What's the demon though? Who fucking knows? I don't know what the demon is, but it's a demon. That's all I have. That's all I can say. That's all I know. How far have you gotten in Ultra Kill though? I have pretty much done everything that there is so far. I have done both acts. I've done both Prime Sanctums. I think I even got a P rank on the first Prime Sanctum, but I haven't got one on the second one because fuck that. Have you ever played Inscription? Have got any thoughts on it? I played it sometime last year. It's a very, very good game. I really enjoyed it. It's really good. Molly, have you done 7-1 though? God, I wish I did. Mollystars, which is cooler, P1 or P2? I kind of like P1's build up to the boss more, but P2's general atmosphere is better to me. It's really good. Both of them are really good though. But I'd like P1's like sheer like build up to that boss like a little better. With like the distorted music and everything. It's fucking awesome. How did you P rank Prime Sanctum 2, Bootleg Zone? That's awesome, but holy shit, on Violent too. I haven't even done Violent. Yeah. The bunker looks very much like an ice house of old. Maybe December? Maybe. I can see it, honestly. Have you ever played any of Daniel Mole's games besides Inscription? I have heard of Pony Island. The Hex is the one that I know the least about, though. But Inscription is the only one that I've actually played. What is your current opinion on the Hotted Hand? Best TF2 weapon, period. No contest. Like, this is an ice house. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay. Huh. Maybe you're onto something with this. This especially. I never thought of that. The ice house. Molly Macro Odemozax doesn't matter, Uncle Ben. The Haunted Hand is better than both of those. You're thinking this might be the Ice Palace zone. I don't know if it'll be the Ice Palace, but... yeah, I think that's a really cool idea. I've never heard of this kind of thing, but this especially, it has like a striking resemblance. Huh. And especially if Des is in there, man. Your hot hand does 35 damage, but it doesn't have a slap effect. Come on now. Give it a slap effect and sure. I haven't watched a lot of Super Eye Patch Wolf's videos. It just kind of popped up. I think it's just one of those videos that just naturally is just really good with the algorithm for some reason. Yeah, I can behead someone. Okay, but I don't think that's as funny as slapping someone, though. Is it funny? Is it funnier than slapping someone with a funny glove? I'm just saying. Not even the taunt kill, I just think it's funny to slap people. I have my P-Ring screenshotted on Steam, but I don't know how to send that. Oh yeah, you could just send that on Patreon then through a message. But I'll have to check it out after stream because I don't want to leak confidential secrets. Yeah. Reaching alcoholic charges at you with a grenade launcher, a steering wheel, and a giant axe. But it's not slapping people. I think the memes in Patreon community chat are funny. Yeah, I'm glad. I find them very funny too. They're really good. If it does end up being an ice house, then I will go insane. You know, I mean, our only clue about what it is that it's a shelter. So it could be that it's not really an ice house, but it's still like... That's so, it does bear like a striking resemblance, I will say that. It's baffling. The best TF2 weapon is the K-Row because you could fucking explode. That is a fair point. You can fucking explode. That is like the funniest thing you can do in the game. Molly, I sent you a thing in DMs. Okay, let me check what you sent me. Oh god, I got so many DMs. Paulson. Holy Deltarune. I'm gonna just leave it on this for the remainder of the stream. It won't be for much longer anyway. Holy Deltarune. Thank you, Repulsion. The best TF2 weapon is the Your Eternal World. I will die on this hill. Fair enough. Hi Molly, will you talk about Everyman in your next Deltarune part? I don't talk about Everyman in the device theory, but it is a very elusive topic, and I would like to make a video on it. Maybe at some point. For real though, if you're talking actual, like, what's my actual favorite TF2 weapon? It's hard to pick. I think, honestly, if I had to pick like a favorite TF2 weapon, I remember I really like using the flare guns. That's what I remember from when I last played it. Because something about being able to get just the right hit on someone with the flare and hearing the crit noise and everything, it's just perfect. Especially if it gets to like already flame someone and then just to shoot a flare at them. It's perfect. It makes me feel so fucking powerful. What's my favorite scout weapon? Man, I don't know. The sun on the stick. No, my favorite scout weapon. I like a lot of the scout weapons, honestly. It's hard to pick a favorite. Maybe just the normal scattergun, honestly. It's like the stock scattergun is really good on its own already. Like that's definitely one of them. Okay, post on Patreon. Alright, I'll take a look at that, like, thank you. God damn. Favorite heavy weapon? Favorite heavy weapon? I don't know. I like a lot of the miniguns. What's the most expensive item I own in TF2? I haven't played it in a while. I actually have no clue. I'd have to like check, but then it would require me to open TF2, which is a task in and of itself. I will die on the hill that battle engineer is good. Yeah, I agree. Are we Team Tomislav or Team Minigun? I don't know if I've gotten to Tomislav, but probably I would be Team Tomislav. Or Team Minigun. I don't know, both are really good. I love Battle Engineer. It's really fun. I think Engineer is one of my favorite classes. I like being able to find funny spots to just kind of set stuff up in. I've been able to pull off some very funny business with Engineer. I'm an Engineer and Sniper main. I remember trying a lot with Sniper before when I played it. Yeah. There we go, just for the effect. What do you think made TF2 last for so long? Probably the fact that it's a free game, for one thing. Maybe also the fact that, you know, it's fucking economy, I guess with the hats and everything, did so well, and also probably like I think something about TF2 stylistically is just like really timeless to me. I think a lot of people can probably share that sentiment too. So I think a mix of all those things kind of helped with it a lot, with it having like its like lasting power. Do you plan on doing more streams even though you're done with reading comments? I do plan to do more streams. In the future, after any future videos, I'll probably do like a similar stream to this one with either responding to comments or just a general Q&A one, really. That might be a bit more feasible, I have no idea. But other than that, any streams that are basically like this, like a Q&A comment response one after a big video, those will be on this channel. But if you would like to check out any other streams I might do, I don't know, I might do like Humaniki Online or just some kind of general hangout stream. That will probably be on the Molly M channel, because I want to keep everything generally kind of tidy. Like, I could show you right now, I guess generally, like, the thing I'm doing with both of my channels is that this one is basically all just my main. So any big videos, any, like, bigger productions and stuff related to those productions, they go here. And this channel is basically just my fucking whatever channel. So I might stream like a miscellaneous stuff on this one, on Molly M, if it's like something just a general hangout. And you know, if you want to stick around for that, like, I don't know, it'd probably be like pretty late at night, then yeah, sure. But I might do something like that where if it's a non-related stream to, if it's not related to a big video, it'll be on Molly M. But if it is related, or if it's for a specific video, then it'll be on mollystars. It's fun chilling in your streams, just talking the shit, but you do whatever. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I've been wanting to like do with this stream in general. Is like I just enjoy hanging out in general. Although I try to also not veer too far away from that if it's a stream like this where I'm responding to comments and stuff. So really, yeah. I'm just happy to kind of provide like a nice atmosphere in general, regardless of what I'm doing. So if it's fun for people to just chill in my streams and like, you know, to kind of have a chill vibe, then it does mean a lot. Alright, bye everyone, my headphones are about to die. Alright, take care, Better Jay. It's getting pretty late, isn't it? Alright. I will also start in the stick figure soonish. Fuck yeah. Actually, I want to check something. Tragic to report, there was no newsletter tonight. Rules level effort, rules card of art. We'd love to see it. I've tried to boost my art skills, but I'm constantly discouraged by my efforts. I do feel that. I do feel that, though. It can be tough to really get like a good hang of it, honestly. What helps is just drawing stuff you like, regardless of like whether it's good or not. Just like draw whatever you like, and gradually over time you'll just like your quality will start to like improve and you don't even notice. Susie's true identity is a lost Darkner princess destined to unite the light and dark worlds, bringing balance to the kingdom. Wait, you're still here? Jesus. Well, probably not for much longer. I'm just hanging out now since we're done with the comments. And also after this, I'm gonna be just focusing on pretty much like just like working on part 2. Alphys is behind it all. She never needed chalk. She wanted those kids to fucking die. I'll send you some if you want. Yeah, sure. You could just send it like either in DMs or through Patreon or whatever. I'm cursed by being in a server with a lot of good artists in Discord. I feel that too. Well, when I was like starting off with art, I kind of like struggle with that and like self-comparing a lot. I hope Deltarune has edible chalk merch. I hope so too. That would be fucking awesome. Alright. I'd say everything's winding down. It's getting a little late. Probably should wrap up in a few, but I'll take a few more last questions if anyone wants to, what have you. Alright. Fun time, thank you. I'm not saying bye quite yet, but I'll be giving it a few more minutes. But just join. Well, it might not be so bad actually if you just joined at the end, but I'm gonna let this one play through. This one song, and have you played Lisa? I haven't played it, but I should at some point, honestly. It would be very fun to do. I would like to play Lisa at some point though. A player in my D&D session is a kobold who eats chalk and has spread this to all the kobolds he meets. Awesome. Fuck yeah. What about timing? Well, don't worry. There might still be something for you. But, yeah, I would like to play Lisa at some point. I don't know, maybe I'll continue going down the Andrew stream pipeline where, like, I do first, like, counter response streams, then I start playing random games that you'd think I played, but I didn't. And then this kind of gradually goes into me actually promoting my own very obscure ship for Deltarune and making people write fics about that specific ship, and making like a groundbreaking like almost like metatextual like fanfiction that you would have never expected from that obscure ship. I don't know, maybe it'll be like that. Who knows? But no, maybe I'll do like some streams like going over some of those games because it'll be a good excuse for more content and also to actually go through my fucking backlog of games. My stupidly huge backlog. do a little gritty, I think. Hit the gritty. I'm currently hitting the gritty. For you cry. Rules feels like a Super Mario boss character is probably what I'm trying to say. He just could give out those vibes, yeah. I can see that. This might be a common thought, but at the end of Chapter 2, I think Toriel will want to be the characters accompanying them since she's also there. I can see that being the case, honestly. I kind of hope it is. It'd be really cool to see Toriel kind of accompanying the party or be like a party member for like even a little bit. And also more Chris and Toriel interaction would be very helpful for figuring out whatever the fuck is going on with the Dreamer family in this game. Yeah. I will say we're probably about to wrap up soon, but I do want to show one more little thing potentially. Someone mentioned a sneak peek at Chapter 2. No, not Chapter 2, Part 2 of the series. As I said in the beginning of the stream, I don't have much of it edited, and I'm very careful about how I show details of stuff I haven't finished yet because I don't want to hype things up too much if they're not done yet. But I will say the intro for Part 2 has been done since a while ago, and it is probably the most unhinged 50 seconds I have ever fucking made in a while in the editing software that is Adobe Premiere Pro, so I have it ready to showcase, but I will only show the first 10 seconds, and you'll see exactly why this intro has been plaguing my fucking mind since before I even edited Part 1. Are you ready? I'm not gonna show a lot, but are we ready? Alright. Alright then. You're going to... I should play the Papyrus Vid Repulsum, you're right. But it... Okay, no, that wasn't it, but... No, really. I will show this. I'm not going to show the full thing, just like the first few seconds, but I hope you understand why I haven't been able to shut up to my friends about this stupid intro. I will show it right now. Enjoy 10 seconds of a new video.
Good morning. It's September 17, 2021, and if you can believe it, it's a once again.
That is all I'm going to show. That is all I feel like showing. It only goes worse from there. Spam Tong moment. I made that fucking like connection like months ago. David Lynch, yeah, I made this connection because David Lynch used to do like weather reports like every single day, and every Friday he's just like, oh, but if you can believe it, it's a Friday once again. And I realized, wait a minute, September 17th, that was Chapter 2's release, that was on a Friday. I can just do that bit. And now I did it. And it's probably the worst thing I've ever made. It only gets worse from there too, but that's all I can show for now. But I'm I'm very excited for people to see the full thing. But yeah, I guess that's all I'm willing to show. I hope it suffices while I work on it properly, because I do have a lot of it left to do. But with that said, I hope that suffices, and thank you for sticking around for both of these streams and for the first video, and thank you for being patient for Part 2. I'm I'm not sure how long the editing for part 2 will take. I very much would like to get it out sooner rather than later, but I know I should pace myself because there is no rushing a 2-hour video. There's just no such thing to me there, so I'm gonna have to take my time with it. I haven't made a video of that length before, even comparing it to the Backrooms or part 1. It's definitely big. But I will say, thank you all for watching, and thank you all for sticking around through these comments, and I'm still kind of processing how much, like, how much of a following I got in this past month or so. I couldn't have, like, foreseen the video doing so well, but it really does mean a lot, and really just, thank you. I mean, I think we're about to hit, like, 6,000 subscribers now, which is just, like, insane. I really cannot believe, like, how well it's done and that I've gotten the following from this, and I hope to make the most of it. I'm not sure what'll even come, like, after the device theory, but frankly, that's for future me to figure out. But I will say, I'll be focusing on part 2 for a while, and maybe I'll pop up every now and then in some other places, but I am working slowly but surely on stuff, and maybe if I feel like hanging out on like a different stream, I'll do it on Molly M. But I will say, as well, recently I also launched a Patreon. I made a video about it and everything. If you want to even, you don't have to give me money at all, but if you are able to and you feel like it and you want to, the option's always there. But yeah, really thank you all for sticking around. I don't know, like, when I'm gonna be streaming again, considering I'll be focusing on the next video, but it really means a lot. And thank you all for watching and for, like, all the support and feedback and criticisms you've given me. It really means a lot. And thank you. Whether or not the next parts do well, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and that's probably the best I could really hope for in regards to, what I'm aiming for. But yeah, it's hard to really word my appreciation. And of course, and I'll probably just do it at the end of the series, once part 3 is all said and done. But thank you, and I'll be working on part 2, and I'll see y'all soon. And I'll catch y'all later, I suppose. Thank you for sticking around for this much longer stream. Not by much longer, but, the character design is very cute and likable. Thank you. I am only striving to get better. But, yeah, I'll see you all soon, and I'll see y'all later. Thank you very much for the support. I don't know why I thought it was 5 parts. It is 3. Maybe it'll be more. Who knows? After future chapters, but maybe more. But for now, it's just 3. But, yeah. Follow me in other places if you'd like to. The Neo Studies is a good reference point if you need to, follow me on every other site. But yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for the support and everything. I'll see y'all soon. Hopefully in part 2, but you know how it is. Hopefully sooner rather than later. TikTok, I don't have a TikTok. Check my Neo Studies if you want to see my other accounts, but alright. I said it enough. Thank you for watching. Part 2 soon, hopefully, rather than later. Probably within the year. I can guarantee probably in the year, but soon. And I'm very excited to make more videos and to provide more content for everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whether you're supporting me on the Patreon, whether you just watch my stuff or whatever, thank you. And I'll see y'all soon. Catch you later.
You